Birds are flying.
Global Namaste to all the lovely souls from across the world. My name is Simran Ahuja, and I'm truly delighted to welcome you all for a free global online session taking place this Sunday, the 27th of September from 12 in the noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. I'm truly delighted to meet all of you and of course to experience great cooking from across the world, where we have all these experts who shall share their expertise and their knowledge, including live cooking demonstrations. So do tune in and be in touch with us. Also do check out the lineup on www.healingourearth.com. My dear lovely souls, this session is brought to you by the Healing Our Earth team and shall broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook, YouTube and various other channel partners' social sites. So I look forward to meeting you all. Mark the date. The countdown has already begun. So let us truly get into healthy cooking and the best cooking only on Healing Our Earth platform. See you soon. God bless.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our mother earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our mother earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying.
Hello, hello, hello to you all amazing souls. My name is Lalit Soda. I'd like to invite you to join me on a free global online session, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Now, this event is taking place on the 27th of September, this Sunday, from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several chefs and food-related experts that are sharing their expertise. There's going to be some cooking demonstration and mouth-watering dishes being prepared with all these fresh fruits and fresh vegetables that you can see here. Yeah, cooking is being done, demonstrations are being done. Join us. Check out the line of speakers on www.healingourearth.com. This session will be brought to you by the Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcasted live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook and YouTube. Various other channel partners are going to be showing this also. Guys, this is the Sunday. You want to join us on the vegetarian, vegan cooking and demonstrations. Be there, be square, otherwise love the vegetarian cooking. Join us all. Have a wonderful day.
Heal the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying.
Namaste everyone, my name is Hina Modi and I'd like you to be part of a free global online event called Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. It's going to be this Sunday, the 27th of September, between 12 noon and 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There are going to be several chefs and food related experts sharing their knowledge and doing various food demonstrations. The lineup can be seen on the website www.healingourearth.com. The whole event is going to be live and it will be aired on the website that I just mentioned, plus Facebook, YouTube and various other channels. My slot is going to be at 4:45 and it's going to be all about showing you how vegan living can be easy, effortless and even fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing you there and sharing lots of tips all about vegan living made easy. Take care.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Together we will rise from the ashes to be a strong human race. Together we will find new horizons and wake up to a new rising sun. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying.
Namaste ji, a very warm welcome from Thailand. This is Beta and Sam Sethi. We are from Bangkok, the land of smile. We are a couple who very passionately follow our interest in the field of yoga, fashion design and cooking.
We both love cooking, so we try a lot of new dishes in our home kitchen. As you know, practice makes perfect. The more you practice, the better your recipes come out. In any field, making simple dals or exotic dishes, we enjoy doing them. And especially exotic presentations, we love to go all out in our presentations. So please don't forget to join us.
On 27th September, this Sunday, 12 noon British summer time and 6 p.m. Thailand time. So we look forward to see you this Sunday.
So let's get together, learn how to cook healthy
And be
live
healthy and live healthy. Thank you
See
so much.
Take care.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying.
Global Namaste to all the lovely souls from across the world. My name is Simran Ahuja, and I'm truly delighted to welcome you all for a free global online session taking place this Sunday, the 27th of September, from 12 in the noon to 7 p.m. British summer time. I'm truly delighted to meet all of you and, of course, to experience great cooking from across the world, where we have all these experts who shall share their expertise and their knowledge, including live cooking demonstrations. So do tune in and be in touch with us. Also, do check out the lineup on www.healingourearth.com. My dear lovely souls, this session is brought to you by the Healing Our Earth team and shall broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook, YouTube, and various other channel partners' social sites. So I look forward to meeting you all. Mark the date, The countdown has already begun. So let us truly get into healthy cooking and the best cooking only on Healing Our Earth platform.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Avasha, your microphone is off. Can you please unmute? You need to unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, now I can do it. Greetings and a warm global namaste to all our international friends on our 26th, yes, our 26th Healing Our Earth event. And today, in the spirit of solidarity, we will share how to achieve good health gastronomically with our growing global facilitators and friends. Before we begin, may we start with a short prayer for the well-being of all. Please join me if you know the words. It's called Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, and it means may all be happy, may no one see illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer, and peace. Thank you. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukhabhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Right, are we ready? So today we are having a global 7-hour marathon from 12 o'clock to 7 o'clock on Healing Our Earth. That's www.healingourearth.com. Also Healing Our Earth, Facebook, YouTube, and indeed Twitter. Please do encourage all your family and friends to join us for this vegetarian and vegan cooking session. So, like me, I'm sure many of you may have been fantasizing about your next holiday, your next tropical trip. And so here on Healing Our Earth, we have so far reached over 140 amazing countries. So I invite you all now to join the Healing Our Earth jet as we take a virtual journey to beautiful Thailand, where we'll be meeting some wonderful friends, Bita and Samji Seti, who are in wonderful Bangkok, and they will be sharing with us their special knowledge and information about not only cooking, but presentation. How can we make our dishes appeal to all the senses? Now, gastronomy is something we can smell, we can see, we can hear, we can just experience with so many of our senses. Now, Bita and Sam Sethi are long-time residents of Bangkok, the beautiful city of smiles. They're a couple who passionately follow their interests in the fields of yoga, fashion design, and indeed cooking. Sam is a businessman who has combined his love for Thai art and culture and flair for fashion design. So many talents, amazing. He has created his own label indeed, Suwani by Sam. He still finds time to pursue his love for cooking, with the presentation being as important to him as the preparation of the meal itself. Bita is the founder of Prem Yoga and Ayurveda Center. She's a qualified yoga teacher and an Ayurvedic therapist, and has passionately pursued her aim to provide others with the tools to live a healthy and holistic life. And she has several Ayurveda and vegan cooking workshops. Both of them have kept their creative juices flowing by creating innovative recipes in their vegan and vegetarian kitchen. So, with that, may I extend a warm global namaste and welcome to Samji and Bitaji. Suwadi Jiayanu. Thank you for joining us today. How are you today?
Your microphone needs to be unmuting, please. Can you mute your microphone? Unmute. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear us now?
Yes, yes. Thank you for joining us, Samji and Bitaji. How are you today?
We're very well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're delighted to have you with us. So you're going to be sharing some wonderful presentations with us. Could you tell us a little bit about your presentations for today?
Yes, we're going to start Thai dishes very soon. And it looks so nice and colorful, and presentation and all fresh herbs are here.
Lovely.
So we'll start with the soup first. Tunka soup.
We'll be presenting 3 dishes to you. A soup, a starter, and a rice dish. But the rice dish is very special. It's not something that is heavy. It's more like a salad rice.
Sure.
So I'll start with the soup first.
Thank you. It sounds really interesting.
This is a coconut-based soup, and it uses a lot of Thai herbs. If you see over here, I have the lemongrass and the galangal. I have shallot onions. I have tomatoes, mushrooms, Chinese cabbage.
Ingredients are not coming.
Then I have the kaffir lime leaves. And the best of all is the coconut milk. So what here I'm doing is I boil some water. I'm putting some coconut milk into it and allowing it to boil. Then I add in my special Thai herbs, the lemongrass and the galangal.
In case you don't get this galangal in your hometown, you can use ginger instead.
Sure.
Now I'll allow this to boil so that the smell and the taste of both the herbs come up very nicely. Then to this I'll add the shallots. I'll add the tomatoes.
Cherry tomatoes.
I'll add in the mushrooms.
What are these mushrooms?
These are the lychee mushrooms, the long mushrooms.
Long mushrooms.
That's what they look like.
Oh, wow.
It's very different. You only get in Thailand.
Right.
And then you have the Chinese cabbage.
With those mushrooms, would you use the stalk as well as the top? You use the whole mushroom?
Yes, the whole thing. You can use the whole thing.
You can use the whole thing like this.
Wow. Wonderful.
Then I add in the cilantro, the kaffir lime leaves.
Wow.
I'll allow this to boil.
There already is, in my mind, a huge sensation of aromas.
Yes, all the fresh herbs gives very colorful and flavorful, yummy soup.
Then I just add a little bit of rock salt. And if you want, you can add in a little bit of sugar. But we don't use the normal sugar. We use the palm oil sugar. So yes, we call it as a palm sugar.
It's very healthy to use. Even vegan people can use, and non-gluten free people can use this palm sugar. It's very healthy.
Sure. And you mentioned that you used rock salt. Is there a reason you might prefer that to normal salt?
It's more healthy actually.
I think it's coming here now.
No, that's just this video.
Now you can know.
No. You're just watching on.
It's more healthy to use a rock salt because it has less sodium content and more healthy salt.
Oh, that's good
So
to know.
once the soup boils, you get beautiful aroma. And I have actually pre-cooked the soup in advance. And while serving the soup, you can serve it in this coconut base. So I just put the
So
soup
you
inside.
get the coconut flavor from inside. So you just put the coconut soup in the coconut shell. It's very, very fresh, flavorful, tasty, healthy tumka soup. Tumka means the soup with coconut milk.
There I've already prepared the soup in the coconut. And this can actually go into the oven for some time so that it really heats in together and it can be served just like that. So that is the first dish for today.
This is already the coconut tumka soup in a coconut shell. So once dish is ready.
The second dish that we are preparing today is a starter. We call it a fresh spring roll. To make this fresh spring roll, what we require is that we need to stir fry all these vegetables. There is mushrooms, cabbage, there is bean sprouts, tofu, carrot, and I have a mixture of garlic and chilies, so that you can just stir fry with a little bit of salt, with a little bit of pepper, just to get taste. And once this thing is stir fried, this is how I get the entire ingredient.
Wow.
Now, to make this, what I've done is that, give me the plate. Just give me the plate. These are spring roll sheets that you can get ready-made in the market. They're rice-based spring roll sheets. All you do is that you put the spring roll sheets here.
They are round in shape, and you can cut into half so that when you roll, it gets a shape like this.
Oh, wow.
So I have lettuce. I place the lettuce, and then I take a little bit of this
Stir-fried vegetables we are putting inside the salad leaves.
Sure.
and then
It's very healthy. And then we just roll it up and eat. It's so yummy.
so I just wrap it up and do the presentation.
So we can serve the starters with the sauce here and the spring rolls. It's just fresh salad, fresh veggies with the wrapped rice sheet on it, and it's amazing. Fresh starters, healthy sheets.
Sounds
That's
lovely.
what it looks like. It's extremely tasty. It's extremely fresh. It's crunchy. And the sauce, you can use any of the Thai chili sauce that is available in the market. You call it the chicken sauce as well, but it's not non-vegetarian, it's pure vegetarian. It has chilies and vinegar and sugar and everything. So that's in the sauce that is available in the market.
It's
You
fresh
just-
and yet spicy.
You just dip it and put it in the mouth. It just melts, it's crunch, and it's extremely
Amazing.
tasty.
I can already feel so fresh and healthy. So
Sounds
this is a starter.
lovely. Thank you.
Now, this is very interesting. You would like to type?
Oh, yes.
All
It's
you do is-
amazing. Now let's start with the third one.
I'm going to feed her.
Oh,
Ah, how lovely.
yum! It's so yum.
You see, this is very filling, yet it's very light. But it tastes amazing. As compared to the soup is also very light as a starter. It's very refreshing. So is this particular salad. Now, I'll teach you how to do the third main dish, which is also like a salad rice. This is very, very amazing because it's one of my favorite recipes that I've practiced so many times and I have tried to become an expert in it. The main thing to make this rice is we use a certain flour. It's called the butterfield flour. That butterfield flour has a natural color, a bluish purple color. So when you cook the rice with that particular flour, the rice turns into a purple shade.
You see this purple color rice?
Yes. Wow. That looks
That's amazing. Yes, we're going to show you now how we make this purple color rice first.
Now all you have to do is, while boiling the rice, what I do is that I've taken the sweet pea flours and I've boiled them in water for some time so that I can get this particular bluish color.
So you see this blue color water?
right. Yes, I can.
So
That
this
comes
is
from the flour.
It's very nice, beautiful, sweet pea, purple color, blue color flour.
Wow.
And in case you get this sweet pea in your hometown, you can use either food color or you use the fresh purple cabbage.
Sure.
Boil it and use that water and use very little baking soda. So you get that purplish blue color. And that is very fresh soup. And you can make rice with that water.
It's so interesting that we are now actually using flours more in our cuisine and also preparing savory dishes with fruit. There's a huge transformation going on in terms of the ingredients we're using at the moment. So it's interesting how you're using flours for coloring purposes.
True. And this particular dish, there's no other cooking that is required. Everything is in salad form. If you see what I've done here is, this is sliced raw sour mangoes, shredded.
Sure.
And I have shredded kaffir lime leaves. Then I have lemon cut into small pieces, green chilies cut into small pieces. Then I have the the lemongrass that has been cut into very fine pieces because lemongrass it comes in the mouth. So the smaller you can cut it, the better.
This is a stock.
That's the stock.
So if you cut into fine, it comes like this. And it is very healthy. It's very tangy, taste, sour, tangy, and it's amazing taste. You can even make a drink out of this.
Oh, wow.
Then we have the long beans. These are the long beans. We call them the South Indian long beans as well. That also you cut them into very small pieces.
Peanuts.
And we have roasted peanuts. And we have roasted coconut, flakes, sorry.
So these coconut flakes you get in the market, so you roast them and you can keep it for your salads.
Then you have pomelo. Pomelo is the chakodra in India that you call it. The sour it is, the bitter. So that's what chakodra looks like.
This is
chakodra, the pomelo.
the pomelo.
Oh, pomelo. Okay, right.
And then we have the bean sprouts.
Sure.
So this is what the raw mango looks like. The other half of the raw mango is here.
Right.
Now, all these ingredients have to just be cut and kept. And now comes the main serving of the dish. What you do is you just take the rice. I normally take the rice in a small bowl like that.
You can see the purple color, so beautiful, blue color.
I'll press it down and that's how it comes out. And all I have to do now is just add in these ingredients little by little. This lemongrass, the shredded coconut, beans,
Lemon,
chili, peanuts, mango, kaffir lime leaves.
these are kaffir lime leaves. This is
Then
fresh
I
ones.
have pomelo. I have bean sprouts. So you see all the raw vegetables and the rice. And
Lovely.
to top it all, I just put a sauce on top of it. Now this sauce is very easy to make. I've just taken chili and garlic together in a little bit of oil, sauteed it, put in some soya sauce, put in cut lemongrass, cut galangal. Then I put in a little bit of sugar, vinegar, and a little bit of cornstarch to make it thick. So this is what is the sauce I get. And all I have to do is just pour a little of the sauce on top.
That's so beautiful.
And this is
Colorful.
how it's served.
Wow.
Healthy.
And all you have to do is, with your hand or with the spoon or whatever it is, if you're not used to the hand, just mix it up together and just have the rice. It tastes amazing because it's not heavy. It's very tasty and got so many flavors. Why Thai food is considered to be the best? Because it actually has all the flavors. It has astringency, it has got bitterness, it's got chilliness, everything inside it. So it's really, really tasty.
It sounds wonderful, and it's lovely to see how you are easily able to access all those wonderful, vibrantly colored and aromatic herbs, and they sound like they must have amazing health benefits also.
Varsha, if you can see the camera on the screen has gone off. So can you please up there in Thailand, can you bring on your camera, please? Thank you.
My camera.
The Thailand camera needs to be brought back on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, maybe if you could cover meanwhile, and when they come on, we'll put them on. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so there seem to be some technical issues with our dear friends Samji and Bitaji in Thailand. So while we wait for them, I'll just touch upon some of the work we have done and what we will be doing. So next week, we will be hosting a motivation and inspirational session. So please do join us. Sunday is Healing Our Earth Day. So from 12 to 7, we'll be here on this channel and also with our channel partners who are Hindu Forum of Europe, Hindu Matters in Britain, Simran Ahuja Official, Enrich TV, Mental Health _Connect, and many other media partners. So this is a e-community channel started by our director and producer Neil Kumar, and if you wish to get involved, you may have a presentation which may be of global interest. You may wish to help in the production efforts. It could be media, it could be building collaterals. We welcome persons of all nationalities, all faiths. It's a growing global family where we warmly welcome everyone. So please do go to our website, www.healingourEarth.com. There's a WhatsApp number there which you can message or call to discuss how you wish to contribute, how you wish to get involved. We've had some wide and varied sessions. If I may share some of them with you. So in 2 weeks' time, we have a COVID special. It really brings on some of the world's global experts on COVID-related matters. We may receive on our media channels different advice, different contributions, and we really need to know what is sound advice and what we need to perhaps treat with a little bit of skepticism if it doesn't come from an official source. So that's something which I very much recommend. All of our facilitators are volunteers, and they're giving up their time valuably to just share with you their expert knowledge on how to cope with these challenging times as we reach different stages of lockdown and different stages of the COVID pandemic. So, as I mentioned, we have next week a motivation and inspiration event. The following week, COVID special, and thereafter, of course, we have the wonderful Navratri festival, and we'll be having a daily session for all 9 nights, covering Navratri and also Dashera and also Sharad Punam. So please do stay with us on the Healing Our Earth channels. So today, as I mentioned, is World Tourism Day, and we have just been to Thailand. We will also be going to the USA, and also we have presenters from here, indeed, in the UK. The presentations we're hoping to host in the next few hours are based on live cooking demonstration, all of them vegetarian and vegan. I'm very much looking forward to all of them. And we have some input on nutrition. We're all keen to maximize, optimize our health and our immunity. So we have some wonderful experts who are going to share with us how they advocate the best way of doing this. We also have a smoothie masterclass coming up and a presentation from Florida, beautiful Tampa Bay, about how we can fill our hearts as well as our stomachs. And then we'll be having some modern nutrition dishes, presentation on nutrition and lifestyle, and indeed a gut microbiome presentation, plus Filipino vegan presentation. So lots and lots and lots to look forward to. As I mentioned, we are here until 7 p.m. UK time, and shortly we'll be joined in the afternoon by our wonderful Simran Ahuja, who is Miss World 2013 and indeed a Bollywood actress. So we're very much looking forward to welcoming dear Simran a little bit later in the day. Right, so I think our friend...
It seems that Thailand are having a problem with their video, or they're trying to sign in. Radhika seems to be there. So Radhika, can you wave if we can take you on? Yes, Radhika is ready and ready to go. So can you introduce Radhika Thakrar? We'll carry on, and if we get connection back to Thailand, we will see what we can do. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so unfortunately, there seems to be some technical difficulties with our dear friends in Thailand. And so if we may now move to our next facilitator, and she's indeed our wonderful Radhika Thakrar, and we're back in the UK here, courtesy of Healing Our Earth Airlines, Virtual Airlines. And Radhika today is going to give us a live demonstration. Yes, dear friends, it's going to be a live demonstration of a sweet corn chowder. And following up from this, there will be a discussion on nutrition and its role in optimal health. Radhika is a qualified chef, having studied at Le Cordon Bleu in London in 2014. She went on to work at Michelin star restaurants, private members clubs, and on various events. Her love for nutrition and wellness came about when her chef work made her very ill. And it was the importance she finally placed on her own nutrition and achieving the balance that brought her back to health. She went on to qualify as an MNU certified nutritionist and is now in the process of establishing her own nutrition consultancy, combining it with her chef skills to essentially target health in a holistic manner. Given that the current nutrition landscape is very confusing, during COVID lockdown, she has started interactive Zoom classes focusing on myth busting and nutrition topics based around a particular dish. And she would prepare today a dish as she would in her sessions, and she will be following the similar format of her Zoom platform. So with that, may I welcome dear Radhika with a warm Healing Our Earth global namaste on behalf of Neil Kumar and all the Healing Our Earth team. Namaste Radhika, very warm welcome to you, and how are you today?
Namaste Varsha, thank you for that lovely introduction.
It's a privilege to have you here. Thank you for joining us on your Sunday, and thank you for coming on slightly earlier as we address the technical difficulties we're facing in Thailand. But you've been quite busy during this lockdown, and I imagine there must be a huge uptake with your online sessions. We all wishing to learn a bit more about how we can enhance our health. And I have to say, you have such a fantastic all-round knowledge in terms of understanding nutrition. And the cordon bleu cookery obviously is of the highest standard. So I'm guessing you will know how to put your nutrition knowledge to the best practical use.
Yes, I think sometimes when we think about healthy food, we automatically assume that it's going to be boring, and it doesn't have to be that way. So my demo today is to show you just how tasty healthy food can be.
Lovely. That's what we want to see, really. And it's it's one thing to try and be healthy, and in the absence of proper knowledge, you think, gosh, I'm condemned to a lifetime of lettuce. But obviously you're going to break that myth for us today.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for the introduction, and I just want to also say a big thank you to the Healing Our Earth platform for having me on today. It's a massive privilege to be on. So it's going to be clear but speedy, because I want to cook and talk at the same time. So if I'm going too fast, please just let me know. So we will begin without further ado.
Perfect. Thank you, Radhika.
So as Varsha kindly said, I'm making a sweet corn chowder. Now, chowder originally came from France. So the French settlers moved to America and they introduced it over there. So it's actually a common dish that you'll find if you go to the States. And there are two versions. One is a shellfish version, and the other is a vegetarian one using the beautiful sweet corn. So that's what we're doing today. 3 things to know about a chowder. It's creamy and very hearty. Creamy comes from either the milk or cream, and it's sweet corn based and also uses potatoes. That's what makes it. So if you don't like those ingredients, you can still make it, but just make a nice hearty soup. Okay, so we'll get on to the cooking. What I've done is, because I'm talking about optimal health, I decided to do a dish that will help me explain when I talk about different nutritional concepts. So I'll relate it back to the chowder, so it makes it easier for you guys to digest what I'm saying.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just put my pan up once I'm doing it. So right now my pan is on. It's quite hot. We're going to start with some rapeseed oil. Rapeseed oil is a lovely unsaturated fat. It's also a source of plant-based omega-3s. So if you guys want the recipe, I do have it written out. All you have to do is send me an email. I think my email is somewhere in the boxes, I imagine.
Let's see.
Okay, so my pan is on. My oil is hot. Now the mushrooms are going to go in. So these are going in first because I want them to brown. So the pan has to be as hot, has to be raging hot because you want them to brown and caramelize. If the pan is not hot enough, the moisture will be released and you'll get basically soft mushrooms, which you don't want. The pan is now nice and hot. The mushrooms have gone in. They're going to brown. So just one thing, if you are someone that is quite conscious of your weight, then just be mindful of how much oil you're using, because oil is very high in calories. About 1 tablespoon is about 120 calories. So even before you put anything inside your pot, you already got those excess calories. So just be mindful of how much oil you're using if you are thinking about your weight. Okay, lovely. Next thing is I'm going to be putting in this. So this is our base. So I've got an onion here, a carrot, celery, fennel, and also some garlic. Okay, and what I've done with these is I have made it into a paste. So this is like minimal prep. And this is going to be the base of our soup. Now the great thing is this. If you are someone that is fussy or you have kids that don't like to eat the vegetables, this is a great way of hiding vegetables in your dish. So I personally, I don't like eating the celery at all. I don't like it at all. But when it's like this, it's out of sight, out of mind, and I will eat it.
Radhika, just a moment. I've been asked if it's possible for you to adjust your camera so we can actually see your pan to see what it looks like. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, perfect. So much better. Thank you.
Now this is going to
Thank you.
next.
Lovely.
This is a mix of the celery, carrot, fennel, and onion and garlic. Okay, at the same time, I'm going to add in some leeks, okay? This would also give some texture. I've cut it finely so that it will cook faster. If you like your leeks a little bit thicker, by all means, have it like that. So that's going to sit down for a few minutes. So this is a white soup, okay? So you don't want to brown these vegetables now that I've got in the pan. You just want to sweat them down and soften them. That's all you want to do. So if my pan currently is on high heat, but if I feel like they're browning too much, I'm going to reduce the heat.
Sure.
Okay?
Lovely.
So I've then got going in afterwards, I've got some potatoes with the skins on. Okay, skin is good. Skin equals fiber. Okay, and we love fiber. When we think about optimal health, fiber is very essential. We've also got sweet corn, which is the star of the show. I'm now going to add in some thyme as well. That's going to go in. Thyme is a lovely woody green herb. And herbs and spices are massive flavor bombs. So if you are someone, for instance, that is trying to reduce the salt in their diet, use lots of spices, use lots of herbs, because they will impart so much flavor into your dish. So this is softening nicely. Now I'm going to add in some spelt flour. Spelt, I'll just show it to you. That's spelt flour. Okay. So the reason I opted for spelt flour is it's a whole grain flour. It has a slightly nutty flavor as well. And because it's whole grain, it means it has much more fiber than your average white flour. A much considerable amount of fiber. Now, if you are gluten-free, for instance, you can opt for a buckwheat flour, corn flour, chickpea flour, ground oats, any kind of thing that you like. But I definitely recommend keeping a whole grain because they're also very big on flavor.
Sure.
So you might have noticed currently that I haven't put any salt in this because we'll be using a stock cube later on. That will be our salt. At the end, I will check to see and adjust it if it needs anything extra.
Sure.
And then we have also our butter beans. So again, the white soup, so you can use any kind of cooked beans. I'm using butter beans. You could have white kidney beans or even cannellini beans. They work very nicely too. So now this is now really softened and my flour is cooking out nicely. That is all you're doing. You are not coloring the veg, you're just making it nice and soft. So I don't know if you can see this, but it's like that. Okay.
Lovely.
So now at this stage, I'm going to add in, I hope you can see just how fast this is. The potatoes are going to go in now. Okay.
Right.
And then the sweet corn. And I've got some paprika that's going to go in as well. This is just smoked paprika. So what we're doing right now is we are building flavor and we're building texture.
Sure.
Each layer of flavor adds another dimension to the dish. Now we're going in with the stock cube. And then finally, we're going to go in with, this is a mix of milk, 2/3 milk and 1/3 water. I might not need all of this, so let's just see how we go.
Radhika, is it possible to replace the milk with a plant-based milk in this recipe?
Thank you. Yes. So yes, that was my next point. Thank you for clarifying. Yes, absolutely. So if you are vegan, you can definitely use a plant-based milk. I'll talk about that in just a second. So now the milk is in, it's cold milk. I'm going to turn up the heat and let it come to a boil. And then once it comes to a boil, I'll let it simmer gently. So the main thing here is the potatoes. They take time to cook. So you want to, the smaller they are, the more bite-sized they are, the faster your soup will cook.
Right.
And the flour has two things. It does two things. It helps to thicken the soup. And secondly, the proteins in the flour mix with the proteins in the milk, and it stops the milk from curdling at the high heat. So the flour is actually very important because the last thing you want to have is a kernel soup.
Definitely. And if you were using a plant-based milk, would you still dilute it with water, or would you say it's okay to use it straight?
I think plant-based milks are a little bit more thinner. So by all means, if you wanted to, you could just use plant-based milk fully.
Sure.
Yeah, so the ones that I would opt for are the more creamier versions, such as cashew milk, or if you want to keep it nut-free, you could use oat milk or soya milk as well. I think those are the top 3 cream ones that I can think of.
Right, lovely.
Yes. So now from this, it'll take about 10 minutes so once it comes up to the boil, I will turn down the heat to let it simmer. And then I'll just check to see if the potatoes are cooked. And these will go in just at the end just to warm through. That's it. So now my lovely assistant will, my sister will remove all this for me. And you get my garnish. So now, as I was talking about, we are building on getting these flavors, right? Flavors and textures. So as a chef, I absolutely love garnish. Okay, but sometimes garnish can be used in the wrong way. I think I see a lot of parsley being thrown around just because it looks nice. But what I intend to do today is to show you just how you can use your garnish to your what's the word I'm looking for? To your benefit.
Right.
So what I've done today is I've got several things. I've got some seeds. Okay, so here I've got some mixed seeds. These are sunflower seeds and pumpkin seeds, you can see. Now, seeds are a really great way to up your plant-based variety. So if you are someone that struggles to have variety in your diet, think about adding seeds to your soups, to your salads, really to anything. It works so well.
Radhika, so seeds, we learned from our previous Healing Art sessions that they're incredibly nutritious,
Yes.
but some of them can be slightly high in terms of calorie content. So like in a day, how much should a person eat safely consume?
So the max I would say, well, in the UK anyway, a portion size for us is about 30 grams. So you could even go for about, I would say about 2 to 3 tablespoons. But they're also high in fiber. So like a tablespoon of this has about 3 grams of fiber, which is actually about, say, 1 to 2 grams of fiber, which is still quite high. So as long as you're also drinking water, it's not an issue, because fiber and water are, let's call them best friends. You know, one can't work without the other, so you need to have both together. But yes, you're right, they are high in calories, but even so, they are a type of healthy fat. So it's much better to eat these than, say, opt for more processed fats.
Okay. And we've seen appearance of butters made from these seeds. So would you say it's better or the same as using, I don't know, perhaps peanut butter or any other?
Yeah, so of course they have they do vary in the calorie contents, but in terms of healthy fats, you can use one or the other. Of course, with peanuts, not everyone, I have a nut allergy, so I would opt for a seed butter.
Right.
And it will still be beneficial for me. But it just depends also on your taste buds. Like, what do you like to eat? Do you prefer peanut butter over seed butters? And even thinking about the whole seed versus it in its butter form. So like you said earlier, they are quite high in calories. So if we were to have the seed butter or the nut butter, you'd probably have more than you realize. You'd probably be eating more calories than you actually realize, because it's all been blended up.
Right.
So if you're thinking about calorie restriction, maybe think about having it in their whole form.
Okay, that's useful to know. Thank you.
So now my pan is hot. I'm going to toast my seeds, because you can have them raw if you like, but I'm going to toast them because they, when seeds are toasted, they have humongous amounts of flavor. It's like flavor goes from here to all the way up there.
Wow.
But of course, if you want to have them raw, that's absolutely fine. Then we have some spring onions or scallions, depending which part of the world you're from, which I've cut finely. They taste great when they're raw. And then I'm going to also add, sorry, last thing, guys. Can you hear my seeds? They're popping already.
Yes.
That's it. It takes like less than a minute to roast.
That was really quick.
Exactly. As long as you have like a hot pan, it takes no time at all. And that's if you count them now. So that's another back in. Then I've got some, this is called mange tout. Basically, it's similar to peas. They're very, very they look very pretty, and they're also very crunchy. So, and you can eat them raw. So it's like that. Very nice.
Yeah.
Also add some color to this dish, and also again texture. Then I've got some corn. So again, I've got sweet corn once more. Now this is charred sweet corn. So I added some more rapeseed oil and some salt, and I just charred it on a very high heat till it was a little bit, as you can see, a little bit brown.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
And that again adds that smokiness from the paprika, and from this adds that another layer of flavor. Okay, so that's what we're doing, building flavor all the time. And then lastly, my last bit of garnish is these little cheese biscuits. Okay, this is just Parmesan, and I'm well aware that Parmesan is not actually a vegetarian cheese, so you could use, the substitute would be a hard Italian cheese instead, or you could even use some cheddar. Or if you're vegan, you could cut it out completely. I haven't actually tried it with a vegan cheese. It may work, but I don't want to say yes if it doesn't.
Thank you.
You could instead use some nutritional yeast, just put it on top before you serve your soup, because that's a very nice, imparts a very like cheesy flavor. And also it's a good source of vitamin B12, which is very important if you're vegan.
Okay, so can you just explain to us what nutritional yeast is? It's something that I'm certainly not familiar with, and like how it's purchased and how it's used. You just sprinkle it on as a powder, presumably.
Yeah, so it's hard to, I don't really usually find it in store. I've got this one. That's the one I've got. It's basically almost like similar to brewer's yeast, but they've made it, I think they must have like dry fried it to make it a little bit more crisper, and it just imparts a nice cheesy texture. But I think if you try to look for it, it'll be probably in a health food store or online. I haven't seen it in my local supermarket.
Okay, that's good to know. And I noticed on there that it's quite good for B12, which is something especially vegans struggle to incorporate in their diet. So
exactly, because B12 foods come from meat, dairy, and eggs.
Right.
The only vegan sources are fortified versions of, so like you get your cereals, your breads, again, like I said, nutritional yeast. Those are fortified versions of where they add the B12 in. Cornflakes. Another thing is that the only naturally occurring B12 comes from seaweed. So if you eat seaweed, you'll be getting in some B12. But this is the one of the few occasions where I'd recommend that if you're a vegan to perhaps supplement with B12, because what happens is we have a pool of B12 in our body. So if you're a vegan, over time, that pool starts to deplete. And B12 is very important because it helps with producing our blood cells, using the food we eat, turning it into energy. It's good for our cognition. It has obviously for energy, so it has so many different benefits. So we need to have it in our diet. And over a long term, if you have chronic B12 deficiency, it can lead to memory loss. It can lead to a very severe type of anemia and lots of other things. So B12, again, as I said, is very important. So if you're a vegan and you are not taking B12, I would suggest that you get a blood test to see.
Okay. And would you be able to advise like the amount of B12 required in your diet? So in terms of fortified foods, or I know in some plant-based milk you find it. How much should a vegan be having?
There is no set guideline of how much to have. We usually do it by a blood test, but with the vegan fortified foods, it's the amount that's in there is not as much as you'll find in dairy or meat.
Okay.
Which is why it's better to perhaps see your levels and see whether I should be supplementing.
Right. Okay.
And also, if you are deficient in it, it may not come up soon. So you might be vegan for like 5-6 years. Maybe on the 6-year mark, you'll actually see, wow, my B12 has gone so down. And you'll be experiencing these symptoms.
Right. Gosh. Yeah, I am a vegan, and I'm just wondering if my memory issues are being affected.
Yeah, actually, funnily enough, when we think about dementia or Alzheimer's, the first thing that will be checked is your B12 levels, because sometimes that is what's the cause, not those more sinister diseases.
Right.
But B12 can really, if you don't have enough, it can really actually mess with your memory.
That's so interesting. That's so interesting. It affects your cognition to that level, and I'll certainly be keeping an eye on it. I have supplements, but it's a case of, when you're rushing around, remembering to take that. But gosh, I'll certainly place a great deal of importance on it now. Thank you for sharing that, Radhika. It's really informative having you here. And with the cooking, I was just making a mental note and counted like over 13 vegetables. So you put
Exactly.
it there.
So I want to talk more about why we need more plant variety, plant-centric diet, and why it's so important for our optimal health. But now the soup is now ready. So what I'll do is I'll plate it up first and show you what it looks like, and then we can start talking more about optimal health.
Thank you.
How am I doing on time?
So we have some time. You came on slightly early because we had technical issues in Thailand. So we have another 25 minutes, all being well, unless Thailand can connect with us again. So we'll play it by the air if that's okay with you. But I have 1,000,001 questions, so I hope you don't mind.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we're just going to pan the camera down to show you what it looks like.
Oh, that looks amazing. And that was so quick. I'm amazed how quickly you put that together. And
even the prep time actually looks like a lot, but half the vegetables are being blended up, so you can't even tell what you're doing. So this is the sweet corn. I'm just going to take it off the cob.
Right, so that goes in right at the end then.
Go actually as garnish on top.
You know, I'm always looking for recipes where I can include more vegetables all in one dish and all in one pot for the family. The one thing that my family always, to find, I'm a family of 5, and to find a dish that everybody enjoys, that is healthy and nutritious and contains lots of vegetables. So, I mean, this is fantastic and a mother's dream, I have to say. That my go-to thing is usually like a pasta sauce with lots of vegetables in, and the other thing is a dish called pav bhaji. And so in there I sneak in all the things that my children may not ordinarily eat. So this looks like another thing that I will definitely be leaning towards. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. And if you'd like to have the recipe, I will be sure to share it with you later on.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And the other thing I noticed with your recipe is like when you go to the supermarket, and we've been advised in previous Healing Our Earth sessions that we should be eating a varied diet. We should be eating a rainbow in terms of the color of our vegetables and our foods. And some of your ingredients I often see in the supermarket, and I think, I'd love to buy that, but I don't know what to do with it. So by showing us how we can use fennel and leeks, that's been really useful. And also how you can use celery, but disguise the taste.
Yes, honestly, celery I find is horrendous, but I will definitely eat it like this. It took me many years before like I said, when I started placing my own importance on my own nutrition, I then realized actually things that I used to hate, I now have a more of appreciation for, and I like to eat them. But it took time. And I think one thing about nutrition is that your doctor can only do so much, and it gets to a point where you have to actually help yourself.
Yes, definitely. And it's having the wonderful specialist guidance which you're kindly giving us that does help. And the other thing I was curious about, now we've had different schools of thought in terms of the oils that we use. Now you mentioned that there's a certain calorie content in the oil you used, and I noticed that you use rapeseed oil. So I guess I've got 2 questions. First of all, the reason for your choice of rapeseed oil, and then secondly, what are your thoughts on the use of ghee? Because some people seem to advocate that it's imperative to maintaining good health. Yes. And then others might say, well, it's produced from animals, so there might be a cholesterol element. What are your views on this?
Okay, yes, so I chose, fats in general. Okay, so thinking about going back to basics, fats, 1 gram of fat, dietary fat, is equal to 9 calories. Okay, give or take 9 calories. So when we think about calories, they're quite equal like when you think about different sorts of oils, you know, a tablespoon of oil of fat will be about 120 calories, but it's the quality of fat that's more important.
Sure.
So rapeseed oil is it's a mix of monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fats. We class them as the healthy fats because they are beneficial when we think about our heart health. So fat can do two things. It can actually make our heart health worse. Of course, there are other factors as well, or it can even improve our heart health. So having things like your unsaturated fats can really improve our blood fat profile. And then you mentioned ghee. So ghee, of course, is a derivative of butter. And butter has been shown to actually raise our bad cholesterol. So in that same fashion, ghee, I think with ghee, it's been clarified. So the milk solids have been removed. So one good thing about ghee is good if you have lactose intolerance because the milk has been removed from it. But it's still a saturated fat. And the lifestyles that our ancestors used to lead compared to the lifestyles we lead now means that we have to be more proactive about the sorts of food we're eating. So we are a lot more sedentary. You know, we don't walk as much. We're less physically active. We also have we have too much variety in the foods we can have. So in that sense, we should be more mindful. I think ghee is something that we should, I'm not saying cut it out, but we should limit how much we eat and opt for more healthier oils, such as olive oil, the rapeseed oils, avocado oil. Although I think that's not very sustainable, but that is good as well. Those sorts of oils are very good for us.
Oh, that's really, really useful. So I know there are some oils which you can use as a drizzle and then some which can withstand high temperatures.
Yes.
Can you comment on that just a little bit for us?
Sure. So again, with the rapeseed oil, it can withstand high temperatures, as can, so olive oil is different. If it's a light olive oil, yes. If it's a very good quality extra virgin olive oil, it can withstand high temperatures, but otherwise I wouldn't use it for cooking. Things like coconut oil, as long as the coconut oil is not cold pressed, it can withstand the high temperatures. But coconut oil is actually very, very saturated. It tastes great. I love to eat it as well, but I opt for these more unsaturated fats.
That's really interesting to learn that coconut oil is very saturated, because something I use quite a lot, and I understood it was quite healthy. But thank you so much for sharing that with us, especially for like bakes and desserts. I find coconut oil is a good go-to for me. But obviously, is there something else that we might use instead for sweet dishes? Not so much savory dishes, the fats which might be suitable for vegans, Radhika? Thank you.
You could go for the ones that I said, but again, so something, of course, that's more neutral. I wouldn't go for olive oil unless you're trying to make an olive oil cake, because it has a you can taste it. But that's why I love rapeseed oil, because it's such a neutral oil. And it goes well with a lot of things. Or you could even use, now they do some, it's not margarine, but it's those plant-based like spreads.
Right.
So you could even potentially use that as well to do.
Yes. We have we have had a go at making a cake with the plant-based butter, I think vegan butter they're called, and it was obviously slightly dense, but quite flavorful. And I guess it's the case of it was basically my father's 80th birthday, and my niece, she made a vegan cake for me, which was very sweet of her. And I guess it's a case of, would you like a vegan chocolate cake or no cakes? I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And yes, I mean, obviously when we speak about nutrition, it's not it's not ideal to be having cake. However, like once in a while, it is unavoidable, but it's useful to understand what your best options are in terms of health. So yeah, thank you for demystifying everything about fats and oils. That was really, really useful, Radhika.
But I also want to point out that when we eat, remember, of course, health is very important, but we also eat for pleasure. So if you want to use coconut oil, use coconut oil, but just be mindful of how many times you're using it.
Sure. No, that's that's a good point actually. And yes, while we'd love to be having bakes and cakes, everything in moderation, I think is the guidance. But yeah, no, that was really, really useful to know. All oils have the same calories, however, they're more saturated.
Yeah. So the quality.
And the quality ones which affect your heart health.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I'll talk more about it in a second. So now I plated up my dish. So this is actually a starter portion.
Wow.
There you go.
That looks beautiful.
Because we eat with our eyes as well.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That looks, that looks so delicious. It sounds incredibly healthy and quite flavorful as well. And you haven't put any salt in, which is really interesting. Because
if you want to, you can. I think in my family, some people just don't like too much salt, so I have to moderate it. I think as a chef, my salt tolerance has become quite high, so I have to be careful how much I put in.
Right.
Yes, but by all means, taste it and to see. But I know that this recipe works for us. But if you want to add more salt, you can do.
Right.
If you want to make it spicier as well, you can also make it spicier. So, of course, it's a soup, so you must have bread. This is rye bread. It's a whole grain type. And this dish, not this portion, this is a starter, but if you were to have it as a main, you're getting about 18 grams of protein. You're getting about 7.5 grams of fiber, which is just under a quarter of your daily needs. So in the UK, the target daily fiber target is about 30 grams, which is actually very hard to reach. But I think if you are vegetarian or vegan, like I'm assuming most of us are here, then it is easier for us. What's harder for us is reaching our protein targets.
Absolutely. I mean, that was going to be one of my questions actually. So in hitting your desired protein targets, there are of course lentils and beans which you can have. However, there is the carb content to be considered with those options also. So would you be able to advise, firstly, which beans are the best ones to go for, or lentils, in terms of the max protein content? And then secondly, what are your thoughts on the protein shakes that you can buy from the health shops as a supplement, Radhika?
Okay, so your question is a very broad one. It's a bit difficult to ask because there are so many beans in the world, and there are so many lentils. But when it comes to beans, one that I know that is actually very high in protein is the black bean. But what I've noticed is that from brand to brand, that protein content varies, which is interesting. And with lentils, it's actually very, to be honest, I will have to check this for you because I can't tell you from the top of my head which one has the highest.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's a good one to ask actually. But when we think about plant-based protein, if you are vegetarian or vegan, so of course our protein needs are higher because plant-based protein is, so for example, plant-based protein contains much less protein than say your meat or your fish, for instance. And with meat and fish, you get the whole spectrum of amino acids in meat and fish, which we need for muscle building, retaining muscle, immunity, etc. But with plant-based sources, they are incomplete sources of protein. So to make them complete, we need to combine them with other sources of protein. So for example, here, like I said, I'm going to keep reverting back to the chowder. We've got our bread, okay? We've got our bread here, we've got our beans, and we've got our milk. Milk is a whole source of protein, but still, all these sources together make up a complete protein, which is very important. Again, when thinking about plant-based source of protein, you want to mix your sources. And there was one other question you asked me, which was...
Yeah, I just was seeking your thoughts on considerations about using protein shakes if you're struggling to meet your protein levels as a vegetarian or a vegan.
Yes. So one thing to talk about whey protein, for instance, we think about whey. What is whey, right? To put simply, it's when you make cheese, it's the thing that's left over, a liquid, which is then dried out to make this powder. That's essentially what whey is. And then they might add flavorings. So to be honest, it is actually rather natural. Yes, they put flavorings in there to make it more palatable. But if you are someone that struggles to have enough protein, then it's absolutely fine to have either a plant-based version of protein or a non-plant-based, such as a whey protein or whey isolate. But there are so many ones on the, of course, on the market that you will spot for choice. And it's really about what works for you, like what you like. Yeah, I think quality-wise, you can check. There are certain websites that you can check to see if they are good quality.
Yeah, I have seen some pea protein-based ones for vegans, and I think it's not only your protein RDA, but also it's a case of feeling satiated for the day. I mean, I know many people who become vegetarian can sometimes gain weight because they're kind of leaning more on the carbohydrate-based foods because they are struggling to feel full on the plant options, because obviously they're digested so much quicker. And so I think you mentioned earlier on that adopting different techniques such as keeping the skin on your potatoes and including more seeds, and chia is another seed which has been really hailed as one of the superfoods for people on vegan and vegetarian diets. So yeah, it's useful to know how to feel satiated as well as having your rainbow diet and your vegetables. But yeah, it's basically about stopping you snacking on the stuff that is not good for you because you are full.
Yes. So you talked about perhaps gaining weight if you turn vegetarian. Now, what we are thinking about is if you're thinking about weight, you're thinking about having foods that have high food volume but less calories. Okay. Exactly. So vegetables, of course, are great for that. And when we think about vegetables and their skins contain fiber. Of course, other parts of the vegetable contain fiber too, but skins more so than the other parts. And what fiber does is it also helps to keep us fuller for longer. So that is why stuff like oats, which are high in fiber, are a really great breakfast option for vegetarians, because not only are they fibrous, like I said, they're very filling and you can make them how you like. So fiber does a few things. It keeps us fuller for longer. Fiber is a type of carbohydrate. Let me just clarify that. Fiber is a type of carbohydrate, and it helps to regulate our blood sugar. So very important if you're someone that also suffers from diabetes or pre-diabetes, you really want to be thinking about how to control your blood sugar better and how to make your just improve your health. And then fiber also helps to keep us like regular. So it's important for that. It's I think Dr. Mahesh is talking at 5 o'clock about the gut, more about the gut microbiome. So he'll be talking more about gut health, but fiber is essential for the health of our gut. Our gut loves fiber. It thrives on fiber. But like I said, fiber and water work together. And when our guts are happy, ideally our body is happy. And then protein. So as a vegetarian, the reason why protein also is actually even very more important is because protein is a very satiating macronutrient. It's actually the most satiating compared to fat and carbohydrates. So I said earlier, mixing your proteins, but just trying to increase how much you eat will help with you feeling more satisfied. And when thinking about carbohydrates, think about the quality of carbohydrates. That's very important. So your fiber-rich carbohydrates. So for example, as an Indian, I was brought up having rice, white rice, almost every other day, almost every day. So a very easy swap is to swap from white rice to brown rice, because white rice fiber content is pretty much 0. The brown rice is higher. And what that does is it also keeps us, again, fuller for longer. And it takes a little longer to digest because it keeps it. The reason it keeps us fuller for longer is because of the fiber component. Fiber takes a little longer for us to digest, and that is why it helps with that full feeling. But yeah, just making like swaps. So when I think about optimal diets, I think food quality and food variety. So I go from like a whole food based approach. Yeah, having your vegetables, your fruits, your whole grains, nuts, seeds, legumes. They are all very important to eat. Of course, we don't eat, of course, this is a vegan vegetarian demo, so I will talk about oily fish, but there's no point right now. But oily fish also is actually very beneficial for us. So always think about the quality. Even when we have carbs are absolutely fine to eat. If you are someone that restricts your carbs a lot, you're missing out on that beneficial fiber, and also all those like B vitamins, those wonderful vitamins and minerals that our body needs.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Radhika. So my next question is, when we make these adjustments to our diet, so many vegans and vegetarians, the other thing that they might see a shortfall in is iron levels also. And I know some of the supplements can cause certain digestive issues. So when you want to improve your iron levels also, let's say you switch to having the recommended daily allowance of the iron-rich foods such as spinach. Firstly, what is the best way to absorb iron? Which vegetables would you recommend? And then secondly, how long would it take for you to see the physical benefit of increasing the uptake of iron-rich foods?
Okay, so the best way to absorb iron is by having it with something that's rich in vitamin C. So it can even be just as simple as lemon juice or lime juice, or like if you're having some fruit, having it with some oranges, any kind. When I think yellow, whenever I see yellow, I always think vitamin C. So having all these colors in our diet are giving us all these different vitamins and minerals. And with iron, again, so meat-based iron is much easier to absorb, but when we have this non-heme, this non-meat-based iron, it's harder for our bodies to absorb it, and that is why vitamin C is so crucial to have alongside iron. Now, when you are having these iron-rich foods, try to reduce how much dairy you're having, because dairy or calcium in particular can, calcium-rich foods can reduce the amount of iron that's being absorbed.
Oh wow!
So yeah. So
I wasn't aware of that. That's very useful to know. Gosh.
Yeah. And I think as for the benefits, when will you know? That's another one that's hard to answer, because again, it's dependent on you. But also with the iron, if you are feeling lethargic or tired, for instance, lack of energy, it could be that it's iron. It could be that it's B12. It could be vitamin D. It could also just be as simple as you aren't drinking enough water, drinking enough fluids. That can be a very quick sign that you are, if you feel very sleepy throughout the day, just check your hydration. Am I drinking enough? And a good way to check is the color of your pee. Sorry to lower the tone.
That's fine.
You don't know, but if the color of your pee is light, probably means that you're hydrated. One point though is if you are dehydrated, another great thing about this chowder is first, it's liquid based, so very good and easy to hydrate yourself. And two, it's got milk. So if you are dehydrated, think about having a glass of milk to rehydrate yourself, because milk has so many electrolytes, whether it's plant-based or not, it will hydrate you much faster than just plain water. If anything, plain water will dehydrate you faster if you are dehydrated already.
Gosh, that's so interesting. That is so interesting, because I struggle to include my plant-based milk into my daily routine, and I think I may just start drinking it straight, listening to what you're saying, if it's a quick way of hydration. Because I know last week or the week before, we had a session, a guy who mentioned that you need to drink a litre of water per 5 stones. And so I'm not going to say how much water I need to drink, but it's good to know that a glass of milk will speed things along.
Yeah.
So
I think having what you just said on that note about having a litre of water per 5 stones, everyone is different. So the whole you need to have 2 litres a day is all it is a guideline. So you might need more, you might need less, depending on your body. And like I said, just looking at your urine is the best way to test it. But yeah, so milk is a good way. But if you don't like drinking milk, just put some salt in your water. So about 3 grams of salt per litre can help to rehydrate you as well. And if you struggle to drink, infuse your water with like mint. Remember, herbs are so great: mint, lemon, cucumber, and it makes drinking water so much more pleasurable.
No, they are wonderful tips. And now it's, many of our vulnerable people who have been shielding at home are due to go back to work in the UK on the 1st of October. So, those are really, really useful tips for them to be, taking on board as they, are a bit more conscious about optimizing their health, and also, making sure their immunity is, the best to get through these challenging times. Radhika, I just wanted to ask before, I could spend all day with you, but sadly I understand our friends from Thailand are ready to join us again. But firstly, for your Zoom sessions, if people want to join you, how can they link in with your Zoom sessions?
Yeah, so if they just send me, I don't know where you've displayed my email address, but if they just send me a email to my email address, or even on Instagram, if they have Instagram, then I will add it to my list.
Could you remind us what your Instagram details are, because this will be going live on several channels, so people can pick it up straight away. Thank you.
So my Instagram is rads91, RADS91. Sweet, short and sweet.
Perfect. Rads, that's Rads91, dear friends, if you'd like to tune in to our wonderful and incredibly knowledgeable Radhika, and you've shared so many wonderful tips today, and demystified a great deal about nutrition for us all today. I'm sure that was incredibly interesting and really, really useful. So before we let you go, what would you say are 3 tips that we can share with our global followers to make them like a habit to take away from today? One of the things that I find really helps me give a good start in the day is just having a cup of hot water before I do anything else. But what is your daily routine, and what are your 3 must-dos, Radhika, that we can share with our global friends?
So thinking about diet in particular, having all those 3 macros, your proteins, your fats, your carbohydrates, but thinking about the quality of them. So the quality that you're eating of them is very important. Opting for your healthy fats more, limiting your processed foods, of course, having those carbohydrates that are rich in fiber, remembering that gluten is not the enemy. We can eat gluten, unless you have celiac disease. And of course, I keep talking about it, but hydration is so important. So as you rightly said, starting your day with some water is a really good way to start your day. And I think it just gets you up. One other thing I would say is, in the world we live in, because it's so fast paced, thinking about things that ground us, making us more mindful. So recently, over lockdown, I started doing yoga. Yoga with Sarita, my sister. And it's something that I never actually appreciated until very recently. And I definitely feel like it's made my mind a lot more calmer, and I'm not so erratic like I used to be. So it really helps with grounding. And also, all these techniques can help to relieve stress. So when we think about optimal health, think about minimizing our stress, getting good sleep, thinking about our diet quality, hydration, of course. And another thing is, our social status. So like our friends, our family, do we have a support network? Do we feel fulfilled in what we're doing? I think all these things can ultimately influence how our health is inside and out. Our mental health. Like I said, do we have support? If we aren't feeling good, can we talk to someone? And I think when I became ill, I realized the importance of all of those things. So I try to incorporate that into my daily routine. So it's like a holistic way of looking at health.
Thank you, dear Radhika. That was indeed a really holistic presentation in terms of this mind, diet, your social situation, and considering just the variety which is needed, especially in the world of proteins for vegetarians and vegans. So we stand enlightened with your kind input. Thank you for your very, very valuable support to the Healing Our Earth team. We do hope we'll have the privilege of welcoming you again. And I hope you can enjoy the rest of your Sunday. But thank you for sharing your valuable time with us. We have Thailand back with us, so you may wish to say hello to them before you leave. So, dear friends, that was our wonderful Radhika Thakrar talking to us about nutrition and delivering her fantastic corn chowder recipe with over 12 vegetables. I counted. There possibly are more. And if you'd like to learn more about Radhika's work and join her Zoom sessions, she's on Instagram, rads91, that's RADS 91, and she's also on LinkedIn, Radhika Thakrar. All the details are on the Healing Our website of all our facilitators and presenters. So please do tap into our website if you'd like to know more. So oh,
and one last thing.
Sure.
I know it's a self-employed, but I'm also taking clients. So if anyone would like to work with me on a nutrition basis to improve their nutrition, improve their lifestyle, or just build new habits, then I'm happy to work with you. So just send me an email.
Excellent. That's really useful to know, Radhika. I think there'll be a great deal of interest in the current climate. So that's Radhika Thakrar for you. Please do contact her on Instagram, LinkedIn, and please do WhatsApp us on our website if you would like Radhika's email address. Thank you, Radhika. Wish you a good afternoon. May Mother Earth bless you, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so our dear friends, Sam and Bituji, all the way in beautiful, sunny Thailand, the city of smiles, Bangkok. They are back with us. Wonderful. Welcome back, dear friends. How are things?
Sorry for all the inconvenience.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you for coming back to us. We were looking forward to.
But we were so hungry. The whole family sitting and enjoying the food. Really so yummy. I just cannot tell you. So this is our salad, the starter. And this is our coconut soup in a coconut shell. Can you see? It's so yummy and tasty. And Sam is eating yum.
The food. Well,
Lovely.
we had a beautiful table presentation for you. I think we'll post it in the photographs. We've already taken a lot of photographs. We'll post it for you. You all can put it online anytime you want later on. But it was sad that we could not really get into, present it properly to you. Otherwise, it would have been wonderful talking to you as well.
Likewise, I mean, it was wonderful that you could join us and to encourage us to think about not just preparing the meal, but how it is on the eyes, like how beautiful you can make it as well, because food is very much a science which appeals to all the senses. So please do send us the pictures, and we would love to share it on our social media sites. And I just wanted to do a quick recap with you, if it's okay,
Yes.
in terms of the wonderful ingredients that you used. I mean, you kindly mentioned that you can replace ginger with galangal with ginger, and so if we struggle in certain places to get hold of the lovely ingredients you mentioned, the kaffir lime leaves, the lemongrass, how effective are a dried replacement, would you say, for those, or are there other things we could use instead?
Instead of lemongrass, we can use more of lemon, so you get that savory taste in there, but it won't be that authentic as it is like a Thai food. But yes, you can use as a lime, more of lime instead of lemongrass.
Excellent. And how did you develop this wonderful passion for Thai cooking? I could see you were incredibly enthusiastic throughout your demonstration.
We've always loved Thai. I've been born in Thailand. For me, Thai food has always been the first priority. Indian food, second to me, not first. So I always took an interest in whatever's being cooked in non-vegetarian. I would convert that into the vegetarian section because we've only been eating vegetarian food throughout our lives. So it's very interesting that anything that is being made in non-vegetarian, if you're a little bit innovative enough, you can try it in the vegetarian style, and it comes out great. It really comes out very nice.
It's great that you have the passion to include some creativity in transforming the non-veg dishes for the vegetarians, and it's lovely that we can learn so much from your experiments and your transformations. So what are the main ingredients, would you say, that make Thai food so flavorful? I mean, it's not just the flavor, it's the aroma. It has a very, very unique and special aroma. What would you say that makes that?
The basic thing is still, I would say, the lemongrass, the gango, the kaffir lime leaves, and then there's certain what you call the spices, the chilies that we use, the fresh chilies, and then there's certain Thai herbs like the basil, the very traditional Thai herbs, which it doesn't appeal to a lot of foreigners, but people who are used to having Thai food, those things are very appealing to them, and they love to use it in different kinds. The best thing about Thai food is it's not cooked too much. Everything is very stir-fried kind. It's still crunchy, it's still tasty, and it's very fresh. So it's only the certain curries that you might have to cook for a little bit longer time. But most of the food, they like to eat it raw. Just blanch them and eat them. There's a certain chutney kind of a sauce that you make, even a very thick sauce, where you just boil the or blanch the vegetables and have it with the dip. It's kind of a very spicy dip. Very healthy thing that the Thai people eat. And they eat a lot of raw vegetables with every kind of food. You know, certain of their salads are extremely spicy, very chili. And they they don't substitute it, but just to be able to cut the chilies, they have a lot of raw vegetables, raw cabbage, raw green leaves. So all that makes it very interesting and very tasty for the food.
Thank you so much for that wonderful, insightful explanation. I'm sure all our international brothers and sisters look forward to experimenting with your wonderful guidance on exploring the Thai cuisine. May Mother Earth bless you. Thank you for your valuable time, Bitaji and
Thank you.
Ji. बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, and I wish you a wonderful evening ahead. I understand it's evening out there today, right now, and I do hope we'll have the privilege of welcoming you again. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
lovely
you.
evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving us this lovely opportunity, and we can post up this recipe if you would like to see this recipe, proper recipe, on www.worldhealing.com. We can, and thank you so much for the whole team for giving us this lovely opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing those details for follow-up. Very, very useful, and I'm sure there'll be a huge uptake on it. So, what an interesting morning, afternoon it's been, evening for some of you already. So we are going to now take you back to the United Kingdom, to West Essex or East London, to a wonderful, wonderful group of people who run a company called Turmeric Root and also a Caraway Brasserie. And they will be presenting us a live, sizzling vegan and vegetarian cooking demonstration. So if I may share a little bit of information about the people behind this wonderful catering business. They are Karan Kundra. Now, the Turmeric Root business is a premium brand experience by Caraway. Turmeric Root manager Karan Kundra has a first-class honours degree in international hospitality management. The Turmeric Root journey began 13 years ago in Caraway Restaurant in East London with Ramesh Jain and colleagues, and they quickly became one of the most popular dining venues, and they immediately became the recipient of the Indian Restaurant Essex Award for 2013 and 14. So this is the year they opened. They received this award in recognition of their high standard of cuisine. So by popular demand, Turmeric Root entered into event management and catering, making their mark with bespoke, high-quality services. When you go to Caraway Restaurant, and I have been there myself, it's literally like walking into the gateway of India. Caraway provides some of the most delectable dishes and flavors through their traditional Indian cuisine. The chefs from this famous catering group will be showing live demonstrations of some of their popular vegan and vegetarian dishes, which we understand are frequently enjoyed by celebrities from the sports, from the music world, and from screen who visit their venue. So with that, may I extend a very warm global namaste and welcome to I understand Karan Kundra is waiting to join us today. Karanji, namaste, how are you?
Namaste, Varshaji, how are you?
Very, very well, thank you. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for sharing a live, sizzling vegetarian and vegan demonstration with our global family today, Karanji. So what have you got planned for us? I'm dying to know.
Well, firstly, thank you so much for the invitation for Healing Our Earth for this free live online session. We're very excited to show you what we can do. So I'm with Chef Ramesh this afternoon and Chef Deepak just over here. So today we will be preparing 3 dishes for you. So Chef Ramesh, what will you be preparing for us today?
Namaste. Namaste, Chef Ramesh. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
So,
I'm making today vegetable biryani and crispy bindi. This one crispy bindi and vegetable biryani. And tandoori section, this one another chef, Deepak.
Perfect. So Deepak, what will you be making for us today?
I'm making tandoori aloo.
So the reason behind these dishes that we're creating today is obviously we're in September now, and a lot of students have gone back to university. So I was talking to the chefs and I was saying, okay, we're doing something vegetarian, something vegan. So what can we do that's cheap as well for students to make? Because a lot of my relatives are going back to uni now. And I know that students really struggle with cooking even basic things. So we thought, great, we can do some rice because every university house has rice somewhere. I know one of my personal dishes that I used to make a lot of was Jackie potatoes. So Chef Deepak said, you know what, I've got a fantastic twist. So I'm going to show you today. And thirdly, I thought, okay, when I came home from uni, what my mum said to me, okay, I'll make you one dish. What do you want? And it was always bhindi. So that's why we're doing some crispy bhindi today. And hopefully we can pass on some knowledge to some fantastic university students as well, who may be starving in their halls of residence.
Some excellent choices there, and yes, indeed, rice and pasta and noodles are definitely a staple for the university store cupboards. I can tell you, I was constantly sending them off to my daughters whenever I went to visit them. So we have Chef Rameshji and Ibadi going to present for us a live vegetarian biryani and bhindi, two of my favorite dishes. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the professionals do this and how it compares to my own methods. And of course, the dum aloo. And just earlier on, we had Radhika on, and she mentioned that keeping the skins on improves the fiber content. So, is this something you guys do, or is it dependent upon customer demand in terms of how you deliver?
Of course. So in terms of majority of our dishes, absolutely, as Radhika was saying, that we like to be as healthy as possible. Even though Indian restaurants aren't known for being healthy because there's ghee and cream and butter and everything, but we try to have a balance as best as possible. So yes, we keep the skin on a lot of our vegetables, but for today with the tandoori aloo, we've actually peeled them because Deepak will show you exactly what he's done. He's made it like almost into a casing, but you'll see, I'm spoiling it for you. You will see as we go along.
We're very much looking forward to it, Karanji. So yes, if the chefs are ready, by all means, shall we begin?
Fantastic. I'm just going to flip this camera so we can see exactly what we're doing today. So here we've prepared some of the bits that go into the vegetable biryani. So we have a ginger and garlic paste, we have sliced onions, we have chopped mint, coriander, tomatoes, green chilies, and some mixed vegetables here. So the mixed vegetables comprise of potatoes, cauliflower, green beans, and carrots. You're more than welcome to put any sort of vegetable into your biryani. So anything that you may have in the fridge, or anything that you find, you can pop it in. And Chef Rameshji will show us exactly what we're going to do with these bits and bobs.
Sure. That's a lot of vegetables. Sounds very healthy already.
It's very healthy. Well, the more colors you have, I feel the healthier that it is.
Yeah, you've definitely got a rainbow going on there, which is what all the health experts are advising us to include in our diets.
Exactly. Okay, Chef Rameshji, over to you. And what oil is this, Chef?
Vegetable oil.
So there's some vegetable oil in there.
Yeah.
Veg oil.
All jeera.
So here we have our lovely spice rack.
Wow. Gosh, I'm just comparing that to my little dabba that I have in my drawer. Tiny little bowls. You obviously get through a great deal in the restaurant.
Absolutely. But we take double the time to clean as well.
Oh, bless. Okay, so what went in there then, Karanji? That was that ginger?
So here we're just putting the ginger and garlic paste in with the jeera, and we're just cooking that off. So you need to cook it off until the raw smell of ginger and garlic completely disappears.
There are two different schools of thought in terms of how you manage your spices. So some people might say, don't put them in until your onions have gone in because you burn off the flavors, and some say it's more flavorsome to put it directly
Sure.
into the oil. I can see that you obviously prefer putting it straight into the oil before anything else has gone in.
We do. So we actually prefer to brown off our ginger and garlic, and then we throw in the onions because we feel that the more you cook your onions off, we feel that the flavor of the onion seems to disappear, and we like to have them soft, and also so they melt into the biryani.
That's useful to know because I'm never quite sure how much you should cook your onions, like whether they should be brown or whether you do just soften them.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's more of a personal preference. I actually love, personally, I love raw onions. So with any meal that I'm having, I'll have raw onions on the side. So I actually like the flavor of onion. Whereas some people that I know, they actually don't like onions at all. So we have to hide it in the food.
Right. Yes, and yeah, I guess onions are a major element of the biryani dish traditionally. So I guess it's a case of tempering it according to your preferences.
So here we have some boiling water. So we're just getting the spices into the boiling water. We actually boil our rice with the spices in it.
Oh, wow. And which spices would you be using to boil the rice?
So we have some fennel, we have bay leaves, cinnamon, mace, we have black cardamom as well, and a big spoon of butter.
Wow. Wow, the aromas must be amazing. I'm just trying to imagine how lovely it must be to
Absolutely. You know, I don't mind going home smelling like this because it's absolutely fine.
You must make your family very hungry when you return home.
Exactly. They ask me why I've not brought anything back for them. So, so we're just putting some mint and coriander in as well. Chop it off with some salt. And we did also put in a little bit of ginger and garlic paste, just so the rice soaks up all of those flavors. We think it's very important to do so because there are some instances where a biryani, you know, we want the rice to get all of the flavors. So we do these both separately and then we put them all together.
Gosh. And I can see, you know, you've got so many flavors going into the rice itself. And I was really interested to see that you actually put mint into the rice. And I'm wondering, like, I guess you would know because you've done this a million times, I'm sure. But like, you know, for the duration of the time that you need to cook the rice, do the flavors of the mint persist when the rice is done?
They do. So I think that when raw mint and cooked mint give off completely different flavors, the aroma is always still there, but it gives it almost an earthiness. I feel that it's a really important aspect of the rice. I think, you know, coriander is always a staple within Indian cooking especially, but I think this infusion of mint just gives it just elevates it slightly and gives it a completely different flavor.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I've never put herbs into my rice, and I've definitely learned something there today.
Of course. So, I mean, originally they say that biryani is very much a Persian dish. So it originated in Persia, and then obviously the Persians brought it over when they came to India. So mint is you know, something that's grown everywhere in Persia. Again, in India, mint pretty much grows everywhere, but that's definitely a Persian influence to put in some mint. And of course, some people put in rose water as well into their biryanis. And again, that's a very much of a Persian influence, and that's the way that they currently do their cooking as well. So that's definitely something that has influenced the Indian way of cooking.
Okay, that's great to know. Okay, so quite a lot has gone into the second saucepan while we've been talking. So we saw a type of red paste, and I think it might have been yogurt.
Yes, so chef put some curd in, along with some chopped tomatoes. We've got some green chilies in here as well as dry spices, which are jeera powder and a bit of garam masala in there as well.
Wow. So you would, for a biryani, you would prefer to use green chilies as opposed to red chili powder? Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So I feel that Red chilies give you a heat at the back of your throat, whereas the green chilies are very much for the receptors at the top of your tongue. And with the rest of the spices that we have in here, red chili can just be a little bit overpowering, and it takes away from the rest of the flavors within the mix.
Oh, that's so useful to know, because I think most of the time my decisions are based on whether I have any fresh chilies at home. But it's good to know that there are differences in terms of the effect that they both produce in your dishes.
Of course.
Yeah, and I guess that having the fresh green chili also must be slightly more nutritious in terms of it being fresh.
Absolutely, anything fresh is nutritious. But yeah, so we are now popping in all of the vegetables, and we're just going to let that simmer for a little while. And we're just going over to this pot. So as you can see, all of our spices are simmering.
Yes, that's looking amazing.
And it smells fantastic. Varshaji, if you were here, I'm sure you'd love the smell.
I'm feeling very hungry over here. I don't know if you can see all the vegetables behind me. I think I might be tucking into them by the time your session is over.
Varshaji, you're more than welcome. If you jump into your car now, you can make it here for when we're ready.
You don't know how difficult it is not to do that.
So what we're going to do, we're going to leave Chef Ramesh here just while everything is simmering, and we're going to move on to the stuffed potato that Deepak Ji is making while this gets ready.
Thank you so much. That looks amazing.
Hello, Chef.
Hello.
So, we're making our stuffed potatoes today. So again, as I say, as a university student myself, jacket potatoes for me were like a staple. You can have it 3 times in one day with different fillings, and it's basically a different dish. So Chef said to me that, oh, I've got a fantastic recipe for a dish that is vegan and also a homage, if you will, to our jacket potato. So there is a lot of spices here, so I'm just going to run through them all with you. So we have salt, here we have red chili powder, turmeric, these are ajwain seeds, kasturi methi, this is ground coriander and ground jeera here. And for this dish, we're using mustard oil, ginger, cashew nuts, and green chilies as well. And these are our garnishes, so we have some grapes and pineapples, not that students enjoy eating fresh fruit.
Gosh, that's a lot of ingredients. That's a lot of exciting ingredients. And let's suppose, as we were speaking about our students, let's suppose they don't have all those ingredients. What would you say are the essential ones that you know a mum might want to pack for their children?
Absolutely. So all of these you can steal from your mother's spice cabinet. However, I would always, so haldi in every Indian dish is very, very important. This is actually an anti-inflammatory, so it's also very good for your health. And research has shown, and of course, Indians have been using haldi for years and years and years. So that's always a good one. The ground coriander gives dishes a completely different flavor. So I would say you need the ground coriander, ground jeera. Even if you had the actual jeera itself and it was not ground, you can still use it. And of course, the kasturi methi is definitely something that you need just to give it a little bit of kick. In terms of this dish itself, the cashews are optional, of course. This is the vegan version of this dish. However, if you did want to do a non-vegan version of it, you can use curd as the marinade for your potato, whereas we're just rubbing these dry onto the potato itself, but you can use curd as a marinade. So I'm going to pass over to Chef Deepak, and he's going to show us exactly what he's doing with these bits.
Thank you. Namaste.
So Chef Deepak is actually just chopping up the potatoes the way that it should be done.
Right.
Again, this is all optional.
Sure.
If you're feeling lazy, you can just slice it and stuff it.
Gosh, and while the peeling is going on, can I just share with our global friends that today our Healing at Our Earth Vegetarian Vegan Kitchen Live is being broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website. That's www.healingourEarth.com. healingourearth.com, on the Healing Our Earth YouTube channel, Facebook, and also Twitter. We are also live on the Facebook account of Simran Ahuja Official, who is indeed Miss India 2013 and a Bollywood actress. We have Sunrise Radio live streaming this today. Sarita Sabawal, a wonderful presenter. Diwali in London, Hindu Forum of Europe, Hindu Matters in Britain, Enrich TV, and Mental Health _Connect, as well as many other channel partners. There's a great deal of interest in the wonderful knowledge we're gleaning from you today. Wow. Okay, so it's been peeled and there's a hole made in the middle of the potato. Am I right?
Yeah, so obviously Chef Deepaji is a professional, so he's done this in super quick time for us. Just within a blink of an eye, we didn't even realize it was happening. So,
that is super fast.
yeah. So what Chef has done, he's actually hollowed out this potato.
Right, gosh.
There we are. So let's have a look. So we've got 3 potatoes. So this is the 3rd. So what I would suggest, of course, I don't know many people that have a tandoor in their home or even their halls of residence. So what I would suggest is this is a great option for grilling or popping in an oven. A bit of a cooking tip here is obviously where tandoor is at such a high temperature, we can put the potatoes in raw. And then we'll cook through. But what I would recommend is if you wanted to boil the potatoes, personally, I actually I pressure cook my potatoes so they remain fluffy.
Right. And what is that? Just the speed at which those potatoes are being hollowed out. Could you share what's being used to do that? I'm guessing it's more than a spoon. Oh, wow.
So this is actually a melon baller.
Right.
So we basically use it to hollow out the potato, but yeah, it's actually a melon baller. It was made specifically for making for balling melons. It does exactly what it says on the tin.
Oh, wow, how creative and such versatility. I've learned something else. I missed the whole education being with you today. I have to remove the dust.
I do try. So actually, these can be picked up very, very cheaply. I actually saw this in IKEA for £1.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, they're actually very cheap. But of course, Rashji, it's an educational lesson from me today because a lot of people wouldn't know what this is.
Yes, indeed. And I guess you've demystified that for us today.
I have. Now. Exactly.
Thank you.
I seem to have lost my chef. Give me one moment. Right, here we are. So, Chef, the next step, we're just going to fry these potatoes off, just to make the outside nice and crispy.
Okay. So, Verandy, have these potatoes had any prior cooking, or it's just the potatoes we've seen are just being fried straight away?
No, they're just deep fried straight away, so they've not been cooked prior at all. So if you wanted to go for a healthier version, as I suggested, you can steam your potatoes or boil them. You can pressure cook your potatoes or boil them and put them straight into the oven. This is optional.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends on how healthy you're feeling on the day.
Oh, sure.
So they're frying away. Let's just see how we're getting on with the biryani. I'm just going to move over here for a moment. So this is cooking up nicely. As you can see, all of those wonderful juices have come out of the vegetables, and those tomatoes are slowly starting to dissolve into the sauce.
It's looking amazing. It's looking absolutely amazing.
We popped our rice in, and here we are. Oh, Bashraji, the smell is just incredible from these spices.
I can see the steam coming off from there, and yeah, it sounds, well, it looks absolutely delicious. And as you say, like, gastronomy appeals to all the senses, doesn't it?
Exactly. I mean, there's so many spices in here that the color of the water has actually changed. So it's almost turned into a chai.
Gosh, yeah, and it is those sort of spices. I mean, here in the UK, we are kind of now into autumn and moving towards winter, and so these are, the warming nature of these spices is going to be beneficial to so many at the moment, and whether you include it in your biryani or in your tea, it definitely is welcome at this time of year as we see temperatures cooling down here.
100%. I mean, the great thing about Indian cooking in general is that we use so many spices. It's so warm. It warms the body and the soul.
Definitely. And if we go back to our friends and family at university, there is one fantastic way of making sure your child or family member has enough friends at university, and that is to turn up with a curry, or indeed teach your child to cook a curry, because yes, it takes no time for the word to get around, and
exactly.
Next thing you're having a big dinner party in your halls of residence.
Of course, and if you know how to cook, you're very popular.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. It's all a learning curve, especially for the freshers at the moment, and yeah, it's all part of that independence journey, isn't it? And cooking is definitely the most important element of it. And even like with different countries in lockdown at the moment, there's little to look forward to, and I think I certainly did really look forward to the meal times and experimenting with new dishes, and it's social, and it's you know, it's heartwarming that you have something yummy to look forward to.
Most definitely. I think it's such a hard time for everyone, including students at the moment. So I know that after a long day, this is exactly what they need. I mean, you know, if you enjoy cooking and you have an interest in cooking, you know, you'll always be trying new things, new recipes. But as I say, it makes you very, very popular if you do know how to cook.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's nothing.
So what we're going to do now, Rosalie, is we've just cooked off those potatoes. We're just draining those off. So we're draining the oil off so they don't remain too greasy. And we're actually going to move on to the bindi. And once we've done that, we'll go back round and have a quick look at how everyone is getting on.
Okay. What was the oil you used, Guarantee? We had a big discussion earlier about the best oils, and which oil was used for frying the...
So we actually use vegetable oil here. However, in my home, we actually use olive oil from a health perspective. We actually use olive oil, but in the restaurant we use vegetable oil, just because anything unhealthy tastes a little bit better.
And in terms of the you know, the crispiness or the final product, are there any particular oils which might give a better, you know, a better effect, like in, you know, for frying, for instance?
Sure, I think for frying, vegetable oil and sunflower oil are actually the best. So for frying vegetables, even, you know, samosas, bhajia, stuff like that, they come out nice and crispy with sunflower oil or vegetable oil. The actual, the boiling temperature, should I say, of these oils is actually lower than olive oil. So olive oil takes a lot longer to actually heat up, which can really impact the food. So with olive oil and sunflower oil, literally you throw it in and it splatters everywhere because it heats up so quickly. Whereas with olive oil, you do have to wait quite a while. And from my own research, I've actually found that the more you heat olive oil, the less benefits it has. So actually, virgin olive oil should be consumed raw for it to have a lovely effect on your body. Right, so Chef Deepati, where are we at? Okay, so we're doing the so we're not doing the bindi, we're doing the stuffing for the potato. Okay.
Okay, great. I'm really interested to see what goes in.
So what Chef Deepati has done, he's actually sliced the potato, some other potato, and he fried it in with those. And we're stuffing it with potatoes. So we have some salt.
So nothing wasted there. So the bits we hollowed out, we're actually using them.
Exactly. Some turmeric. That's your ajwain. That's your kasuri methi there. Just popping it into a bigger bowl. That's your ginger, your coriander. So we use fresh ginger and fresh green chilies for this one. And the cashews. So we're going to mix that all up. So as Chef Dibaji did before, he was slicing the potatoes, and Varshaji, you're absolutely right. We have no wastage. So we actually use those offcuts for the stuffing.
Ah, that's good to see. That's good to see. And I noticed you added cashew nuts in there. How do they add to the dish? Is it to give it some bite or a creaminess or both? Perhaps?
So the cashews actually give it a really nice crunch inside. So the potato is crispy on the outside, but soft and fluffy on the inside. So once you bite into that, you get the stuffing and you get the crunch of the cashew. And of course, cashews naturally do add a richness and a creaminess and a warmth. So they're very good for keeping warm.
Yeah, and obviously for our vegetarian and vegan friends, there probably is like the protein benefit as well, because we were speaking earlier about how to include as much protein in your diet as possible, help you feel satiated.
Of course, I mean, healthy, I think it's a misconception that healthy food doesn't taste good, but we're showing you that actually, yes, it does. We can make anything taste fabulous. You just have to find the right ingredients and the right balance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's looking incredible already. And it's 2 o'clock here and my tummy's rumbling. Watching you.
As I said, Chachi, you're always more than welcome.
It looks really delicious.
Okay, so Chef has stuffed those potatoes. So I'm just going to go over here. Let's have a quick look. So he stuffed those potatoes there. And now Chef is going to do a coating for them. So we actually preheated our tandoor earlier. And I'm just going to give you a quick look into our tandoor. Very, very hot.
Gosh, that does look, it's white, isn't it?
It is. So there are coals inside that are actually burning. And the great thing about tandoor cooking is that you get that smokiness from the coal. So it's almost like having a barbecue, but it's the inside of the tandoor is covered in clay, and in the base is the coal. So it's a very traditional style of cooking.
Right. So if obviously if we don't have a tandoor at home, in the rare instance, we could presumably use a barbecue to create that smoky effect.
Of course you could. So actually, these would be fantastic on a barbecue. So you just finish them off on a barbecue just to give them that smoky flavor. But again, an oven or a grill works absolutely well. Works absolutely fine. What I usually find is if you are missing, so if you are missing a smokiness to a dish, paprika is always a good addition because that has the smokiness and the earthiness that you may get from a tandoor. So I'd say always just a hint of paprika will always give you that smokiness.
Okay, so now there's a coating going on. So what would be going into that coating for the potatoes?
So on the potatoes, we've used mustard oil for this, with some salt, red chili powder, and then our dry herbs from earlier. And this is really going to add some extra flavors to the dish itself. So the red chili powder will give it a little bit of a kick. So like we were speaking about earlier, the green chilies will get the receptors on the front and the top of the tongue, and the red chilies will hit the back of the throat. Yeah. Okay. So, Chef, are we ready to put them in the tandoor? Yeah.
Okay, so we're coating the fried potatoes in the spices after stuffing them, and they will then be cooked in the tandoor.
Yes, so we're now securing them. This is where the drama starts.
Wow. This is really good to see because my mom is vegetarian, and yeah, it's good to have new ideas for barbecue. This looks perfect.
And it's lovely, and it will. I'm sure that anyone who tries these out, this will become a firm family favorite. There's just so many flavors, and I mean that heat. I hope I don't melt my phone, but the heat is just incredible.
Oh, please keep your phone safe. But thank you so much for sharing your secrets and techniques with us. It's wonderful to see live as professionals would prepare these amazing dishes, because
Absolutely.
I mean, in normal times, there's obviously the hygiene considerations of letting people come into your kitchen, especially in these, you know, COVID times, the distance, etc., and maintaining distances and the hygiene is the extra thought. So it's very kind of you to give us this wonderful insight.
Of course, I mean, especially in this time, you know, we're working with a limited number of chefs in our kitchen just because of COVID, and we're all working in bubbles, so only certain people can be on shift at the same time. So, you know, we're really trying to adapt as best as possible just to make sure that the restaurant is still running as per usual, and you know, our customers love it. I mean, you've actually caught us on a lunch, so we're actually open for lunch at the moment. So there are customers in the restaurant, but you know, we're getting on with it, and you know, we're very, very happy that COVID hasn't affected us too much.
Right. And are you seeing a preferred takeaway option because of social distancing, or how has the business changed during COVID-19 for yourself?
Yeah, so we have you know, our customer demographic is really varied. So we have people that have been dining with us for 15 years, you know, with their parents, with their grandparents, and of course, rightly so, they're concerned about coming out to dine, you know, in a restaurant. So we have seen an increase in takeaway orders. We recently got onto Uber Eats, which has been a great help. But yeah, we have seen a rise, and there's a lot of customers saying, "Hi, Karen, you know us, you know, we're regulars, we always come in, but today, you know, we have the grandparents over, so we're just going to do a takeaway." And you know, whatever makes our customers feel more comfortable. We have social distance the restaurant, but of course, it's about what you're comfortable with, and you know, obviously your own limits.
Yes, of course, it is about following the government guidelines essentially, and obviously what you yourself are comfortable with. But it's heartening to know that we can still access your wonderful dishes, and I expect there might be a surge after today.
I do hope so, and I expect to see you here soon.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you have catered for most of my family's celebrations, and we've always been really, really pleased with your wonderful service and your specialities. Gosh, so these potatoes are ready now. That was so quick.
So these potatoes are ready. Exactly, it's so quick. So the temperature in a tandoor is absolutely off the charts. So yeah, so that was ready very quick actually. But yeah, of course, as I said, you're more than welcome to use this dish for, you know, a barbecue celebration, or even just in the oven, and it will be a family favorite.
Wow. And so there's something brown in the middle. Is that a dip or a sauce?
Yes, so that's actually a chutney. That's a tamarind chutney, and we've made it into a carrot.
Ah, that looks beautiful. We were saying earlier on that obviously gastronomy is something that reaches all the senses, and that's so beautiful how you presented that. The salad's looking amazing. And how do you spice your tamarind chutney, Karanji, if you don't mind sharing that with us?
Oh, that's a trade secret.
Okay. I love tamarind, and I just trying to think what else I can do.
Fantastic. It adds, you know, a sweetness, a sourness, and a little bit of a bitterness. So it's fantastic. Again, it's all about the taste buds on the tongue. So tamarind hits so many taste buds, and that's why it's so lovely.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that, and I've also kind of started adding it into some of my curries themselves to give it a bit of tang. There have been times that I've not been able to find lemons in the shop, and so tamarind has been a great go-to, and it's a store-cupboard staple which has a long shelf life, which obviously really helps for.
Well, when it comes to bindi, Varshaji, I actually use tamarind in my bindi to get rid of the stickiness, and it gives it a completely different flavor.
Gosh, how interesting! And yeah, I mean I think that's everybody's worry when you start making bindi, and especially with the young ones, if they see that stickiness, you know, they're going to be slightly put off. So it's useful to know that tamarind is a way of getting rid of it, and that you don't need to like really overcook it, you know, to get rid of the stickiness. You can use tamarind instead. So yeah,
exactly. So it's a great option. But what I'm going to do, Rajni, before we make the kurkuri bindi, I'm actually going to show you how to pick the perfect bindi. So again, that's a trade secret from me. But right now we're just going back over to the biryani. So our sauce is done, and it's so rich and tomatoey, and you can see that all of those tomatoes have dissolved and all of those vegetables are nicely cooked. We don't fully cook the vegetables just because the way that we cook our biryani is dum, so it cooks in the steam.
Right.
So the point of dum cooking, and of course the name would suggest, it's breathe. It means breathe. So with dum cooking, you're allowing your dish to breathe, but within its own aromas and its own steam. So what we do is we actually use either, you can use a cloth or you can use dough, and you seal the rice and the vegetables, and they actually cook, you know, within their own flavors and within their own aromas.
Right, wonderful. And I'm guessing that's basmati rice you would have used there?
It is, yes. So it's white basmati rice. And once we have drained all of the water out of the rice, we don't remove those spices. Those spices are vital to get all of the flavors that you need. So we leave them all in and we cook everything together. Again, it's when you're cooking it dum and with all of the steam, those spices will let off some wonderful aromas and flavors. So they're very important.
No, that's, well, yeah. If you do have water left over, that is going to be very flavorful, isn't it? And it's good to get it utilized.
So, but this is some saffron water that we have made. So saffron, there we are. There. So perfect. So we've made some saffron water there. Saffron gives it a wonderful aroma and also gives it just a little bit of color. And saffron, the most expensive herb in the world.
Right. How long do you need to soak it for to get the best out of saffron?
So to get the best out of saffron, I would suggest soaking it for, so I would recommend soaking it for anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
So you can soak it in milk or you can soak it in water, just depending on what your preference is, or if you're going for a vegan alternative.
Right.
But again, whether it's milk or water, the saffron should infuse so well that, you know, the flavors and the aromas do come out. And we're just topping it off with some rose water just to get those aromas. So I actually have customers who say to me when I walk out of the kitchen with a palau rice or a biryani, they say, "Oh wow, what's that smell?" And the trick is the rose.
Rose water. Okay, that's something you might use for desserts normally, but you put it in the biryani. Okay, so a lot of things went on top of that biryani. I wonder if we could do a recap on the there was some herbs, I believe, and is it butter?
Yes. So so we're just steaming this now. So yeah, in terms of the herbs that went into the biryani, we had all of our coriander, mint, green chilies. We had a ginger and garlic paste, our mixed vegetables there, and we made that into our tomato base. And these were actually the whole spices that we used for our rice. So here you have bay leaves, cinnamon, mace, which is actually a very, very underrated herb. You have some star anise, some green cardamom, and some black cardamom as well.
Wonderful. Okay, and just as a topping,
the aroma center of the dish.
Okay, lovely. And so the topping that went on top of the rice just now, so I saw some butter, I saw some herbs, and there was something after the saffron, something red that went on?
Yes, so we did the saffron, we did some butter for good measure, and we did fried onions.
Okay, lovely.
So we actually fry our onions to the point of caramelization. So you don't need to add any sugar or anything like that. Red onions themselves are sweet enough and they exude so much sugar. And what we do is we just continue to fry them. If you put them on a high heat and just continue to stir and stir and stir, eventually they caramelize and they give you a lovely sweet flavor and the texture is incredible.
It sounds amazing. It sounds absolutely amazing.
So we're going to move on to the bindi in just a moment, but I'm going to give you my very quick masterclass.
Hi, Karanji.
Camera.
Lovely.
Hello. So this is just a little bit.
So how to select the freshest, best bindi?
So I actually had a bindi here sitting on the side, and I made sure the chefs know this is my bindi. You cannot touch this bindi. So it's safe. It's safe. So as I was saying earlier, when I used to come home from university, my mum said, you know, what would you like to eat? And bindi was always the dish that I wanted. So she'd go over to the shops, and she'd come back and she'd say, no, the bindi wasn't good. So I wouldn't have any bindi. And, you know, part of me was thinking, okay, I mean, a bindi is a bindi, right? But actually, there is a way to pick the right bindi. So this bindi that I have here is actually almost perfect. So these are the criteria for picking your perfect bindi. So they shouldn't be more than 4 inches long. So this is just a bit over 4 inches, but actually they shouldn't be more than 4 inches long. They should have a lovely coloring on them all the way round. So as you can see, this is lovely and green. And as I said before, you know, the more colorful the vegetables are, the fresher they are and the better they are for you. They shouldn't have any sticky residue on the outside of the vegetable itself. And it should be fully intact. So there's no tears, no bruises, no rips in the actual bindi itself. And also, there was one more thing. Yes, so it should be soft yet firm to the touch. And I know they're completely different. However, if you press into the bindi, it should spring back slightly. If it's too hard, that means it's old. But then if it's too soft, that means it's overripe.
Okay, right. Wow.
I know. They don't make it easy for us, do they? So literally this is actually the perfect bindi. So we actually handpick a lot of the bindi that we get. To ensure, well, it's me, unfortunately, it's me that makes sure that I pick all the right bindi. Because at the end of the day, you know, the quality is very important, and we want to remain consistent in everything that we do.
Of course.
So yeah, and bindi is my favorite vegetable, so it has to be done properly.
Yeah, you have to get it right with your favorite. But I'm glad that I wasn't the only one who was reprimanded for not picking the right one. I know exactly where you're coming from. Yeah. So it's good to know the criteria of what it should be like. So yeah, thank you for sharing.
Absolutely, but that is just beautiful. That is the perfect coloration of bindi. That's what it should be. So
and there are no markings. There's no markings on there either.
Sorry?
There are no markings on the bindi.
No, there's exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. This is perfect. I may have to take this home and frame it or something. But let's see. Let's see how we get on.
Thank you.
Right. So I think I'm just going to have a quick word with Chef, and we'll see how we're getting on with the kurkuri bindi, which is actually the last dish that we're doing for you guys. Sorry, this is a terrible angle.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you.
So we're ready for the bindi, Chef?
Yeah.
Perfect. So here we have the bindi. And what you need to do to your bindi, you need to julienne the bindi. So a fun fact for you is that the word julienne actually came from a French soup, which is a julienne soup. And it has vegetables on top, which are cut just like this. Yes. However, there was never a name for how these vegetables are cut like that. So they said, okay, well, it goes into a julienne soup. We'll just call them julienne vegetables.
Ah, that's interesting. In fact, I didn't know that.
So that's why they're called julienne.
Ah, there we go. So yeah, it sounds French. It does sound like a French term, but yeah, the reason of the name is it's good to understand. It's a whole education spending the afternoon.
Well, we have to pass on our knowledge, Varshati.
I'm going to sound ever so clever now when I speak to my children.
If anyone ever asks you about how to pick a good bindi, now you know.
Yeah, but it's my mother would say, no, put that back, but she didn't. I guess she didn't have the time to explain which one I should take.
Yeah, it's just not good. It's not good. But why? It's just not good.
Exactly. Exactly. So yeah, you end up carrying the basket in the end because you're so confused.
Absolutely. I think, and it's a very Indian way, when, especially growing up, when you ask questions and your parents say, no, that's just the way it is.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
So it's very important to do your own research and to find out, it's not a bad thing. Ask questions, it's very important to ask questions. But yeah, so I actually went out and found out myself why we pick bindi this way.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So we've just julienne these bindi, so we've just got a couple more to go. So we're julienning them because when we do fry them off and we coat them in a batter, they remain nice and crispy. So you want to have them thin enough to be crispy, but thick enough for them not to completely disintegrate.
Of course.
We're using fresh green chili.
Are we doing anything about the stickiness, or does that just not occur when you're making this dish?
So when you're frying bindi, there shouldn't be any stickiness. Salt.
Okay, salt going in there. Okay.
Yeah. We have some garam masala.
Great.
Some kasturi methi. Some haldi powder. Again, a very good anti-inflammatory, goes in everything. Oh. And some coriander. Some fresh ginger. And some ajwain as well. We have some corn flour here.
Corn flour, okay.
Here we have some gram flour, so besan. And some chaat masala in there as well, just to give it a bit of a kick. Sorry, I just need to be following the chef around the kitchen.
No, that's perfect. Somebody's just mentioned, did you ever bend the end of the bindi to check its freshness? Like if it's
yes, you do, but I believe if it splits, you should not buy that bindi.
Thank you for that. Our young Barbie kindly raised that for us. So yeah, that's useful to know. So you've got you've got a very dry coating there. It's not like the pakora and the wet, like what you would normally use.
It's not. So what we're doing is we're actually adding just a bit of water, just a little bit of water at a time, just to bind all of the ingredients. And again, we put some lemon juice in there as well. But absolutely, we want to have, you don't want it to be like a pakora. You want it to be almost a very dry coating on it.
Okay. And the flours you used again? It was gram flour and
corn flour.
And corn flour. And the last ingredient that went in
was the chaat masala.
Chaat masala. Okay,
yes.
Thank you for that. Thank you. It's super fast, isn't it? We need to watch this in slow time.
So our chefs are so used to having orders backing up, so they're literally just running through all of these things.
Bless. Okay, so we have just a few minutes left now, Karanji. So right. So how long are we frying those for?
So we're going to fry these for around, I'd say around 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay.
You want to get a nice golden color on them. And again, we're using vegetable oil, so it heats up very, very fast. So literally 3 to 4 minutes, you want a nice brown color on them and you want them to remain crispy. So
That's so quick. That's so quick. I mean, yeah, wonderful.
So quick. So that's why. So with a pakora batter, because it's a lot wetter and it's a lot thicker, pakoras do take some more time to cook. Whereas bindi, I mean, that we're using an industrial cooker today, but at home you'd go 3 or 4 minutes. We've maybe done it for 1 to 2.
Gosh.
So it's a very quick dish. And as you can see, we're just draining it all off, but you can see the lovely color that it's got on there. So chefs, just to plate that up so it looks lovely for you guys.
Wow. That looked so delicious, and it was so quick to put together. And in these sessions we've been talking a lot about nutrition, and bindi, I think, is one of the things that's come as like a really, really nutritious vegetable, and particularly for diabetes, people are saying that it's quite a good one to include in your diet. But that was so quick. That was absolutely amazing, and I can't wait to try it.
Yeah, it's so fast. And I think, you know, I was recently talking to my wife about this. It was quite funny. So we had some guests that were saying, oh, you know, we're in the area, we're just going to pop over. And my wife said to me, she goes, oh no, we've not got any samosas in the freezer, because, you know, every Asian household has samosas in the freezer. So I said, you know what, we have my bindi stock in the fridge. Let's just quickly make some of this and it will be fine. And you know what? It's really, it's fried, but it's such a light dish. You know, I think with Punjabi samosas especially, they're very heavy because they have a very thick pastry around them.
Yes, of course.
You know, when you're visiting people's houses and they stuff you with samosas and pakoras, you feel sluggish, and really you don't want to leave.
You know, it's true. It is true. And this is probably a slightly healthier alternative to samosas, because you don't have the carb element of the samosas, and it sounds delicious, and just like you say, the speed of it is fantastic. And yeah, we have to be hospitable to our guests, and it is you have that in the fridge, and you do get those sudden drop-ins, and yeah, you look super organized, don't you, if you can pull out something like that.
But you know what, I hope that my guests don't expect me to make them bindi every time they come over.
I think you might have made a rod for your back. You'll get the samosas rejected. It'll be like, the last lot got bindi, I understand.
Yeah, they got bindi. Why haven't we got bindi?
Exactly. Exactly.
So,
but it sounds delightful.
So Chef has just plated this up, and I have to say it looks amazing. And you know, we eat with our eyes, and the presentation on this is absolutely fantastic. So I'm just going to flip this camera around.
Oh wow.
So what we've done is we've actually made a poppadom cone.
Wow.
You may be able to see that there. And with the bindi inside of the poppadom cone. And we've got to go with just some red onion rings, bit of coriander, and just a lettuce leaf here.
I love the presentation. Is that a roasted poppadom, or do you have to fry it to get it like that?
No, so that's a roasted poppadom. So we actually roasted this in the tandoor, and it took the shape. So we put them in raw, and it takes the shape. But I mean, look at that! Doesn't that look fantastic? And
that looks amazing.
Varshaji, this is perfect for you because we serve this with the tamarind chutney.
It looks wonderful, and the presentation is absolutely superb. As Barbie here is just commenting, we love the unique presentation style. It looks wonderful, absolutely. And obviously, poppadom is one of the other things that you might serve as an appetizer. To have the two together is ideal, essentially. So currently we have a minute left. So before we say goodbye,
yeah, I'm just going to run over to the biryani. So yeah, and we just topped this with some chaat masala again, just for some good measure.
Okay.
So here we have. So Chef has brought me over this biryani, and whoa, the steam coming off that.
Wow.
Incredible. So the smells are absolutely fantastic. You're really getting all of those whole spices, and the rose water, and the aromas are just fantastic.
It looks fabulous. And the colors in there are so lovely.
Colors are phenomenal, and you can see that some grains of rice are colored in yellow, and that's from the saffron.
Wow.
So there's no artificial colorings in this. In fact, there's nothing artificial in this. Everything in here was fresh.
Gosh, and it's amazing how you just put that together from scratch in such a short space of time. Did you have to soak the rice before you put it into the spice-filled water?
Yes, so we soaked the rice for about 30 minutes prior.
Right.
Again, on a personal level, I actually soaked my rice for a little bit longer, just to get it nice and fluffy. And here we are. These are our 3 dishes for today.
Wow, that was just phenomenal. So now we've all seen how the experts put together such amazing wonders for you all. Now, Karan, people want to seek your services or visit you, do you have some website or social media details that we can share today?
Absolutely. So on Facebook, we're Caraway Restaurants, and for catering, we're Turmeric Route UK. Also, same on Instagram. And if you wanted to visit our website, it's turmericroute.co.uk or carawaybrasserie.co.uk.
Wonderful, wonderful. Gosh, I'm trying to think when I can come and see you guys again. It was just phenomenal. It all looked amazing, and I can't believe the speed at which you produced all of them. I'm so glad my husband's not watching this. I can imagine the expectations that, yeah, we might have from him added in there. But it's so kind of you to share your trade secrets, to teach us how to choose the perfect bindi while we're shopping, and yeah, the secrets to a vegetarian biryani. That's absolutely amazing. I learned a great deal from you today, and I'm sure our great friends have also. But thank you for being part of this session today.
Thank you so much for inviting us on board.
I do hope we'll have the privilege of seeing you again soon, but the very best wishes to you and all your staff during these challenging times. I hope you'll all come through this safely together. On behalf of Neil Kumar and all of the Healing Our Earth team, heartfelt thanks to you and a global namaste. Thank you so much. That was
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
Love you too. Thank you.
Wow, wasn't that wonderful? Gosh, 3 dishes in, gosh, such a short space of time, and they all look so mouth-watering and amazing. You'll be pleased to hear that if there were any aspects of this which went a little bit past you, you can go to the YouTube channel or indeed the Healing Our Earth Facebook sites or the Twitter, Healing Our Earth Twitter, to visit these recordings again. They'll still be there for you. But, it was very kind of them to share their trade secrets. So we've had one wonderful cooking demonstration. We're going to now visit our dear friend Sunil Garg, and he's going to present to us masterclass in smoothie making. So let's namaste. I can see Sunil Ji is there with us today. So if I can just share a little bit about dear Sunil Ji's background and wonderful knowledge. Sunil Garg has a master's degree in hospitality management and has worked in various hotels where he became an expert at making mocktails and cocktails. Later, he started his own healthy cafe called Tam inside one of the biggest leisure centres in Slough in Berkshire. The cafe became very popular because of the freshly squeezed juices and the freshly blended smoothies, and was nominated for Innovative Business of the Year in 2016. That's amazing. Sunil Ji started to work with a group called Meet and Mingle for Women, which is a very big cancer support group in Slough. They received the Queen's Award for Volunteer Service and were nominated for the Best Charity Group Award from Slough Borough Council. So this has got royal recognition, this wonderful work. And we can see that undoubtedly there is a great deal of health benefit for understanding how best to make these smoothies and how to optimize your health, which is what today is all about, gastronomically healing the earth. So with that, please will you all join me in extending a really warm global namaste to dear Sunil Garg. Sunil Ji, are you with us today?
Namaste, Globe. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think you might be on mute. Sunil Ji, could you switch your microphone on?
I'm sorry?
Could you switch your microphone on? We can't hear you,
It's
Sunil
okay,
Ji.
Varsha. We can hear what he says. Thank you.
It should be at the bottom left of your screen.
Varsha, we can hear him.
You can hear me now?
It's like a little grey
Sunil, we can hear you.
grey microphone icon in the bottom left of your screen.
Can you hear me now? Yes, you can. Okay. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure for calling.
Okay, so I think everybody can hear you. I seem to be struggling for some reason.
Shall I start the demo? Before I start the demo, I would like to do.
So, Sunil, you're going to give us a smoothie demonstration.
Yeah, I think that would be better. So at least we know. For my main concern just for this smoothies, what I really wanted just to add some nature. That nature means some vegetables and fruits into your diets. And all I learned this when I was at the leisure center, all I understand this, 80% is your food and 20% is your gym. That's I understood when I was at the leisure center. And I really understood the value and importance of this fruit and a veg there. And I really promoted this fruit and veg to the so many other groups in Islam, because the more you stay close to the nature, you stay happy, and it's all in the fruit and the veg. And our body, as I know, I'm not I do not have a very deep knowledge of this micro vitamins and the micro things into the fruit. All I understand, the more you eat fruit and veg, you stay happy. It helps you from all the way. So let's start one demo. Because we can't eat all of this fruit and veg all together. But what we can do, we can blend them and you can drink. But you can't eat all of these fruits and veg all together. But we can blend them. So let's start with a little demo. So all I want to I'm going to add some spinach, which is full of vitamin A, C, and K, and it got lots of iron into it. We can't eat this raw vegetable, but what we can do, so let's start. Let me. Yes. I'm going to add some avocado. Avocado it got more potassium. It got more potassium than the banana, and they are very healthy. We call them super fruit. Hope you are listening to me. I think you can hear me. I had this smoothie recipe at our cafe camp. We call that green giant. People love this. It's like your lunch full in a one jug. I'm going to add some red apple into it to make your smoothie a little bit sweeter.
Let me have a look.
Wait, you are speaking now.
Some pear. We're going to add into our smoothie. you won't feel the bitterness of the spinach with your smoothie when you add some sweet fruit into it. There's some coconut water to blend with. You can use water, you can use freshly squeezed apple juice, you can use the better, I would suggest water. Even not the coconut, but the coconut water that makes your smoothie more interesting actually. So let's start with some coconut water into it. If I am having my lunch, I would suggest you add some super seed mix into it. So when you add this, you can't eat all of these things all together, but you can drink all this. So let's add some seeds mix into it. Some ice to blend with. Let's add more coconut water. And let's start the magic. I'm very glad I'm very glad I have a very good blender which really helps me to do some best smoothies.
Yes, I can see you have some ice in there, so I imagine it must require quite a strong blade to cope with that.
So that's our jug. You can see all in here. You got apple, you got spinach, avocado, pear, coconut water, and some ice to blend with.
Wonderful. It sounds really nutritious. Well, that sounds like such a healthy combination you have going on in there.
I'll do some extra blend just to make it a little bit more smoother.
Sure. And presumably, if you don't have such a powerful blender, you can perhaps crush the ice yourself before you add it to the fruit and vegetables.
There you go. And that's your lunch. I call this my lunch smoothie.
It looks amazing.
That's my lunch. It's whole lunch is in one glass.
Wow. So could you remind us what went in there again? Sunilji, you're on mute at the moment.
Sorry.
Hi, Sunilji. Can you hear me?
I have a very unbiased and honest chef by Bob. Yeah. Hello.
Hello, Sunilji.
I have a very good friend, our chef Bob here, and he will give you the honest feedback. He's having first time this smoothie.
Hello. Hello, Bob. How are you?
Our Bob, he got a very good experience in the Indian cuisine. He has worked.
Wow, it's very amazing taste. It's very, very good.
It's
all I want, and I request to the people, please add some green fruit into your diets.
Wow. And what a wonderful way to include.
The more you add fruit and veg into your food, that helps you from all the way. That keeps you your it controls your blood pressure. It keeps you to stay away from the depression, and that keeps you healthy. It gives you that keeps you positive. You stay positive. The more you stay close to the nature, you stay happy. That's I believe in. And I really learned when I was at the leisure center. I really learned all this about these fruits and veg, when how helpful they can be with your food. All I just request when I do the master class, all so please add some fruit and veg into your daily diet. It's a small demonstration. Mr. Neil, he asked me to if I could. I really want to pass this message to everyone. Please add some fruit and a veg into your diet daily. That will help you a lot from all the way. So as I understand, as I know, we have our body is 75% is water, or our body need water in different forms of water. Like lettuce, it got I think it got 99% water into it. Cucumber, it got 90% water into it. The more leafy vegetables and the fruit you eat, all we need water in our body in a different form. Very lovely. Really enjoyed this, and thank you very much, Mr. Neil, for giving me an opportunity so I could pass this message to the globe. Please stay close to the nature. The more you stay close to the nature, you stay happy. So please add lots of fruit and a veg. Don't be like, the shelf is like, you are setting up the example for others as well. Like, for the elders especially, when they eat this kind of things like a fruit and a veg. So what happened? Their kids and their grandkids, and they see them. So they learn from them. So when they know, oh, our grandparents are staying healthy, so they add these things into their diet. And especially fruit and veg, very good for the kids to give them a better things in their body. So I really believe in fruit and veg. It really helps from all the way. So please add fruit and veg into your drinks.
Thank you.
Hope you like that. That's really healthy. Please try something at home. It's very healthy. You got spinach, you got avocado, pear, you got apple into it, you got seeds. You can add some nuts into it. Instead of coconut water, you can use water. If you don't want to add, you want to make it more healthy, you can add freshly squeezed apple juice, and you can add mango, you can add anything, just blend it. I know you can't eat all of this kind of stuff all together, but we can definitely drink that.
That sounds incredibly healthy and nutritious. And also, as you quite rightly described, it's a meal in a glass. So when you're short of time, what better way than to include a smoothie in your day to save you time and packing all those wonderful nutrients from those fresh vegetables. That was really interesting to watch, Sunilji. I just was wondering, would you say that if it's not possible to access all the ingredients you mentioned, can you use a frozen alternative? Do they work best as well?
I will, for my side, when I was at the leisure center, and because I worked in a bar industry and I really understand this alcohol and all, really understand. But when I went to this leisure center, they really taught me a lot about. I was not into this fruit and veg, but when I was the leisure center, we had one of the best menu. We were doing near about 300 types of drinks there. We were doing like a protein smoothies. We were doing green smoothies. We were doing a fruit smoothies. You just add anything and just blend it. Because the liquid diet, it works better than the solid diet. And I really believe in the liquid diet. So add some liquid fruit and vegetable into your diet.
Thank you so much, Sunilji. That was really informative and interesting. And congratulations on all the recognitions you've so deservedly received for your wonderful work, especially from the royal family itself. We're incredibly proud of you. Thank you for giving us your time on this Sunday afternoon. And I do hope we will see you again. On behalf of Neil Kumar and all the Healing Our Earth team, may I say, may Earth bless you. Thank you for your
Stay healthy. You are healthy. You are well. Stay healthy. Add lots of fruit and veg into your diet. Drink lots of water. Your body needs water. That's all I understand. So please, thank you very much, everyone. Namaste, Globe.
Absolutely. It's important to keep hydrated. That's a golden thread, the message that has come through to us from most of our presenters today. So yes, we'll make sure we'll keep the cucumber and the lettuce in our diets, which contain over 90% of water. So really informative, really useful. And I wish you a wonderful afternoon, Sunilji. Thank you for being with us today. Very grateful to you. Okay, so we have had an amazing and informative stretch of wonderful presentations from real experts who have kindly given up their valuable time to join us today for our Healing Our Earth vegetarian and vegan kitchen. All team members and all our facilitators, all the contributors are providing their time and their services on a voluntary basis. So God bless you all, and thank you for being part of the journey in taking this important information, especially now, to our global family. So from the UK now, I invite you to join me on our virtual flight to the beautiful state of Florida in the USA, where in Tampa we have Shireen Chadha waiting for us. Now, Shireen Chadha, good afternoon, good morning. I'm not quite sure of the time out there, but it's lovely to have you join us as part of this gastronomy and healing through gastronomy event. So Shireen Chadha produces and cooks for the Yum Yum Yogi YouTube channel. That's Yum Yum Yogi YouTube channel. So please do follow this up after today. And these 5-minute luscious plant powdered cooking demonstrations feature an electric mixture of vegan recipes. The spirit of the Yum Yum Yogi is to touch and fill the heart and the stomach. So we're talking about not only nutrition, it's also about the heart. The videos also feature meditative thought, because our understanding is that we think while we're making the food, we do have some cognition going on while we're preparing our meals, etc. So we are what we eat. And the vibrations of your thought obviously play some kind of role in that. So the Yum Yum Yogi is a toast to the infinite possibilities manifest in plant-based food. Shireen Chadha has studied, practiced, and taught meditation for over 25 years. She's the author also of 3 unique books on meditation: True Hollywood Blockbuster, Oh My Goodness, and Experience the Divine. experience the divine. So it's obviously about an internal journey. She also is the creator and presenter of the Release Your Wings YouTube channel. She heads the Brahma Kumaris Meditation Center in the beautiful Tampa Bay in Florida. And it gives me great pleasure to extend a very warm Healing Our Earth welcome to dear Shireen Chatterjee on behalf of Neil Kumar and all the Healing Our Earth team. Namaste, Shireen ji. How are you today?
Namaste, namaste, namaste. Thank you for being here. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Varsha ji, for this beautiful introduction. And thank you, Neil Kumar ji, for making this possible. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. It's in the morning. It's late morning. It's about 10 o'clock.
Wow.
And so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone from all over the world. And today I will be sharing with you some of my thoughts on this, not new, it's the most ancient practice around food, and that is called loving your food, and how loving your food really helps you love yourself. And if you think about it, in most cultures, in most faith traditions, whether it is in the United States and we have Thanksgiving coming up, or anywhere else in the world, and especially in Hinduism and all the Vedic traditions, we have this whole culture around food, and we have this whole ritual around food. And all of this culture and ritual around food is for a particular reason. And though we won't talk about the horrific animals that are slaughtered because of Thanksgiving in the US, we won't talk about that, but there is a ritual and culture around food. And so one of the things I want to do is, if it's okay, I want to share a PowerPoint, and then afterwards I'll share some, and then we can actually also ask questions. Let me share. Hold on one second, please.
Okay. We can see it now.
All right, thank you so much. And so the whole theme about love your food, love yourself is that, there is this popular saying, we are what we eat, but it actually also, we are what we think while making the food we eat. And that is something we are going to delve deeper into. Why is it so important to think certain ways, and what are thought toxins? Sunilji very eloquently and so passionately shared about his passion for things, but one of the things that we have to think about is thought toxins also. And so when Einstein gave this whole idea of relativity, or that E is equal to mc square, what he was saying is that all matter is compressed energy. And so if all matter is compressed energy, then even the food we eat is energy. And so one of the things that we have to understand about the food we eat is that there are several aspects of the food we eat. And so there are three things. Is what we are eating is important, and we'll cover that. What we think while prepping the food, that we will cover, and we'll also cover what we think while eating the food and how to eat the food. There has to be a mental hygiene around the way we eat food and the way we think about food and what we think while prepping the food, all of that. And that is where, especially in the second phase, which is not only what we eat, but also what we think while prepping the food, is where thought toxins come into play. And thought toxins are very powerful, and we need to be very careful about thought toxins. And we'll get into that. And so the reason why we need to do all of these three is because we have to manage the mind. And to be able to manage the mind, we have to control the senses. And out of all of the senses, the three most important, we won't get into the other two, but the most important one is tongue. And the tongue does two things that we do constantly. Tongue is the one that tastes, and also the tongue is the one where we speak. And so both actually have to be purified. What we taste has to be purified, and also what we speak only has to be jewels of elevated thoughts. But we won't talk about the jewel of elevated thoughts today. We will just talk about what we are tasting. And so the tongue, and especially tongue, the reason why we want to focus on the tongue is because it could be a powerful tool for our transformation. It could really powerfully transform us. And you will notice that I am guaranteeing you this. After this session, I want you to try some of the things I'm suggesting at home, and you will notice powerful changes. And you will see that how just by a little effort, so many changes can happen in your life because of this. And so this whole concept of conscious living really starts from conscious eating in all its phases, in all its aspects. So food is energy, we found out. Food is energy, and that's very clear. Science has told us food is energy. Also, you would be interested to know that thoughts are energy. You know how we can tell thoughts are energy? There are many different research projects that have been done on thoughts being energy, but I will cite one research project, and that is this Transcendental Meditation Research Project, where they sent a whole bunch of meditators, seasoned meditators, to different cities, and they showed that the crime rate of that city came down after they started meditating. And so this is quantified, valid, verifiable research that show that thought, yes, but also focused intention, especially, is a form of energy. And so we have thoughts, but also focused intention is a form of energy. And so the other thing about energy and thoughts is that we really are interconnected as a whole, as a global family. Even as people, we are interconnected. And you will notice that sometimes when you, let's say you go in, you're walking and someone is staring at you from behind, even though you don't see the person, you know that someone is looking at you because you turn back, because that is the power of thought. Thoughts are energy. And so because thoughts are energy and food is energy, what we do with our thoughts while we are cooking the food is very, very important. And that food will cleanse and uplift our spirit. And one of the things we have to understand here is eating food should never just be about just physical health, because as a being, as a human being, we have both human, which is the physical, and we have the being, which is spiritual. And so for us to thrive, for us to flourish, we have to take care of both the human and the being. And so if we just eat to make sure we are healthy, then we are not really concerned, we are not taking full responsibility for the being that is us. And so both have to be taken into account. And what happens is there is a paradox of energy. And the paradox of energy is, I don't know if you've noticed that cultures which are really focused on just the health benefits of food are some of the most unhealthy cultures, like in the United States. You know, they're very obsessed. They're obsessed about the nutritional content of food. And, you know, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration here, has so many, you know, rules and regulations in place and how they should be and how that should be and all of that. And it's important because, you know, you are taking care of a whole bigger population. And so you have to have some regulations. But this personal obsession with just the being physically fit is counterproductive. And it actually is, you could say, a paradox of health, because the cultures that focus just on health are the unhealthiest, people on the planet. And so we have to really, really take care of the spirit and how food affects the mind and how food affects the spirit. Because if we don't do that, and if we just obsess about physical, nutritional content of how many carbs and how many this or all of that, then we are not really looking at the whole picture. And so our attitude towards food should be both. Our attitudes should do both. They should not only improve the health of the body, but also improve the health of the soul, the spirit. So it has to do both. And so we in the Brahma Kumaris and in the Gita and in many of the Vedic traditions and also in Ayurveda, we promote sattvic food. And what sattvic food means is that sattvic food is something that is fresh, which is nutritious, and which does not involve any suffering of any kind of any animal. And also that would include most vegetables, fruits, whole grains, all of those things. And these fruits, these fresh vegetables, they not only cleanse the mind, but uplift the soul. And the second category of food is rajasic foods. And it's important to understand all three categories to really understand what we have to eat. So rajasic foods could be spices, hot peppers, salt, coffee, tea, like that. And rajasic, as many of you might know, really is something which is about passion. Rajas is about passion. So it really gives heat to the body. And then we have tamasic foods. So tamasic foods are old, decomposed, consisting of flesh, dead flesh. And also in that, we also include onion and garlic and all of those things. And so people always ask me, why onion and garlic? And so again, the food we eat should not only be about the body health, but also how it takes care of the soul, the spirit. And so onion and garlic have been proven many times and I don't have time to quote all the research here, that they not only reduce your response level and your response time, but also they agitate the mind. And so that is tamasic food. And also, before you all hate on me about garlic, this is not me coming up with it. I'm not that intelligent. This is ancient Ayurvedic practice that says that. And they had a lot more intelligence and they had more clear thinking back then. So they were able to give us these guidelines on food. And so now, so that is the actual food itself. And now let's talk about the spiritual dimension of food. And so in the Brahma Kumaris, and also according to the Bhagavad Gita, that you take sattvic food, right? You take sattvic food and you can further purify that food by offering it to God. And so it's not just in nutritious then, but also the purification process happens because you're offering it to God. And this food that is being offered, so now we will go from sattvic and we will call this pure food. This pure food really affects our consciousness and also it affects our behavior. And so the other element we have to add is not only the offering to God, but the other element we have to add is that we prepare these plant-based meals with loving intention, and then we offer. The intention with which we prepare it, it has to be based on love, and then we offer it. And also, so this brings us, this begs the question is, what about the person cooking food? And so we have to be very, very careful about whose food we are eating because of thought toxins. I cannot stress to you the importance of not just physical toxins. You know, we take so much care about GMO, non-GMO, this, that, all of that, because they are toxins and we don't want to put that in the body like high fructose corn syrup or any of those things. But what about thought toxins? And these thought toxins are really in the consciousness of the person preparing it, and the energy of the consciousness of the person preparing it goes into the food as either a loving intention or as a thought toxin. Both of them go in there. And so when you ingest that, because your energy, the spirit is energy, the body is energy, you ingest that energy, then you're ingesting that thought toxin. And so we have to put on this lens of wisdom and see deeper into this aspect of food. It has to be, we have to look at food from a broad perspective and a wise perspective. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel here, because we have many, many faith traditions in the world that really talk about this aspect of food, and we just have to put it into practice. So it's not just about learning and reading and all of that, but the wisdom around food really comes from putting it into practice. And one of the things I want to tell you is I feel that pure food, this pure food that has been sattvic, it has been prepared with loving intention, has been offered to God, all of that is really one of the greatest untapped wonders of life. And you will notice, and I will share one example from my life later on, what a difference it makes in your life. And it really can be a portal. It can be a threshold, a gateway for a higher consciousness. And we can use food to really make ourselves into a higher conscious beings. And why not? If there is a possibility, why shouldn't we use it? So that's something we have to really think about. And one of the things we have to remember when it comes to food is reciprocity. And reciprocity is that if you think about the elements, right? If you think about the elements, whether it is earth or whether it is air, even the worst criminal in the world, the earth or the air or any of the elements don't judge it. You know, they're freely available, they're unconditionally available for everyone. And so like the bees or what they do for us, or the animals and the symbiotic relationship between plants and animals and human beings, all of that. So everything in the world is doing its job and they're not asking you for anything. And I feel that we have to reciprocate. So let's appreciate and reciprocate accordingly. And this reciprocity is an absolutely essential aspect of a healthy relationship. And this is absolutely essential for loving the self. So loving the self will not come from just reading a book. Loving the self will not just come from, you know, going to a few workshops and listening to some sessions online. Loving the self really comes from implementing certain reciprocal appreciative generosity, gratitude, things in your own life. And so it's not free. You know, you have to do something to be able to do this. And so once we recognize this, once we recognize that everything is serving us, and it's serving us, you know, without any kind of return, it's serving us. And so we also have to reciprocate and appreciate that accordingly. And this reciprocity, right? This principle of reciprocity is absolutely easy to follow in the food we consume. If you ever want to set up a principle of reciprocity, do it in the food you consume, and you will be able to really get the full benefit of this principle of reciprocity, because in this principle of reciprocity, whatever you give, that is what you will receive. And so now let's go on to this topic of vegan or not. I am personally vegan more than 11 years, maybe 11, 12 years. I haven't counted, but pretty much over 11 years. And so some people say that it's okay to drink milk from cows that are protected and treated well. And they say that is sattvic. And, you know, I am not a vegan artsy. I am not here to convert people to veganism. That's not my thing. I have my own meditation practice, Brahma Kumaris. I love it. I don't need any other thing to take on. And so, but one of the things is we have to understand is that even if we are doing organic milk, it's not necessarily sattvic for various reasons. It's not necessarily sattvic. Like, again, I don't want to get into that right now. I don't want to get into this debate right now. But personally, I'm vegan, and I feel that is, at this point in time, at this point in what is happening to the planet, that is the best way to go. But that's my personal opinion, and everyone has to come to their own conclusions about that. One of the things, though, about being vegan, again, there is a lot of controversy. Do you need B12? Do you need calcium? You need all of those things. I rarely take calcium tablets, but supplements, but I do take B12 supplements because my body has a tendency to deplete B12 very, very fast. And so I do take B12 supplements, but even if you know, for me, it's a small price to pay. If I can protect the environment, I can protect my fellow creatures and take a little B12 supplements or calcium supplements, I'm going to do that. And so, and also because of my lifestyle, living in a city and all of that, I might not be able to, you know, go and, you know, be in a farm and get B12 naturally from the, you know, from the earth and all of those things. And so I do these, but make sure that whatever supplements you're taking, especially calcium, is it's a vegetable sourced calcium, and also many of the vegetables do have high amounts of calcium. So just increase that in your diet. So now, love your food. And so one of the things about love your food is that sattvic food alone does not contain enough energy to sustain both the soul and the body. And so we have to include the purification of the food in it. That is, we have to prepare it in the right consciousness. We have to offer it to God. And this pure food nourishes the body, the mind, the soul, consciousness, everything, right? And so how do we love our food? So one of the things is, again, there is a debate whether, you know, some rajasic foods like coffee and tea, are they sattvic or not? In my thing, I feel that not only sattvic food, but we have to include some rajasic food because it gives heat to the body, and that heat is very essential, especially not for me here in Florida, but in places like, you know, cold places, you need that heat. So you do need a little bit of rajasic food in your diet. And that is really, in my humble opinion, is okay. It's really okay to include some rajasic food because, you know, tea, coffee, whatever it is, it's fine, or spices, whatever it is. But definitely, absolutely no tamasic food. So when you are offering something to this body first, to God, to everyone, you do not include tamasic food, especially to God. Can you think of it that, you know, have you ever seen if any of the deities or God being offered cigarettes and alcohol and meat and stuff? No, because it's tamasic food and you don't do that. And in the same way, you don't ingest it also for the same reason. And so this is something very, very important to understand, is the food choices we make shows how much we respect ourselves. It's not just it shows how much we respect someone else, but it shows how much we respect ourselves. And also, like I mentioned, our consciousness while eating is very important. And so thought toxins, and as I've mentioned several times, that there's a potential danger of thought toxins in our meals. And so we have to raise our consciousness while eating. And so just plant-based diet is not the answer. We have to use food as a medium to elevate ourselves. We have to do this. We use a plant-based diet, we use a sattvic vegetarian diet as a base, but then we have to make sure we come into balance and harmony with the mind, body, and spirit. And for that, we have to take necessary precautions. And so the debate about, there's a constant debate, right? Meat eating versus vegetarian, vegetarian versus vegan, vegan versus raw food, blah, 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 blah. So many debates, and everyone seems to think that what they're doing is the best. But one thing I can assure you, I won't get into that debate, but if we prepare our food with love, we offer it with love, we serve it with love, and we eat it with love, then we can love ourselves. That would really be honoring and loving the self. And so my final thing to all of you is we should all become love your food Aryan. You know how there are vegetarians, breatharians, all of that. So this is love your food Aryan. All you need to do for to become a love your food Aryan is no prior training is needed, is you sincerely pick food that is ahimsak, that has no violence associated with it, prepare it with love, offer it to God with gratitude, and serve it with humility and respect. And you especially have to eat it in meditation. And the hygiene, your mental hygiene around food, around when you're eating your food is very important. You're not checking your, WhatsApp messages, you're not, having your phone near you, all of that. It has to be a certain level of respect for your body. It seems very expedient to do all of these, you have your computer, have your phone, you have all of that next to you while you're eating. But just remember that every time you do that, you're paying by giving off some of your respect, some of the respect for the environment, some of the respect for yourself. And so to really, really be careful about how you eat the food. So to consciously eat it, to eat it in meditation while honoring the self. And that is very important. And that concludes my presentation for today. And I'm happy to take any questions if you have time.
Yes, thank you, Shireen ji. That was a really thought-provoking presentation in terms of adding a new and interesting dimension to how we perceive food. And I'm going to link up with some of the previous presentations. Now, Sunil ji mentioned that there's 90% plus water content in cucumbers and lettuce. And a few weeks ago, we had a wonderful lady from Japan who explained how thought processes impact water in terms of the beauty of the crystals they form. So that ties in very nicely and scientifically so into what you've just mentioned in the love that you put into not only preparing, but also consuming your food with a respect for the food, for the environment, and indeed for yourself. In these busy times, we're all too familiar with having the rushed lunch at your laptop or catching up on your phone calls while you're eating. But it's really thought-provoking to know that it's actually an energy. You're changing the energy of what you're eating, and it goes beyond matter, Shireen Ji. That really was, yeah, thought-provoking, I have to say.
You know, I wanted to share one story. A few years back, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And people say that when you are diagnosed with cancer, there's research has been done on this, that for the first 15 days after you're given the news, you can't think. Like, there's nothing getting in. Right? You're busy in.
Of course.
And so what I did was, once I got diagnosed, I came directly from the doctor's office after I got diagnosed. And I made something simple. I made halwa and I offered it to God and I ate that halwa. And you will not believe. And of course, I shared my, you know, whatever was going on with God, and I shared what was happening and all of that. And you will not believe how I felt before I ate the halwa and after I ate the halwa. After I ate the halwa, there was such a sense of peace. I knew I could get through this and I knew everything will be fine. And this sense that God is with me and everything will be fine. And so I really want you to try it. You know, this is my experience, and that is just one experience. I can give you so many experiences of how making the food with the right consciousness, offering it to God and eating it with the right consciousness is so important. And so that's just one example I wanted to share with all of you.
Yes, absolutely. And it kind of brings in some of the other practices that we adopt or observe in faith matters and otherwise. I mean, when you go to the temple, you're offered prasad, which obviously, you know, is given after prayer, and also the water. I had some incredibly stressful weeks recently, and I spoke to a dear friend of mine just to say I'm struggling with, you know, the COVID and the lockdown and so many other new pressures, which, you know, are unprecedented. And she said, well, just try one thing for me. She says, just take, you know, a metal container with some water and recite the Gayatri mantra while you're holding it 28 times every morning. And just let me know how you feel afterwards. I'm not going to tell you, but let me know how you feel afterwards. And again, this ties in with what you're saying and what our previous presenters have mentioned. And I have to say, yeah, I've not had the anxiety or the stresses which I was routinely experiencing during a certain phase. And I guess apart from you explaining how you feel before and after, how to like scientifically show that is the question. But the practicality for myself, I have to say, definitely spoke volumes in terms of the difference it made. And I think with your valuable guidance, it's useful to understand that in addition to water, we must also consider, you know, how we prepare our food, you know, the respect. It's such a, you know, it's a personification in a way, but it is live food. It comes from a plant, and I guess the vibrations from your mind, there's no reason why it shouldn't affect the makeup of the plants. So thank you so much for sharing that with us today. And I wonder if you have encountered other significant health benefits by observing the practice of maintaining the positive thought in food preparation.
Yes, health benefits, yes. But, you know, Varshaji, we have to be very careful about not just looking at life through health, physical health, because we are looking at life just one-dimensionally. Physical health is absolutely important and it's essential. And when I am sick, I'm not able to meditate and all of that, and I'm not, denying or downplaying that. But physical health benefits are not the only thing. We have to think about the overall soul health, mind health, mental health, all of that. And so that being said, I'll come back to your question about health benefits. I really feel that when you do this, when you do food like this, that you need less food. And less food is very important nowadays because, especially in the United States, the obesity rates are really high. But you need less of things, you know, you are satisfied with what you have. And that kind of psychosomatic changes that you have affects the soul, affects the mind, affects the body after the soul and the mind. And so that's how I have noticed changes.
Sure. So it's quite a holistic approach to food, and obviously your mental state clearly does impact on your physical state essentially. So everything is entwined, and I guess today's presentation looks beyond matter to a certain extent in terms of reaching your soul and your heart, as you quite rightly mentioned. And it's the first time, I have to admit, I've actually considered my relationship to food in this tangent. And I'm just trying to think in terms of doing things differently for our global audience. Can you just share with us maybe 3 or 4 quick tips to say, you know, when you are preparing your food, when you are eating your food, what should be observed with regularity?
Sure. One thing I want to go back to your question about the health. This obsession with food giving you health is a very recent phenomena. If you look at our Vedic texts, or you will not see that there, you know. And so this is about going back to our roots, going back to a time when people were more concerned about a holistic thing, not just the health. Because health is a very recent thing, you know, food is going to give you health is a very recent thing. And now I'll answer your second question, your last question about a few tips. And so at least once a day, this is my recommendation. At least once a day, you prepare a meal with the right ingredients, with sattvic ingredients. You prepare a meal, you prepare it with love for yourself, with love for nature, with love for God, with love for the people who are eating it. And then you offer it to God with love, and then you eat it in love. So these 4 things, I know it seems like a lot. If you cannot do it every day, do 3 times a week, whatever it is, but increase this practice and you will see a huge difference in the way you feel. Like I said, it's the untapped wonder of life. This way of eating and this way of living is an untapped wonder of life, and it's something very important to take into consideration.
Thank you so much, Shireen Ji. That was really, really useful, and I'm sure it will give us a lot to think about in how we approach our meals, and especially juggling our rush lifestyles to accommodate you know, the suggestions you've made. And yeah, just with my water practice, I've noticed like a huge benefit, and I certainly look forward to adopting the measures you've just mentioned into our lifestyles. And is there anything that you can suggest in terms of like food combinations, like the energy they give? Is there anything that you can share with us? So, for instance, we see a lot of comment about how you cook things, whether you should include a certain amount of raw items in your diet. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I have friends who are raw food people, and they're very militant about it. I don't really have, because each one of our natures, Prakriti, is very different. And I cannot personally survive for more than 30% raw in my diet. I need cooked food. And so it depends on each one. And I don't have a degree in Ayurveda to suggest all of this, or I don't have a degree in holistic health to suggest all of this, because it really depends on each one personally. And so I wouldn't know. I do know this, that we can all become love your food Aryan.
I love that. I love that expression, love your food Aryan. It certainly gives us a lot of food for thought, if you pardon the expression, Shireenji. So thank you so much for your valuable time today. And, in your your meditation sessions, and in your your mindfulness sessions, if you like, the books, the Hollywood blockbuster, which we mentioned earlier, and oh my goodness, and the experience divine, would the topics you've covered today be included in that, if people want to go into more depth about what you've kindly shared today?
No, I write on meditation. I don't write about food and meditation in those books, and that's what I usually do. I write about meditation as a hobby. I do food, and so my cooking channel, the Yum Yum Yogi, does have some amazing recipes and also meditation thoughts on what to think while cooking. That has that.
Okay, excellent. So dear friends, the Yum Yum Yogi is the YouTube channel which we need to follow up to learn a bit more about the wonderful information which dear Shireen Tadaji has shared with us today. And we're incredibly grateful to you for sharing with us that in-depth knowledge and real thought-provoking information. And for myself, I actually work for the police, and what you mentioned earlier on today about how meditation and the impact of meditation has caused a reduction in crime levels is really interesting, because we are constantly obviously doing our best to try and make wherever we live much safer. And so what you just spoke about, to love yourself and then love your food, makes a really an interesting point, Shireenji. And it's I would just like to know, like, why do you think that that meditation does cause a reduction in crime levels?
Because it's energy, right? Focused intention. Focused intention is very powerful energy, and it's an untapped energy. It's an untapped energy resource. Like, let's say we have an energy resource. If tomorrow, on this ground, I found natural gas, that's an untapped energy resource. And I could, tap that natural gas and sell it. It's in the same way, we all have this untapped energy resource of focused, loving intention. And that affects everything around us. And that's why.
Gosh, that's really, really interesting, Tarinji. I found that incredibly informative, and I will certainly be adopting some of the wonderful recommendations that you have made. We're very grateful to you, both all the Healing Our Earth team, and indeed Neil Kumar, who puts these amazing sessions together, for your incredible contribution today. And I would urge all our global friends to follow up on this amazing presentation by going to the YouTube channel, the Yum Yum Yogi, to gather more information and more cooking tips related to loving your food and indeed loving yourself. So with that, dear Shireen ji, can I say Om Shanti, and may Mother Earth bless you.
So much, Om Shanti. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you for joining us, and I hope we'll have the pleasure of welcoming you again very soon. So, gosh, so much to learn today, and there's so much more to food than any of us could have anticipated, I think, is what I'm taking away from all the wonderful sessions today. So I am now going to hand over to my wonderful and inspirational and multi-talented co-pilot for today. And she is indeed our wonderful Simran Ahuja, who was titled Miss India 2013. And she's also a rising Bollywood star with the film Zindagi Tumse. She's an accomplished international celebrity anchor. Simran has been associated with the prestigious IFA Awards, Filmfare, Oscars Academy, and many more A-list global events. She's also the recipient of the most prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke Award for Anchor par excellence. Another compelling string to her bow is her talent in folk dance, having won 18, yes, that's 18 consecutive folk dance titles in India and in America. Simran has also been India's cultural ambassador of folk dance. Now, Simran is the official talk show presenter on USA TV channels, TV Asia, interviewing all the top stars of Bollywood. So we have a real multi-talented celebrity with us today. She's known as Simran Ahuja, yoga lover, and goes live every day with 108 Surya Namaskars every weekend, which has people all over the world joining. And I have seen one of Simranji's yoga presentations, and I just was overwhelmed by the level of her flexibility. So a real talented member of the Healing Our Earth team. We're really fortunate to have her as part of the Healing Our Earth family. And so, Simranji, are you with us? And how are you
Yes,
today?
very much. Oh my God, Varsha, I was like constantly listening to you. Very, very kind of you for the lovely introduction. And I must say, and I must admit that Healing Our Earth is the best platform, very close to my heart. And it somehow connects me soulfully. You know, I just connect with Healing Our Earth and all the facilitators that I meet from across the world. You know, besides the most amazing crew I've ever met in my life of our Healing Our Earth platform, I must say all the facilitators, we take so much from all of you. Thank you for making this world a better place to live in. And it is only due to all of you for sharing goodness and love to the world. Today, the entire world needs healing. And Varsha, it was so beautiful. And we heard every single thing about food, about vegan and vegetarian cooking, something that we do every single second of our life. We always think about what do we have for lunch, what do we have for dinner, and how about having that holistic approach towards cooking, which will change us completely, because finally, end of the day, we are all spiritual souls going through this human experience. So thank you, Varsha, for that extremely elaborate and lavish introduction, though I don't deserve it. Very, very kind of you. And thank you for being absolutely fabulous the entire day, because I've been with Healing Our Earth platform since 12 noon, that is British summer time. And it's been absolutely fabulous knowing so much about vegan and vegetarian cooking.
Yes, definitely. And in the current climate where most of the world is in different stages of lockdown, you know, it's wonderful that we can together with the Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen and all the other sessions we've had, 26 in total, you're alleviating some of that isolation and the mental health factors that go with it. But Simranji, we have some wonderful sessions lined up. So next week, of course, will be the motivational and inspirational event, and thereafter the COVID-19 informative special. And then I understand we'll have the benefit of your wonderful cultural experience for our 10-day Navratri celebration. And following on from that, I understand we'll be also celebrating the Shera, Sharad Punam, and then of course we have Diwali to look forward to. And I have to say, you are the perfect person to have on board for that, because you simply light up everybody's day, Simranji.
Oh my God, that's really not true. It's Healing Our Earth platform. I actually light up and I brighten up because of Healing Our Earth platform, trust me. And I'm truly thankful to you for your kind words. And of course, as we already mentioned, yes, we're also going to celebrate Navratri on this platform of Healing Our Earth, and which has spiritual significance. And I'm also going to say that this beautiful dance form, you know, where a woman feels herself complete, we're going to really actually make you feel like a goddess. And we have Navratri, which is starting from the 17th of October to the 25th of October. And on the 25th, we also are celebrating Dasera here. And as Varshaji already mentioned, also we're celebrating Sharad Purnima, and of course, the beautiful festival of lights, Diwali. So all the celebration happening here at the most amazing platform, Healing Our Earth. I call it the most amazing platform because it is the platform which not just connects hearts, but connects souls. So thank you very much. I think this is something we were all looking forward to on our lovely planet Earth. So thank you, Healing Our Earth. And thank you very much, Varshaji. We truly look forward, because it's always celebration after celebration, because every single breath of our life is a gift of God. So thank you very much, Varshaji. And please be here with us to learn some great vegan and vegetarian cooking to keep ourselves physically, mentally, spiritually, and holistically fit.
Yeah,
and
I thoroughly enjoyed all the sessions so far, and I very much look forward to continuing to sit in on the wonderful presentations that are due to come. And we also have the Diwali in London. That's going to be an all-day event from all aspects, from all corners of the world, where we're really going to have a truly wonderful Diwali celebration. And so you're very humble, Simranji, but I'm really looking forward to celebrating all our festivals, Navratri, Dashera, Sharad Purnima, and indeed Diwali with you. So with that, I wish you all the best for the rest of this wonderful session, and I'll be listening intently. Namaste, Desh, Simranji, and all the best.
Namaste. Greetings to all our lovely viewers, and thank you so much. And if you're thinking this excitement is because of the festivity celebration that we're going to have here on our platform, then let me correct you. For me, every second is a festival and a celebration when I'm here on Healing Our Earth platform. So I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking you from all my heart and soul. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, I know we are truly awaiting. We have a facilitator all the way. Well, I'm going to talk about him all the way from UK, and I'm going to learn something really new today. It's all about cooking, and he's already here with us. And before that, all you need to do is, you know, just be absolutely feel fresh, feel absolutely in a relaxed mode, because cooking has got a lot to do more than the ingredients, the ingredient of love and of course passion, and you know, the way you serve people. And which is what we learned from our Didi, from our Brahma Kumaris. Ladies and gentlemen, and my lovely souls from across the world, I'm truly delighted to welcome Nilesh Chowder from UK, who's going to teach us about vegan butternut squash and beetroot Wellington, which is a perfect autumn dish, ladies and gentlemen. And before I invite him here, at first, Nilesh, let me apologize to you because I saw you were waiting here, but we went on and on with the celebration. But we are truly excited to learn from you, and I can't see your smile. So please, can I apologize for making you wait and request you? I love that. That's a voluptuous smile, ladies and gentlemen. Nilesh has developed his culinary skills at home and is extremely passionate about vegan and vegetarian cooking and highlighting the health benefits of all the ingredients and the variety of ingredients that he's going to use here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, Nilesh has transformed some family favorite dishes by adding his own healthy twist and converting them into modern fusion dishes, often offering vegan alternatives. He likes using fresh seasonal ingredients. Nilesh heads one of the cooking teams at the Oshwal Ekta Center and the Shishi Kunj Bhavan for their monthly family and elderly events as well. During the lockdown period, ladies and gentlemen, my lovely friends, during this lockdown period, he has successfully inspired many new and old cooks. And of course, through his cook along Zoom sessions, he's here to teach us something truly unique and add all the best ingredients. So let's get started with Nilesh Chowder. I have plenty of questions for you, but right after I learn, global namaste to you.
Hi, namaste. Thank you so much for that lengthy but not needed introduction. It's a great platform to be here, and thank you to Healing Our Earth for letting us be here, giving this opportunity, a fantastic opportunity. I've seen through all the other presenters and some of the dishes and stuff, and it's really inspiring. Now, I am just a simple home cook who just had luckily channeled through these things and got the opportunity. So it's given me a chance to just share some of my experiences about cooking, some of the passion and stuff. So thank you all very much, and thank you to everybody who's there watching, taking their time out this Sunday afternoon. So I thought, why not cook something since the festive season's coming, Christmas is coming along, we've got a lot more cold summer Sunday afternoons to prepare something slightly away from the Indian dishes and stuff, but to just exhibit some of the ingredients that I'm going to use today. Now, there's a couple of ingredients I'm quite passionate, but I know people have a stigma about them. First of all, it's the butternut squash. When I generally talk about butternut squash, the first thing people tell me is, oh, it's such a hard vegetable to deal with because it's got a very tough skin. Now, what I want to just simply explain is how easy it is to handle a butternut squash. I've actually kept a fresh one here just to show all you need is a peeler, and if you just peel it through, the skin is no problem than dealing with any other vegetable, and it's so easy to handle. I know people say, oh, I need a big knife, I need a sharp knife to chop away the hard skin, but you've just seen how easy it is to actually skin it down. Now, some of the other highlights that I want to bring is, of course, I'm passionate about vegan. I'm not a vegan myself, but I know a lot of my friends are, which keeps me motivated to indulge in more vegan cooking that I do and keep up their interest in mine as well. I'm not sure if many people are aware, but puff pastry is actually a vegan item. It doesn't have any dairy products or any more fat or anything. So it's a very vegan item which people can use quite easily in many other dishes, which I'm going to use today. So what I had done earlier, because of time constraints, I've already prepared my butternut squash. You saw how I peeled it. I've cut it into half. What I then did was seal it in a pan. Now, the purpose of sealing any of these vegetables, or sometimes when people cook meat, is to just close the pores so that the moisture doesn't start coming through when it's cooked in the oven. Now, that's another thing that I am quite passionate about, is to move away from the deep frying, the unhealthy practices that we might have about cooking. So I'm very keen on pan cooking or oven cooking or roasting. And I feel as time has gone on, people have become more health conscious, more active in their lifestyle in terms of exercise and stuff. And this is just an added benefit to it. So the other ingredients that I'm going to use, I'm just going to share the list of ingredients I'm going to use today. If anybody wants to take a snapshot or wants to prepare it, maybe at some point later today or at any other point, at least you have the ingredients at hand. You don't have to use these same ingredients. If you do, it is good. You can substitute most of these ingredients depending on your likes and dislikes. Also, with this dish that I've prepared, it's not strongly flavored in any particular way. It's flavored, the flavor will come within the ingredients I've used. Plus I've used fresh herbs and stuff. In this case, I'm going to use thyme. And that in itself brings so much of the flavor. So here's the list of ingredients that I'm going to use to prepare the dish. So we need 200 grams of spinach. We need some mushrooms, which are finely chopped, obviously onion and garlic, just to bring that added flavor. I'm going to use walnuts to balance the dish, to bring an extra crunch to the whole item. And obviously I've got the butternut squash, which I explained how it's been prepared. It was sealed in a pan and then left in the oven for about 15 minutes or so, so it's fully cooked. And the twist today with the whole dish is the beetroot. Now, beetroot is a fantastic ingredient. I use it at least 3 or 4 times in a week in my cooking. I find it an amazing ingredient. It comes with a lot of benefits. Some of the benefits, it's packed with lots of vitamins and minerals. It encourages weight loss. It's powerful antioxidant. And it also, if you use beetroot juice, it gives you the boost of energy if you're exercising. But these are some of the few benefits of beetroot. And there's a lot more that are there. But the only downside about beetroot is that if you suffer from kidney stones, you might want to avoid using it, or it does tend to affect your blood pressure. So if you are on slightly low blood pressure, you might want to be careful on how you use this. But otherwise, the broad spectrum of its benefits, it brings a lot of good ingredients, and you can use it in many ways. You can use it in salads. I've used it in my dish today, but there's lots and lots of ways to actually use it. So to start with the preparation of the dish, I'm just going to use ordinary oil. I know there was various discussions on what oil to use in some of the other presentations and stuff. We use rapeseed oil in part of our everyday cooking. If it's not going to be heated in any dish or salads, then olive oil is what we use. But I find rapeseed probably brings a lot more benefits in using compared to some of the other oils. So first I'm going to prepare the spinach. All I'm doing is I put some oil. This is washed spinach. If it's got some moisture, it's good. And what I'm trying to do is just wilt it because this will form one of the many layers in the dish. And I'll season it at the same time. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the simplest of the seasoning I'm using is just salt and pepper. I'm using the herbs to bring flavor in the dish and a bit of support from the onion and garlic to just enhance it that little bit more. But what I really want is to be able to taste the wonderful ingredients that we're going to be using in this. And I'll just let it cook in the steam and let it wilt. Whilst that's happening, I just wanted to run through how one would want to present this dish. If you're doing a multi-course cuisine for some party or something on a special occasion, you could present this dish on its own and it will do a showcase piece. I will show you once it's all ready how we can put it together. We are going to have it today as part of just a complete meal. So I've prepared some root vegetables which are chopped lengthwise. Again, fresh root vegetables, not heavily flavored, simple salt, pepper, lemon juice to bring out the flavors of these ingredients. And once you will see the dish presented completely, you will see that earlier somebody had mentioned rainbow of colors. And the more color you have, the more nutrients you're getting out of your cooked meal. So that's the biggest benefit. You're not just eating with the taste buds, you're eating with the eyes, because the eyes help with all that performance and the glare about the whole thing. And also, just to complete the whole dish, I've also prepared a couscous salad as part of the whole dish process. Again, this is a very simple thing. I've boiled couscous, I've chopped up some red peppers, green peppers, I put some coriander. I put a slight Mediterranean twist to this, and I put samak as spicing it up. And when I dress it up, I will just use some orange juice vinaigrette just to bring that extra bit of flavor in it. And to have some salad, it will be topped up with some salad on top to make it as a complete full dish. So if you see the end product, you'll see that it's not only a full meal, but it's nutritious in many aspects of it. Whilst the spinach is being cooked, I'm also going to prepare the mushrooms. Again, in the same way, I want to cook them so that I can layer it up in the dish. Again, I've just put some oil. I'm going to use a bit of the onions and the garlic that I've cut up and just drop in the cut up mushrooms. You're probably wondering, why am I not letting the onions saute? But I don't want them to be fully cooked, because they'll probably eventually get cooked in the oven once the whole dish goes in. But even if they don't, they'll just bring that extra sharp flavor and crunch. So the spinach is almost ready. I'm just going to give it a couple of more minutes. It's cooking again by itself. The oil that we've used is simply to make sure that everything doesn't get stuck down, but it's cooking in the steam, which is what we want. Finally, I'm going to use thyme, as I said, to flavor it. I've got my butternut squash. What I've done is taken the skins off. Earlier in the presentations, there was discussions about keeping the skin on. Yes, I would love to do that, but I think some of the ingredients I've used here might be difficult. You might get away with having the skin on top on the butternut squash, but the beetroot might not be so easy. So that this one, the skin has been taken and it's been grated. So I'm just using the thyme, simply using the leaves. I can already smell it. The whole dish is going to be so fragrant, full of color, full of fragrance, and more importantly, full of flavor as well. And hopefully it will have that array of rainbow, which will also be pleasing to the eye. Whilst we're getting this ready, I don't know, Simran, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer at this stage from the audience.
Yes, very much. We already have 2 questions. I've already received them and penning them down. So I'll ask you.
No problem.
Would you like to answer them right now?
Yes, I can attend to them now.
Sure. At first, we're going to definitely ask you about, the ingredients. But before that, I would like to know that how do you actually get involved into, cooking for large numbers, especially vegan and vegetarian cooking?
So cooking is a passion I've always had. I used to have a business, and part of my share is housekeeping. I used to do the cooking on the weekends. give my wife a break, and the passion just carried on. I used to cook at university, but that's when I really started getting more passion. But then I was in fortunate positions where I got recommendation, I got opportunities that really helped me, and people referring. Again, I've done lots of trek. I'm a very passionate trekker and I cycle a lot, but trekking is something I've done all over the world. And many times we go for 14 days, 21 days. And over time, people get tired of the food they're getting, especially if you're in Nepal, they've eaten dal bhat so many times. So I've been in a position to be able to cook on the mountains, on the treks. And this is where people probably picked up that what I could do, probably gave me the confidence, and hence it just moved on from there, really. But when Shishapinj came to me first to say, Nilesh, can you cook for us? They put a twist in the whole thing by saying, you can cook for us, but you can't use any onions and garlic. And first I took a step back and said, oh, I don't think I can do this. But then having reflected on it over a couple of nights, and I thought, of course I can. This is a challenge and this is what I want. So that's where things kind of progress. And now I've actually incorporated a lot of the cooking at home or anywhere else, not having to use onion and garlic, and it doesn't really make that much of a difference in the flavor. So that's where I have run through the journey. And of course, today it's come through as a recommendation. And thank you very much to Healing Our Earth to have given me this platform. And it's just nice to be able to share some of the experiences. Hope I can inspire. And I feel if I inspired one person, I think I've not done a bad job. So that's where the journey is.
Nilesh, thank you for sharing with us, your expertise, especially about, ginger, garlic and onion. We always think that, oh, probably it won't really taste good. So thank you for sharing with us this as well. And I have yet another question. So whenever you finish explaining, I like to ask.
No, I think I'm okay to answer. Yes, sorry.
Okay. I want to know, now I know that, the fact that you're extremely passionate about vegan and vegetarian cooking. And since you're a health freak yourself, you love to trek across the world. What really inspired you to get into it? And how do you inspire others as well to get into vegan and vegetarian cooking? How helpful has it been for you with your passion regards trekking?
Because, as I mentioned, because I trek a fair bit, over time you start reflecting on your diet, making sure that you're covering all the elements that you need, not overindulging, and all those aspects. And those have been brilliant. And over time, as vegan has become more popular, a lot of my very close friends have switched over to being vegan, which we often have done sittings where we need vegan cooking and stuff. If we're doing a dinner party, or if somebody has said, Nilesh, can you come over and just give us a hand with the food? So it's giving me a chance to explore, and I actually really enjoy the journey because it makes you think outside the box. Because to be able to cook, I think anybody can do it. But to be able to cook slightly outside the box, again, anybody can do it, but it just gives you that extra challenging twist, which I always like.
Oh, that's amazing. All right, interesting. That's quite interesting, Rishi.
And you asked me earlier, how did I inspire? So when lockdown started, people were getting disconnected from each other. And as I said, because I'm part of this trekking walking group, we're hundreds of people who interact on a weekly basis or a couple of times in a week. And people were just sitting at home thinking, what's going on? And it gave me a chance to think, okay, let's do some Zoom meetings where cooking was involved, so at least I can do what I want to do. And it took on quite well. And then suddenly I started recognizing that a lot of men like to cook, but didn't get the opportunity, didn't pick up the courage. So the cook-along sessions kind of helped to inspire them, I hope. Also, that's what they tell me. But no, it's been a fantastic journey, and I've just really enjoyed it.
So true, Nilesh. I'm sure a lot of men would have really gone ahead with their passion of cooking and actually learning something new from you. That's wonderful.
I hope so, yes. Most, again, I think I have to thank my family for putting up with some of the weird and wonderful things I put together, and they happily eat it and say, oh, it tastes very nice. I hope it does, but that just keeps me going and keeps me being more inventive, or trying different things. But the fact that I like to move away from the old traditional way of cooking, which sometimes I feel doesn't support you very well in terms of your health and stuff. So that again helps, keeps me motivated.
So true. It's so true. Especially at this
sorry.
point of time, we all realize that, health is our true wealth. I think, it's time for all of us to learn. And it's something so sumptuous and delicious and tasty. The only thing is we can't taste, what you're cooking there. It's very tempting, though. I must say that. But let us all learn the art of cooking, vegan and vegetarian cooking, which is the best for our health. And of course, it's a food for the soul, I must say this.
Yes, cooking is for life, as I say, and you're always going to need to eat something, and it's a good way to get involved. It can distract you from your day-to-day routine, where things might not be going in the great way. So it's a happy release in quite a number of ways, and at the end you'll have the meal that you want. It saves you probably going out to get takeaway, I suppose.
Wow. Amazing.
So I've just prepared.
So exciting. Yeah.
I've just prepared the mushrooms, and this is how I've ended up getting them. Just sauteed them, and they're fairly well cooked. I need to just cool it down before I put the whole dish together.
Right.
And this is how the spinach is turned up. I'm just going to, sorry.
Sure.
So this is how the spinach is turned up. I've just put it in a sieve because I don't want the water to be around. Although I can use that water because this dish needs to be served with a sauce which I have pre-prepared, slightly constrained with the time at the moment. So I can't prepare the sauce, but I'll run through how the sauce was prepared as well. So I've got my spinach ready, and I'm just draining it to make sure the water is, I can use that water in the sauce. I've got my mushrooms ready. All I need to do is put together put together the beetroot. Again, it's in the same way. I'm just going to add some oil to it, to the pan. Add my mushrooms and garlic, onions and garlic. Again, I'm not going to let them fully cook because they will eventually get cooked anyway. Just drop in the beetroot. You mentioned about smell and flavors and stuff. The whole room is just filled up with the thyme I've used. Amazing flavor. And once the whole dish gets together, the smell is just phenomenal. And as I said, you don't need to use a lot of ingredients for the best of the times, but if you use the right ones, you end up getting the product, an amazing product. So the beetroot is just getting cooked. I'm just going to add a bit more time since I've got it here. Just pulling away the leaves. Best way to pull it away is just hold it upright the opposite way and just rub it down, and you'll get your leaves you want.
I like it. There are shortcuts to everything. You also teaching us the method to use them. I mean, that's so amazing.
Thank you. I'm just going to add some. Yes, I'm just going to add some lime juice. Lime goes very well with beetroot. Balsamic vinegar goes well as well. So some of the ingredients I've used here, you don't necessarily need to use those same ingredients. You can mix and match a lot of these things, and you will get a product probably even better. So cooking, I think, is all about just experimenting as much as you can. I'm just going to garnish all this. Again, just with simple salt and pepper. No other extra spices are going in because I want to retain that taste of the beetroot, which has a very nice sweet flavor. And we've added the lime juice, so it brings that tanginess in it as well. So this is almost ready. I just need to let it cool down. going to spread it on the plate so it cools down enough for me to do the next bit, which is to put the whole dish together. The only other added items I have is chopped up red and green chilies. I am not going to use it, but this is an optional item. I know people like it hot and spicy. To me, it kind of deters you away from the actual flavor, so I'm not going to use it. But when we put the whole thing together, I've used plant-based milk, which is, this one is almond milk. I'm just going to rub it on top of the pastry once it's all together. That helps to just bring the crispiness and the brown color to the whole thing. Whilst I'm waiting, I'm just going to put the oven on.
So Nilesh, I could see some green chilies there. You said since it changes the flavor, you won't use it. But in case where we're not using onion, garlic, can we that point of time use chili, or there is no need according to you?
I think chili just overpowers a dish, especially in a cut up way, fine way that I put it here. So maybe a small amount would be okay. But as I said, this whole dish is holding its own flavors with the ingredients like the butternut squash, the beetroot, which has got a lot of its own flavors. And in this case, we've used lime to bring out that extra sharpness. And really the whole fragrance and the flavor is coming from the thyme, the fresh thyme that we use. So yeah, had I not used the onions or garlic, I don't think it would have made any difference to the actual dish.
Sure.
This is just an ordinary shop-bought puff pastry. As I mentioned earlier, I think sometimes people didn't realize that puff pastry is a vegan item, so which is what I wanted to highlight today. And hopefully people are able to use it and make various dishes out of it. So I've got my puff pastry rolled out. What I need to do is just start layering it up. So I'm going to put a layer of the spinach. I'm going to try and just squeeze out most of this water. Because you don't want a soggy pastry because it won't cook very well. So just squeeze out the water. As I said, this water is not going to go to waste. We can add it to the sauce that we're going to use later on. So that's the spinach. I'm going to put the mushrooms now. And finally, the butternut squash. I've just used the top part of the butternut squash. You could use the whole of the butternut squash. Just need to make sure if you're using the bottom part, you take away the seeds, scoop it out, and you fill it up with this filling that you've used. I'm going to finally top it up with the beetroot. You can probably see from there already the multi-layered colors already beginning to form, and that rainbow is probably looking slightly untidy at the moment, but it's all going to get covered up. I've got the whole walnuts, which I've finely chopped and put it on top. This just brings an extra crunch to it, and I think earlier when it was discussed, yes, it's good to have nuts and stuff if you're vegan, because you're missing out on some of the ingredients and stuff, nutrients that you need. So just seal up the whole thing, and this is all ready to go in the oven. You need to cook it at 180 for about 35 minutes or so, but it might vary a little bit. Just need to gauge it. You want it cooked well all round, and you want that slight browning at the top.
Right.
Which And to bring the extra crunch, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to rub it with some plant milk. Just brush it over, and that will just kind of help to bring that brownness and extra crispiness as well. And this will go in the oven at 180 for about 35 minutes. As a typical cooking show, they would say this isn't one that I prepared before, so I'm afraid I'm having to resort to that option today. So that's our butternut squash Wellington.
Wow.
As I've mentioned, I've accompanied this whole dish with roasted root vegetables. And I had mentioned that this dish needs to be presented with sauce. So I made a sauce earlier, which, because of the time constraints, I'm sorry I couldn't demonstrate how to make it. But it's a simple, very simple tomato sauce, and I flavor with this with mixed herbs. Not fresh on this occasion. I've had to use dried ones, and it's been cooked for a long time so that it becomes nice and thick. So had I had to make the sauce today, I would have used tomatoes, which were blitzed, onions finely chopped, mixed herbs. This is corn flour. Again, you would add just a little at a time, just to thicken the sauce up a little bit, but you're also letting it cook at low heat, so you're trying to get rid of the water in there. And just to bring some sharpness, some lime or lemon, some crushed garlic, and I use cinnamon stick just to bring that warmth in the whole thing, and a chili, not cut up, but just a whole chili with a slit in the middle, which stays in the thing. Again, just to bring a warmth of flavor, not overpowering the whole thing.
Hey Nilesh, I'm coming over. I'm coming over to you.
Wow.
By all means, there's plenty here. Hi, Lalitha.
Hello,
How are
Septmber.
you?
Hello, Nilesh.
You're okay?
Very good. My God, I'm actually, my mouth is watering up here.
Oh, if you were here, you would have been taken away with the smell and the fragrance of the whole thing. It's just got amazing, amazing smell going through here. The thyme. In the mixed vegetables, I've used rosemary. So with the garlic, roasted garlic. So there's a whole load of flavors going in here. And that's purely handling the whole dish. No extra flavors to overpower anything.
So Simran is flying in. I'm coming too. We are all having
By all means, everybody welcome.
Everybody wants to come over. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome to Dr. Lalit Soda. And
Hello,
thank
Simran.
you for joining us.
So to plate up the dish, as I said, if you were doing a number of courses, you could just present this as one of the fifth or sixth course in the whole dish in itself. Or in this case, it's going to be a full meal. So I'm going to use the vegetables, roasted root vegetables. Again, if you see the color and the fragrances, the whole kitchen is just full of fragrances, and the color is just amazing. So to plate the dish, when I cut this through, you'll see the beautiful color, the rainbow color that was mentioned earlier. The beetroot juices might have sipped through.
I can hear the crispiness to it too.
Of course, and this is the other beauty behind it. This dish has got so many different flavors, the crunchiness of the puff pastry, the crunchiness of the nuts that we put in. So, you know, the whole senses of eating is just on a overdrive here, really. Wow. So that's the tomato sauce.
Oh my God.
And look at this. You can see the color, the greens of the spinach, the orange that shines through from the beetroot, and the burgundy color of the beetroot itself, the butternut squash. It's an amazing dish. Again, if you want to garnish it more, I probably just use a few chilies for people who love chilies. So that is the star of the item, just to accompany the dish.
Simran, you can help yourself with the first helping. I'll wait for the second one.
Dr. Lalit, you're making me jealous now. And I'm serious about this. I'm actually extremely tempted. And this is something so healthy. So I'd like to finish off everything. Nilesh, who are you going to share this with? Why don't you send it to us?
The family is here, but I've got wonderful support of two of my friends who've come to help me do some of this videoing and just overlooking to make sure I'm not making any mistakes. I'm prone to make a lot. So this is just making sure that things are in place. But there's plenty going, so by all means, everybody is welcome. As long as we're a group of 6, we're fine. Sadly, that's the Mr. Boris's recommendation at the moment. So that's the couscous.
So Simran, the only thing is he doesn't live too far from where I live, but you would have to fly down here. That's the disadvantage for you.
I don't mind. This is like a treat. So it is, trust me, it's unbelievable. It not just looks, it's so appealing, but you know, the fact that the ingredients that are being used with so much care and awareness that I think I'm going to trek with Nilesh Chowder as well all across the world. I mean, he travels and treks everywhere. So I can join him for trekking as well after having this food.
We actually trek to Morocco.
Yeah, let's do that. So healthy.
So this is the end product. And the couscous just to accompany the whole dish, the salad to go with it, the roasted vegetables which are fully fragrancing with rosemary, and the actual main dish today, the butternut squash and beetroot Wellington, all ready to be consumed.
Very good.
And hopefully appealing to the taste buds as well.
You know, every time, you know, Nilesh and Dr. Lalit, every time he's talking about the fragrance, I'm breathing deep as if I'm going to get some fragrance, but trust me, I'm actually getting the fragrance of love. I don't know how is that happening. So every time you talk about the fragrance, even I'm breathing deep. It looks so real.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable.
So thank you very much. As I said, that kind of brings my demonstration to an end. Hope people have taken on the message, some of the messages I was trying to share with, also to show that how easy it is to put together, and if I can do it, anybody could do it. So I hope people try this. I will ask the organizers to make sure that we can somehow share the recipe, because it's for everybody to share, try and enjoy. Thank you again, everybody. I've really enjoyed it, and thank you for the opportunity. And namaste to everybody and all the viewers who have taken their time to spend time with us here today. And thank you, Simran, for guiding me through and making sure that we were engaging the right way. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Nilesh, but we won't let you go so soon. I think actually even you're tempted, you know, you want to quickly rush and, you know, probably enjoy that alone, but I'm going to make you wait. You need to be with us here for a few more minutes. So I want to know, you used you know, the milk that you used, almond milk. So instead of that, if almond is not suitable, especially for vegan, can they use some other milk as an alternative as well? Or would you prefer that, you know, then not to use milk at all? Or can
any milk would be fine to use. Any if you're not vegan, you could use the normal everyday milk. If you're vegan, any of the plant-based milk would be fine. But then again, if you didn't want to use any milk, you could just simply use oil and brush on top as well, which will again give you the crispiness on top, as well as the browning and stuff. So oil or milk will give you the same end result.
Wow. Dr. Lalit Soda, are you planning to now walk it down to Nilesh Chowder?
I certainly am. I think I may be breaking the rule for 6. I may be the 7th one there, but I'll wait outside on the driveway and have my meal.
No problem at all. We'll keep a bag ready. That's perfectly fine. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Nilesh.
Thank you again.
Well, to everyone, Nilesh, also would you like to share with us, because you said you do take at times sessions on Zoom, those would be private sessions, but in case you want to share some recipes, of course, our Healing Our Earth platform would like to share these recipes as well for all those who've taken a look at it and to keep it with you. And we had a lot of them who were constantly taking clicks as well, the photograph clicks. So yes, please be here with us on our page, Healing Our Earth. And again, our humble thanks to Nilesh, sir. Nilesh, thank you very much to Nilesh Chowder for
Thank you very much.
Very interesting, tasty, healthy, and holistic. So it was beautiful. I'm going to ask Dr. Lalit is here with us, and I'm going to request you to be here with us. Otherwise, I know you're going to rush to his place. So Dr. Lalit, you are a chiro practitioner yourself, with all the best people from across the world who come to you. How important do you think is vegan and vegetarian cooking as far as health is concerned? If in a line or two you'd like to tell our viewers, because I won't miss on this opportunity that you're here with us on Healing Our Earth platform. The family of Healing Our Earth, Dr. Lalit Soda, please.
Thank you very much, Simran. A pleasure to see you once again. And a big namaste, a global namaste to all the viewers and to everybody at the team of Healing Our Earth. It's amazing. I think, Simran, to quickly answer your question, a lot of illnesses these days are coming through dairy products. People are being allergic and are not able to digest the dairy, like the cheese, the milk. And that's why people are opting for a lot of vegan products. Also, a lot of people are taking into account how the mainstream milk is being made and how animals are being tortured and to produce the meat, the milk, etc. So a lot of diseases they think are stemming from there. So a lot of people are opting for vegan and vegetarian diets for a healthy, happy life. And certainly I agree to that, that it is definitely, as we spoke earlier, the 5 fruits, 5 vegetables, and the rainbow colors that Nilesh has brought in today. Can't go wrong with that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And a humble thanks once again to Mr. Nilesh Chowda. Thank you so much for something truly interesting. And I can't blink my eyes. Trust me, I'm actually trying to not blink my eyes at all. My eyes don't go off it. So imagine how healthy, if it is so healthy for the eyes, it's healthy for your body and the soul as well. Absolutely wondrous having you here on behalf of our entire crew of Healing Our Earth. Our humble thanks to Nilesh Chowda for joining us and sharing with us something really beautiful, very close to your heart. And we are here to learn. So thank you very much. We've learned something extremely new today. Humble thanks to you.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Dr. Lalit Soda, I'm going to request you to be here with us because we have lots of learning happening today. And please be here with us as we introduce Hina Modi from UK. Well, my dear lovely friends, I'm going to talk about her and I have great questions to ask Hina about vegan. Of course, Hina, I'm going to ask you the questions while, of course, you're cooking and, of course, post your cooking as well. But one question I'm going to put upright to you is, I'm a vegetarian since birth, but it's difficult for me to become a vegan. So I'm going to take tips from you today to how to really, forget, the milk that we have and get into more of vegan and natural milk. Well, my lovely souls, it's time for us to introduce Hina Modi, who's here with us, and she's going to talk about vegan living made easy. And I'm here to bring the change in myself as well as all of you, be the best version of you on this platform of Healing Our Earth. As an ambassador of veganism, Ms. Hina Modi helps people facilitate the shift to a plant-based diet, lifestyle, or both. Having been a vegan for more than 10 years and a vegetarian for decades before that, Hina has lived the experience and messages that she shares. Hina will bring compassion and practical insight to the topic of going vegan and staying vegan in terms of diet, as well as taking you beyond food into a vegan lifestyle overall. My dear lovely souls, well, a qualified nutritional practitioner, Hina will help all of us, bust all the myths that we believed in, address common obstacles, and find a meaningful, simple, and personalized approach that works for all of us. Hina's website is plantshift.com, which covers vegan options everywhere, nutritional well-being recipes, tips, holiday experiences as a vegan, and interviews with exciting new vegan businesses. We are truly delighted and excited to have with us Hina Modi, who's going to talk and tell us about vegan living made easy. So Hina, a wholehearty welcome to you and a global namaste. You're looking bright and red. And I could see the smile on your face when I asked you this question that I'm trying to be vegan, but it's not easy for me. So let's get started. At first, on behalf of Healing Our Earth, we are so obliged and humbled by your presence. Thank you, Hina.
Thank you. Namaste, everyone. I'm just going to get a presentation up to show you.
Sure.
1 second. Okay. Here we go. Screen share. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, please. Yes.
You can. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. I'm going to stop it just 1 second. Sorry.
Sure, take your time.
So, thank you. Okay, done. And I realize there is an error in my name. So let me change that. All right, already. There we go. Okay, so can you see that? Is that clear? Yeah, wonderful.
Very much, very much. Yes,
awesome.
Hina.
Okay, so I've been vegan since 2008, so over a decade now. And before I go into the nutrition and all the good stuff that people need to know about going vegan, I wanted to briefly share the reason I went vegan. So I was vegetarian, and basically in my mind, there was no cruelty beyond being vegetarian. There was no harm in having dairy products or even eggs. Actually, I didn't really understand the harm involved in that before. And then I went to an event and I saw a video that Peter India aired, and it showed the details about the process of getting dairy and the cruelty involved in it. And I won't go into graphics with you because it's really just not very nice. But basically, I pretty much sobbed throughout the whole film and went dairy-free overnight, and then did a bit more research and went vegan very quickly, like within a few weeks of it. So that's the reason I went vegan. When I went vegan, it wasn't easy for me, and that's why I've called this Vegan Living Made Easy. For me, the reason it wasn't easy is because I didn't really know anyone who was vegan. This was pretty much the first time I'd heard about veganism. So I didn't know a lot of things. And when you don't know things and people come and talk to you about what's going to happen with your protein intake or what's going to happen with your calcium or your iron and all these things, it makes you scared. And it can make you think, oh no, have I done the wrong thing? Do I need to go back to being vegetarian? So all of that myth busting, all of that clarification, I want to kind of go through today in as much detail as possible so that people are aware of what they do and don't need to keep in mind. So the first thing I would like to talk about is iron. So as a vegetarian, again, I don't remember anyone ever asking me about iron, but when I shifted to a vegan diet, they did. So the knowledge part that I'd like to share is non-heme iron is found in plant-based foods, i.e. all leafy green vegetables, wholemeal bread, nuts, pulses, molasses, seeds, tofu, lots more things. To increase your iron absorption, we need vitamin C. So a citrus fruit, glass of juice, or a supplement. And something that hinders the consumption of iron is tannin, which is found in tea and coffee. So we should avoid having tannin after having iron. So there should be a gap, basically. Calcium also affects the absorption of iron. Also, one thing to keep in mind is a lot of people think, oh, people who eat meat can't be deficient in iron. That's also a myth. I know plenty of people who eat meat and those who are vegetarian, let alone vegan, who are deficient in iron. So that's something I would like people to take on board. Calcium. Calcium is most known for helping build strong bones and teeth. And you may recall a lot of the adverts where they talked about the white stuff, which was basically milk. And you might see a child with like a white mark around his mouth from drinking the milk. And, you know, they said, oh, he needs this to become strong and fit and healthy. So not true in terms of we don't need dairy milk or dairy cheese or any of those things to get your calcium intake. You can get it from fortified items such as vegan milk, cheese, foods made with fortified flour, pak choi, broccoli, cabbage, okra, soybeans, calcium set tofu, almonds, sesame seeds, blackstrap molasses, chia seeds, lots of things. So again, not difficult. Hence, vegan living made easy. Vitamin D. So vitamin D3 is needed to help regulate the amount of calcium and phosphate in the body. We need these nutrients to keep our bones, teeth, and muscles healthy. This isn't an issue for vegans, but rather everyone. Public Health of England has talked about this, and I'll go into that in a minute. But there are foods that are fortified with D3. For example, margarine, some cereals, some vegan milks, yogurts, things like that. But the most recent advice from Public Health England is that adults and children over the age of 1 should consider taking a daily supplement containing 10 micrograms of vitamin D, especially during the autumn and winter. However, individuals who have a higher risk of vitamin D deficiency, for example, those who have minimal exposure to the sunshine, depending on where they live or their lifestyle or whatever, and also people with dark skin are being advised to take the supplement all year round. So you can see how this isn't a vegan issue, but something that everyone needs to think about. Okay. B12. So vitamin B12 is needed for making red blood cells, releasing energy from the food that we have eaten, processing folic acid, and keeping the nervous system healthy. B12 can be found in fortified foods such as cereal, plant-based milks, yeast flakes, spreads like Marmite, lots of things. Vegans and those who are vegetarian who may not have much dairy should do one of the following. Eat fortified foods 2 or 3 times a day to get at least 3 micrograms of B12 per day. Take 1 B12 supplement every day, providing at least 10 micrograms, or take a weekly B12 supplement that has at least 2,000 micrograms. Now, these are suggestions by the Vegan Society. Something I wanted to touch on to do with the yeast flakes. Many of you may not know what yeast flakes are. It's also known as nutritional yeast. It's deactivated yeast and has a nutty, cheesy, savory flavor. It's a great source of many vitamins and minerals. So that's a by the way thing. And again, I'd like to stress that you could be an omnivore, a vegetarian, or a vegan and be deficient in B12, iron, all the things that we've discussed already. Protein. Now this one gets me going. Never ever was I asked about protein when I was vegetarian, but let's get into the knowledge part of that. So protein is needed for growth, repair, energy provision, and energy provision when carbohydrates and fats are not sufficient. They contain amino acids. The 8 essential amino acids need to be sourced through what we eat. So you can get this from mushrooms, soybeans, soy products, brewer's yeast, sprouted alfalfa, all those things. Now, there is an equation. So 0.75 grams of protein is what we need per kilogram of body weight. That would be sufficient to give you the protein that you need and ensure it's digestible and therefore absorbed. Unless you are into strength training or bodybuilding, you don't need more than that. So yeah, you'd need to do the maths and look at your kilograms in weight and look at this equation. But otherwise, really, there's no specific danger that vegans are going to have less protein Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so one of the things that made going vegan difficult for me, which I kind of alluded to earlier, is suddenly everyone became a doctor. Like friends and family started telling me, oh, you're going to have this deficiency and you're going to get this, and why have you done it? And oh my goodness, you shouldn't do this, you're going to get ill. And like I said, because I didn't have this knowledge and other knowledge that I've learned since, it really scared me and it made me doubt what I'd done. Now, the reason I went vegan was an emotional reason. It was an ethical reason. I saw the way dairy is produced and I couldn't be part of it any longer. But I didn't have the knowledge, the theory of the consequences of it, whether they're positive or negative, back then. I do now. And I want you to know that really there's no danger. Like, as long as you have a balanced diet, you'll be fine. So something I started doing, or I did actually within a year or so of going vegan, is I had a blood test. I mentioned to my doctor that I've gone vegan, and can I have a blood test just to check everything's okay? And basically everything came back wonderful. My iron was a little bit high, but it's in good high, not scary high. My B12 was fine, my vitamin D was fine, calcium was fine, everything was good. So there was no worry, no concern. And then after that, I think I might have had a blood test every couple of years. Recently, I haven't. For the last few years now, I've been fine. But more, I think it was to do with convincing the family that they don't need to worry about me. At the end of the day, they care. And the reason they're freaking out is because they don't know what I now know. So that was one way of saying to them, look, this is what I know, but now this is how the medical tests have proved that I'm fine and you don't need to worry. So if you can make vegan living light and easy and take away the confusion and have confidence if you have the right knowledge. And that's what's really, really important. And I hope that's coming through so far. Okay, so this is to do with shopping. So one of the things that I wasn't used to doing was looking at labels, because or ingredients, I should say. I may look at the label and check that it says suitable for vegetarians, but I wouldn't really look beyond that. So now I was vegan, I needed to look at the ingredients and check, because unfortunately, even though labeling is so much better than it was when I went vegan in 2008, yeah, now it's much better, but in 2008 it wasn't. So it didn't really say suitable for vegans on many products back then. So you'd have to check the ingredients, but it is so easy. Once you start doing it, it becomes a habit, and then you just know how to kind of do it with your eyes closed, which I know sounds a bit silly because you need them open to read. But my point is, you know how you can just do things really quickly once you've done it a few times? It's like that. So some ways when things aren't clearly labeled as vegan, some ways you can check is just literally scanning the ingredients and seeing if it says milk or eggs or whatever. And often now with policies that have changed, they are written in bold, or they're underlined, or they're in italics, or there's a way that they make the allergens more visible than they used to be, whereas everything before was in one font and the same format. So that's one way to check. The other way to check is just see, is it suitable for vegetarians? So you know that that's one hurdle gone, and then check the ingredients to see if there's any animal products in it. So that's a different way. But yeah, it's easy, and also depends on if you shop online. So for example, one supermarket, I know this is UK specific, but Sainsbury's are absolutely amazing in terms of labeling their products vegan. So then if you shop online, all you have to do is filter vegan and they all come up. So that's a really good way to not have to look at all the ingredients. But then there are some things that are missed. So they might be vegan by accident and not come up in the vegan search, but still, again, that depends on the supermarket that you're shopping in. So yeah, it might be easier than not, depending on where you are. Okay, this thing is about assumptions and alternatives. So basically, a lot of people think that all dark chocolate is vegan. basically, because that's what dark chocolate is for. It's for vegans. It's not true. A lot of dark chocolate actually has dairy in it, or it might have honey in it. So it's worth checking the ingredients and not assuming. The reason there's a picture of Oatly there is Oatly is wonderful. I actually have that on a daily basis, but many years ago, it had a non-vegan source of D3, vitamin D in it. So I assumed back then that oat milk is a plant-based milk, therefore it's vegan, but actually it wasn't. So it's just worth being aware of that while you're on this journey to eating plant-based or becoming vegan fully. Eating out, big smile comes on my face. So when this is still to do with food, but it's not to do with making food, so I just wanted to add that in there, that back in 2008 when we went vegan, vegetarian was normalized. You know, people didn't really bat an eyelid if you said you were a vegetarian, and most restaurants had vegetarian options, whether they marked them clearly on their menu or not. They definitely had options available. But back in 2008, if you said you were vegan, some people thought it just meant vegetarian. It was a different word for it. Other people just didn't know what it meant. Some people thought it meant dairy-free, not free of all animal products like honey and eggs and all the rest of it. Now it's amazing. I mean, these are just some of the restaurants, and there's a pub, Wetherspoons, and yeah, various all bar one is a bar. So there's lots of places now. This is a minimal sample of the places that have vegan options. So yeah, these places have not just vegan options, they may have a vegan menu, a separate one, or what I think is even better is just on their regular menu, they have vegan options marked clearly on there. So eating out is just not a bother at all. And it's not just eating out and getting by, like, oh yeah, okay, I can go out with friends and I'll have a meal, but it's actually a wonderful meal. Like, you can actually have a 3-course meal when you go out to eat now, because these places are offering vegan desserts as well as starters and mains, which I think is really cool. Baking. So when I was vegetarian, I wasn't really into baking. I think it's just, I don't know, I didn't really consider it. I don't even think it was that I considered it and I didn't have time. I was happy to eat dessert if I could get it given to me, or if I was going out, but I didn't really consider making it myself. And then, I don't know, back in 2010 or something, I just decided that I wanted to make some cookies, and I there started getting into baking. So these are some of the things that I've made. And you can see from, if we ignore this bottom picture for a minute, you can see from the picture on the left, the one that has a fork through it, how moist and delicious this cake looks, or it's actually a chocolate pie. The one at the top left, where it's a chocolate and raspberry cake, I mean, it was just lovely. And most of these, actually not most of them, one of them is a recipe that I used from someone else, and the others I've kind of created them or revised other vegetarian recipes myself, and then veganized them. The one in the top middle is vegan tiramisu without alcohol, and the one on the right are chocolate cupcakes. And then this one on the round, like coaster-like thing, it's whatever it's called. What it reminded me of when I made it was mavan apenda. So, it was just delicious. And that was the one Indian mithai that I used to really, really like when I was vegetarian. So eating that and then being reminded of that made me give it that name. It was veganized mavan apenda, even though, of course, the ingredients are completely different. And if there's a way for you to zoom in, this picture on the right where I'm holding half of the cupcake, you can see how moist and gooey it is. There's bits of chocolate in there that have melted and are really, really nice. So they're my kind of an example of some of the things I've made. And then the selection at the bottom is basically a selection of mithai that we made for Diwali, and all completely vegan. So, like, how delicious does that look? And it just, goes to show that basically you don't have to go without anything when you're vegan. Like, there's really like I have no regrets, and I don't feel like I miss out on anything. I don't feel like I don't know, I don't feel like I'm deprived. Everything is just wonderful. And yeah, hopefully this will show you that, you know, you don't need to go without, and you just need to tweak a few things here and there, and you can veganize recipes that are traditionally not vegan. A little bit beyond food. So I shifted from a vegan diet, which would also, some people would say that's not really a diet, it's called plant-based diet. And I embraced a vegan lifestyle very soon after. And I just want to talk a bit about that. So for me, I was already not wearing leather, but I didn't know about the harm caused in wool. I didn't know about silk. I didn't know too much about suede. I'm not sure why, but I just didn't. I also didn't know about the amount of animal products that are in cosmetics or cleaning products and all those things. So I switched and now lead a vegan lifestyle. I don't know if you can see on my face, I've got lipstick on, I've got lip liner, I've got eyeliner, and I've got mascara. All of that is vegan. My clothes are vegan. My hair products I use are vegan. Like, it's so easy nowadays. Like, really, there should be nothing holding you back, I think. Travel is something beyond vegan, beyond food in terms of the kitchen, but when you're traveling, most people eat out. So I wanted to show you the places I've been where I've eaten out and I've had no problems, and it's been an amazing holiday. So I've been to Delhi, Dubai, skiing, Paris, Barcelona, Malaga, Salzburg, Zanzibar, Marrakesh, Mombasa, Masai Mara, St. Lucia, San Francisco, a cruise which went around the Canary Islands, and other places too. And all of those places had no issues at all. Everything was fine. We didn't feel like, oh, where will we go and eat now? Or we have to eat in the same place, or we'll have to make do with salad or chips, or I don't know. There was none of that. If anything, I felt like the phrase, the food was fit for a king. You know, it felt like that in a lot of these places. And like Paris, I think we were there 4 or 5 days, and we didn't have enough time to try out all the vegan places, all the vegetarian places with vegan options. There were that many. It was amazing. And if you think back to Paris, say, I don't know, 15 years ago, it was hard to be vegetarian there, let alone vegan. So it just shows that globally people are taking it on, and there must be a reason for that. You know, the doctor earlier talked about people having allergies or intolerances, and the cruelty involved in the production of it. And you know, it's not just the mass production of it. Even villages in India, I've seen the cows tied up. The rope is only this long. They can't even turn to get shade if they're in the sun. Like, it's just not a very kind or necessary process, really. So yeah, I just wanted to show you that even beyond the kitchen, it's easy to be vegan. And yeah, through my website, I basically share my love of veganism in multiple ways, but these are some of them. So I offer coaching to help people go vegan or help them stay vegan. I have these qualifications, and I've got specific qualifications to help people who are vegetarian or vegan already. I have this recipe book, which it's a funny amount because they convert it from dollars, but it's like £4 something. And nearly all the recipes from start to finish take less than 30 minutes. And then there are a whole heap of articles about travel, eating out, recipes, fitness, and shopping. And the shopping would include like shoes, clothes, cosmetics, cleaning products, all that kind of thing. So that's a bit about my website. I've mentioned that bit already. And now I want to share tips with you. So these are tips that other people have shared with me, and this one's about eating out. So the advice I wish I'd been given is ask for help at restaurants. If the menu looks shaky, nicely let the server know your dietary restrictions and ask for their help or recommendation. Rarely have I had a server fall short. Sometimes I've been given a total hook up on some extremely good food. So get over your the uncomfortable and ask for help, which I think is a really great tip, because I think some people just think, oh, I don't want to ask, I don't want to do too much, I don't want to be confrontational or stand out. But really, it's okay. Like if you had an allergy, you'd have to ask, or if you were vegetarian and you wanted to make sure there was no fish in your food, you would ask. So it's the same thing. It's just instead of fish or meat or something else, you're asking about dairy products, or animal products, I should say. So it's okay. This one's about shopping. So check if it's suitable for veggies first, and then check allergens. So food shopping. Finding an alternative for cheese took some time. Now it says that, and that sounds negative, but it doesn't mean that it is negative. So one thing I think is really worth knowing is there may be, if you're vegetarian, there may be a cheese that you really, really like right now. And chances are you didn't find that cheese. It wasn't the first thing you bought and then you fell in love with the cheese and that meant that became the one that was always in your home. You would have tried different cheeses, like, I don't know, cheddar cheese and red Leicester cheese and some other cheese. And then you would have thought, okay, this is the one I really like. So it's the same process. It's just this time you're trying vegan options. And in terms of vegan options for cheese, there are so many now. Like when I went vegan in 2008, we would have to go to a specialist health food store to get vegan alternatives for cheese, yogurt, cream. All of these things are now available in the supermarkets, which just makes it just so amazing. But it also means there's more choice. So there's more things that you can try and then decide, which one you like the best, if that makes sense. For those that drink alcohol, this person said, drinking alcohol, I was drinking any wine anywhere and thought it was vegan, but it isn't. So that's something you would need to check, because some alcohols are sieved through fish guts and all sorts of horrible things. Next tip, what I learned quickly was that the way to make it easy is to think of additions to my diet instead of eliminating animal products. The more nutritious choices I added to my diet, the better I felt in myself, and the animal products disappeared from my kitchen without any stress or confusion on what to cook. I think that's such a cool thing. Okay, this is about knowledge, because I kind of stressed that, knowledge, for me, lack of knowledge was key to me being stressed and worried. So I'm really keen on people being clued up about what they need to know, and then that helping their decision-making process. So there's a few tips here. So I was confused about B12, what to take, what was more effective, and so on. And it was a thing that most people asked me about, and I felt I wasn't informed enough about it. So that shows that tips and lessons, I should say, that shows that the lesson here was that they weren't clued up, so they didn't know how to respond, and also it made them worry. The next one, I was so glad to find local vegan groups who I could meet in the flesh and who could tolerate my naive questions. Because of course, in the beginning, if you don't know things, you may feel naive, you may even feel a bit silly, but it's okay, like everyone's been there. And the last one on this page, people suddenly expected me to be as eloquent and as a public speaker on every animal rights issue and ecological puzzle going whenever I turned down cheesy chips. I like to quietly and politely observe conversation rather than being in the spotlight of it. So I had to find ways to reply or politely pass, which is fine, because not everyone wants to talk about their journey. Not everyone wants to talk about why they've decided to make a shift in their diet or a shift in their lifestyle. That's fine. We can find ways, or we can work together and find ways to get you through that and make it as comfortable as you need it to be. So yeah, that's good. Okay, so this is about an app. So the app Happy Cow helps us much in our travels to find good places to eat since day one. So that's been really helpful for this person. How to have Indian tea or even English tea without the milk looking as if it's gone off. I didn't realize that a drop of soya and the rest of being Oatly would do the trick. Now, I would like to talk about this one. So I love chai, and literally I pretty much used to have a couple of cups of Indian tea every day. And when we first went vegan, we were having, actually, let me go back. So when I was vegetarian, I was used to having full fat milk. So it was thick and creamy, and that's how I like my tea. So I needed to find a vegan alternative that would be like that, because otherwise I would feel like I was missing out. So at that time, the brand that was shown everywhere was Alpro. So we had Alpro unsweetened soya milk. And that actually caused some issues with my teeth, because for some reason, even though it was unsweetened, it had some forms of sugar in it. So then we switched and we started using supermarkets' own brand long life soya milk. So whether it was Sainsbury's or Tesco or Waitrose or whatever. And we found that most of them were really good, and they were thick enough for me to feel that my tea would be nice. So yeah, we were having that and absolutely no problems. The milk didn't look like it had split or curdled or whatever, and the tea tasted delicious. But recently I've really got into Oatly, so I don't do this drop of soya and the rest of Oatly. I full Oatly. So I put a mug or 1.5 mugs of water and 1 mug of Oatly, and then the masala and the loose tea, and I add fresh ginger, and sometimes I add a bit of grounded algae, and it's delicious. And I've served it to people and they haven't been able to tell the difference. So that's quite good. The next lesson here, difficulty was at work, as they didn't have non-dairy milk in coffee machines or even in the fridges. So I've got around that by just bringing my own in. And if I wasn't going to use it straight away, if I was going to use quite a lot of it, I'd take in the whole carton. And if I wasn't, I'd just take in a bit with me on a daily basis or when I was in. But you can get around that in multiple ways. And now, if you're surrounded by coffee shops, which there seems to be a Pret or a Starbucks or something everywhere, they've got an abundance of different plant milks and various coffees and teas that are vegan friendly. So that wouldn't be a problem anymore. Junk food. So pleasantly surprised by the junk food that I could eat. Things which I didn't think would be vegan, like Oreo biscuits. So perception was it would be tough to find this type of food in a vegan diet, but I was wrong. Now that's a double-edged sword, because having access to lots of junk food isn't great, regardless of what diet you're in, whether you eat meat or you're vegetarian or you're vegan. I think there needs to be a bit of a limit on how much junk food we have. So being vegan and having junk food, or not being vegan and having junk food, I guess it's great to make you feel content when you need that fix, but we need to make sure we stay healthy. So that's just something to keep in mind. That's it. That's all I've got for you for now. Thank you very much. And Simran, if you have any questions for me, please go ahead.
Actually, I have plenty of questions. Yeah.
Wonderful.
At first, let me thank you. Thank you so much, because you made it look very easy, but I still have probably, you called the questions you had were probably naive, but I have a lot of questions too. So here we had a question by one of the viewers asking that when you went from vegetarianism to vegan, did the transitional period affect your energy levels, please?
Oh, really interesting. Yeah, okay. For me, no. I went dairy-free overnight and then then found out about honey and all the rest of it and cut that out. But no, it didn't affect my energy levels at all. And, I mentioned that I went vegan for emotional reasons because of this video. So I wasn't really, how can I say it? I wasn't expecting my health to change because I wasn't thinking about that. But actually, it was really positive. I actually had some digestion issues, and they disappeared when I went vegan. So I found that there were benefits in terms of the body and health that I wasn't expecting. The mind ones were rectified by me cutting it out, because then I didn't have all that duality in my head about, oh, this is cruel. And so if I'm thinking one thing and living a different thing, that doesn't work, right? Because you're not aligned. So right. Yeah.
So in fact, it became for the better. And yes. Thank you. One of the major, feedback we receive from across the world, including me, is dessert. And I just didn't want to take my eyes off it.
Yeah.
You know, the lovely slide that you had of the
Yeah.
desserts. So I'm going to ask you, that was the baking one. You know, there you also mentioned about, you know, everything which was made with, you know, the vegan milk. Does it really matter as far as taste is concerned? Because you did mention one of your favorite sweet as well, the Indian sweet.
Yes.
And especially in India, you know, we're very fond of, and we so much into, you know, the vegetarian sweet that it's difficult. So does it taste, you know, very different from, you know, the vegan dessert and the vegetarian dessert? Does it also taste very different?
Oh, okay. So to be completely honest, I now don't remember what the vegetarian mithai tasted like. So unless I had a vegetarian one and then a vegan one and compared, which, you know, now I wouldn't do that, I wouldn't be able to answer you, but I can tell you what other people have said, because
Right.
I can't own that because I don't remember. But other people who have tried the vegan sweets have said to me, I thought you said you were vegan. And then I've said, well, I am. And then they've said, but I can't tell that this is vegan. And I've had the same comments about the tea and chas. I know that's a Gujarati word, the yogurt drink, or
Yes,
lassi.
buttermilk. Buttermilk we
Yes,
call it. Yeah.
Okay,
The
yeah.
Gujaratis have buttermilk, chas. Yeah.
There you go.
That's
Yes. So I've made that and served it to non-vegans. And again, they've been like, what do you mean this doesn't taste vegan? Because people have this concept, just like you've raised, that, oh, if it's vegan, it will taste different, or I won't like it, or, you know, it's not the case.
Oh, that's nice. So you mean to say you had vegan buttermilk?
So basically, you can now, instead of going to health food stores, specialist places, you can even from your local supermarket get vegan yogurt. So literally, I blend that or whisk it, whatever you do, with the water, and then I add ground jiru cumin powder and a bit of salt, and it's delicious. Because I really like chas, so yeah.
You're really making things simple for us. And I do have the question, which you spoke about it slightly, you know, in your presentation, that how does this vegan cooking actually work, and what challenges you've really helped your clients with to become vegan?
Oh, interesting. Okay, so in terms of vegan cooking, I think if you're going from vegetarian to vegan, the shift isn't that big. Unless when you're making food, like for example, Indian food, whatever cuisine country it's from, unless you do vagar, the cooking in ghee,
right,
there's no issue because you're still using oil, and oil is vegan anyway. Right. So the things that you might come across that are not vegan are paneer, which you can replace with tofu, and it tastes really nice. I make a spinach and tofu curry, and again, people haven't realized it was tofu, so that's really cool. I can't think of what else kadhi. I don't know what you'd call that though. You know, like a spicy yogurt.
Okay. The raita you're talking of?
No, it's hot, and you can have it with khichdi. It's called.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay, the dahi curry you're talking of?
That's it.
Curd?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you make curry out of curd, and which people like it because it tastes sour. So it's
exactly.
Tangy, yeah.
So I make kadhi, and I make it with vegan yogurt, and it's delicious. I don't feel like I miss out with any of those things. There's not many Indian dishes that I can't think of any vegan dishes that I can't veganize.
Right. Any dishes we can't veganize.
Yeah.
Dr. Lalit Soda also has a question. I can look at his face and he's like, oh,
yeah, he's ready.
Yeah. So
I was going to say, when you were talking about curry, Hina and Simran, Sindhis make absolutely amazing Sindhi curry. So I thought I might just come and say Sindhi curry is also very good, which you can veganize, I'm sure.
That's vegan anyways. So the curd curry, Dr. Lalit and Hina, the curd curry is the separate one, which we make. With otherwise the Sindhi curry is vegan. It's of gram flour. So that is vegan with vegetables. But the dahi curry, the curd, which really tastes really nice because the sour curd that we use. So yeah, so that can be now veganized. And Dr. Lalit, if you have any questions, please go ahead. But I want to ask her too. So meanwhile, I'll ask her this, that how would anyone book a coach, you know, like if we need to book you, and what does coaching give them that they can't do on their own? Hina Modi, please, if you can kindly highlight as regards this?
Okay, so basically the process would be on my website, so plantshift.com/coaching. On there, there's like a video of me talking about the coaching, and then there's a few bullet points that explain what the coaching involves. And there's a link that says how to book a clarity call with me. So that's a free call. There's no charge for that. It's about 15 minutes, half an hour. And we talk about what the person's goals are, what their intentions are, what their motivations are. We clarify together how quickly they want to achieve those goals. Someone might be, you know, slowly, and someone might be too late. Yesterday is even too late. I want it done, you know, ASAP. So we clarify all of that. And then I create a bespoke plan to help them achieve what they want and basically reduce the gap between what they're thinking and their reality, if that makes sense.
Sure.
In terms of why you'd want a coach, I think, you know, most people would think I haven't got coaching in my budget, because why would you? Like, why would you even think about having a coach? But I think the reason that a coach is needed, whether it's for physical fitness, like a personal trainer, or whether it's a counselor, or whether it's me or someone else to help you go vegan or change your diet or whatever it is that you can do a certain amount of things on your own, whether it's research or whether it's trying to apply it. And there'll come a stage when you think, I keep hitting that same wall, or I keep fluctuating, I keep yo-yoing, I do it and then I go back, and I do it and I go back. Or it might be about weight loss. I keep losing the weight and putting it on again, losing the weight and putting it on again. So you need someone to help you in terms of accountability, someone who's objective, someone who can help you hone in on what you want, really work out why, and then help motivate you to achieve it. And I think that's what the coach does, which you can't achieve on your own, if that makes sense.
Oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely true and brilliant. Now, I'd like to ask you something about chai. You spoke about tea.
Yeah.
And I want to know, does it really matter, you know, where people couldn't make out, you did give your experience, but more about chai, because I think that is something that we are all obsessed with and something that we need in the morning or the evening, at least once in a day or once a week. So how about tea and coffee? How can we really compensate and go vegan without milk?
So with the tea, what we were doing is just substituting the dairy milk with soy milk, and we tried different brands and they were fine. And then now we use oat milk, so that there was a picture of this blue carton, Oatly. It doesn't really matter, but that's also fine. The one I would suggest not using, but this is because I'm biased. Like, I like my tea to be a bit thick and creamy. So like, because I used to have full fat milk when I was vegetarian. So if you're used to having semi-skim milk or skim milk, then you would be fine with almond milk, because almond milk is thin, you see. So therefore your tea won't be thick and creamy, and that's fine if that's what you're used to. But if you don't want that, then I would suggest not trying that, because that will just put you off, and then you'll think, oh, vegan milk tea is horrible. But it's not. It's actually just the milk difference in terms of thickness and creaminess. But yeah, there are other milks we've tried, like rice milk, and they're like, they were delicious to have on its own or with cereal, but I wouldn't recommend that in tea.
Sure.
Or
I think
coffee.
soy milk will go the best with
soy
tea
milk or oat milk, and in coffee, or even like a hot chocolate or a mocha, coconut milk is really nice, because it just adds a different flavor. It's really delicious. But yeah, I guess it's about experimenting. It's also about knowing what you really like now, and then finding something that will help you get that same flavor or that same thickness or that same creaminess or whatever it is that is your thing, and then matching it with something else that's vegan.
You know, I must definitely thank Healing Our Earth platform for really bringing in vegan and vegetarian cooking at this point of time, because this is festive season, right? From October till Jan, till the middle of Jan is a festive season when you really get into, you know, a lot of cooking with the milk products. So thank you for this lovely advice on vegan. And I have a question, but before that, I'm going to ask Dr. Lalit if you have a question, because you will probably wonder why she's asking so many questions, but these are the questions that we receive from people. But Lalit, would you like to ask something, Dr. Lalit?
Sure, Simran. While you guys are talking all nutrition and all health, I'm thinking Where am I going to get my Shrikhand from, Hina?
Oh, do you know, I actually was going to share a photo of it, but I didn't have enough space. I make vegan chicken and it's so delicious.
Well, tell us about it.
So one recipe takes ages. It's the proper way, you know, when you put it on the muslin and then you drain the water and it takes a while and then you mix it with all the things or whatever. And the other one is a shortcut. So you can get Greek style yogurt by the one company is Alpro and the other company that's just brought it out is Tesco's own brand. And literally I just mix that with the saffron and elchi and nuts and sugar, and it is so nice, and it's done in 10 minutes. It's so lovely. So you don't have to go without chicken either.
So how about the so that comes under dairy though, doesn't it?
No, because the yogurt is soya yogurt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely having Shrikhand now if I become vegan, eh?
Yeah, and I've got a recipe for that on my website. So
brilliant. Well, I'm going to check that out because I'm thinking, I love Shrikhand. Simran, come on.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have a absolute sweet tooth. You see, I've kept, you know, I've been sent these spirulina chickies because I had back-to-back shows today. So I've kept them with me because I have a sweet tooth and I need sweets all day long. So something really important for all of us. So Dr. Lalit, I'm with you with Shrikhand, and we'll definitely try the vegan Shrikhand. So we'll go on her website and take a look at how do you make. So Dr. Lalit will cook and I'll eat.
Absolutely. You're welcome anytime, Simran. Well, we share the sweets too. Look, I've got my sweets. I've been on Zoom all day today.
Yeah.
Okay, Hina, I have one more question. You know, a lot of vegetarians say that everything else is fine, but we can't leave cheese. Exactly what you spoke about. That your favorite cheese and you need a substitute for that. What would you like to tell our lovely viewers regards this?
I would like to say, think back to when, however old you were, whether you were a child and you tasted different cheeses when you went shopping with mum and dad or whatever it was, or whether you were an adult and you were finding your feet cooking and you were trying different cheeses and thinking, okay, I don't really like that one, or I really like this one, or this one's okay, but oh, this is my favorite. You have to go through buying different blocks of cheeses. You have to try them. And the same with soft cheese. You have to try different soft cheese and decide, okay, that's for me, or no, that's not, or oh, they're all yummy. The same for slices. Now, all of those are available in vegan forms. There are multiple cheese blocks. There are multiple soft cheeses. There are multiple slices of cheeses. So you kind of have to go through the trial and error route and try them and see which one you like. But I can't believe that there would be anyone who would try them all and say, no, can't do it. I still have to say vegetarian because of the cheese. In this day and age, it's just not possible because there's so many options available. And like I said before, you don't even have to go to a health food store, a specific one, a specialist one to get these things. They're available in Tesco's, Waitrose, Sainsbury's, Asda, like they're everywhere.
Wow, this is pretty much interesting and an eye-opener for all of us across the world. I'm going to request all our lovely viewers that we are here with Hina Modi and all the facilitators from across the world. I'm going to please request you all and remind you to kindly share this as much as possible with everybody. We are broadcast live here, of course, on Healing Our Earth platform. And also share it on your WhatsApp groups to your loved ones, because you never know, it might be of great help to someone and might really change their health and really improve it drastically just by shifting from vegetarian or non-vegetarian to vegan. So this was a request. Hina, I have my last question towards you. And we've heard that vegans truly struggle, vegetarians truly struggle to make vegan. How was your experience? I'm going to ask you to share that. And if anyone is considering making the shift to a vegan diet or lifestyle, what should they keep in mind and what should they keep around themselves so that they don't feel the bit of, oh my God, I'm missing out on something?
Okay, so if anyone's considering making the shift from either omnivore or vegetarian diet to a vegan one, then I think the biggest things I think that are important are knowing why you want to do it. Is it for your health? Is it to prevent a health condition? Is it to help a condition you already have? Is it for the animals, the ethical argument? Is it for the environment? Is it because you've got an allergy or an intolerance? Being firm in knowing why you want to do it will help you or will help us if I'm coaching you work out the pace, the passion, the how firm you'll be about what to do and how to do it. So that's basically motivation is key. And I think that would be the thing that I would really want to hone in on first, because that's the thing that would determine whether you waver or whether it takes you ages or whether it's a quick thing. Yeah, if that,
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that was interesting. And what about how did you go about? Because you didn't mention that you wanted your favorite cheese, and you did share your experience with us. So, what were the challenges that you faced, and how did you overcome them? If you can speak in a few words, would be great help to all of us who are trying to do that and want to reach there.
Okay, so I think for me, the biggest challenge was I never heard of veganism before I saw that video. So I had this emotional shockwave that told me that basically my diet wasn't non-violent, and suddenly I was exposed to all these things that I was part of. So it was an emotional reaction without the knowledge base. And that's why I talked about the calcium and the protein and the iron and the B12 and all that, because for me, understanding that going vegan won't hurt me if I have a balanced diet or I take the right supplements like vitamin D, which everyone needs to do. That meant that I could then speak to anyone who confronted me or challenged me about it. And that was really, really important in my journey, because if your ideas are clear, you've got the knowledge to help you with that clarity. That's all you need, really, to keep you on that path.
Wow, I must thank you, Hina Modi, on behalf of all our viewers and Healing Our Earth platform, because you've satisfied all of us by giving us all the delicious recipes in the vegan form, and giving Dr. Lalit Soda his Shrikhand, making him happy, giving us all that we wanted. And to all our viewers, you've answered every single thing. So it's time for all of us to take that one step forward, little step at a time, which would really help reach the goal. And thank you, Hina Modi. The entire credit will go to you and everybody here on Healing Our Earth platform today, all our facilitators, for truly encouraging us and taking us one step further towards spiritual health and the right wealth. I'm truly thankful to you on behalf of Healing Our Earth platform, and thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you very much, Ms. Hina.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you.
And I've already shared the website of Hina Modi. Please be in touch with her. And of course, you can also have a nice interaction session with her for 15 minutes, half an hour, and go your way towards becoming a vegan. Now, it's time for us to invite our facilitator, and Dr. Lalit Soda. Hope you really enjoyed listening about your vegan Shrikhand. I want to request you to be very happy with that as of now. And we all are going to try every single thing that we can do possibly to take one step further. Before we move ahead to our next facilitator, I'm going to really have some great news for each and every one of you from across the world. There's a workshop coming up in the forthcoming weekend. That is the 3rd of October, Saturday, and the 4th of October, Sunday, 2020. We're going to have the world's largest, longest, and the most colorful festival of India, which is Navratri. So Navratri is actually going to start from the 17th of October to the 25th of October. But we're going to do the workshop beforehand so that you all can join us for Navratri celebration here on this platform of Healing Our Earth. So please allow me to mention this to all of you. And if you have a pen to note it down, and we're going to definitely mention it here itself as well in the comment box, so you can definitely take a look at this. So Navratri 2020, we're going to have online Garba dance workshop in aid of Akshaya Patra Foundation, where you shall be training with dance maestro Hani Kalaria and folk dance expert Surbi Rananga. Well, happening the forthcoming weekend, Saturday, the 3rd of October, and Sunday, the 4th of October, 2020. And the timings are from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. British Summer Time. All you need to do is register yourself at www.garbaworkshop.co.uk. I like to spell that out, www.garbaworkshop.co.uk. Navratri is one of the most brilliant celebrations. And Hina Modi, I'm sure you enjoy playing Dandiya and Garba as well. Yeah, here's a quick recipe. Thank you, Hina Modi, for sharing with us the Shrikand recipe. I'm sure he can really enjoy himself. Dr. Lalit Soda, I mean, come on, he's talking of Shrikand, and I will just start having the vegan Shrikand, and why not try your taste? So, you know, I'm going to tell both of you, Hina and Dr. Lalit Soda, that we all have enjoyed Navratri celebration, Dandiya and Garba, and we have a workshop. So I'm going to request both of you to also spread this word, and everyone who's around to kindly join us for this workshop, and please spread a word so that we all can really shake a leg together. As they always say, loved ones and your known ones who swing together, stay together. It's one of the most brilliant kind of dance workouts. If you take it as a workout, it's known as the best workout ever. And of course, I call it Dance of the Universe for the benefits that it has. It has spiritual significance as well. So kindly join us for this workshop. So my humble thanks once again. Humble thanks to Hina Modi for sharing with us all the lovely tips that you shared with us on how to really become a vegan, something that really we needed to know. And we're going to really ponder over this and then take a decision.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Hina Modi. And well, my dear lovely friends, it's time for us to invite Dr. Mahesh Shah, who's from the UK, and he's going to talk to us about nutrition, lifestyle, and your gut microbiome. So I'm really excited. Before we have him here, I'm going to introduce Dr. Mahesh Shah to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear lovely friends. Dr. Mahesh Shah is a medical doctor in London, and he's also studied and qualified naturopathic nutrition at the College of Naturopathic Medicine. After settling down as a general practitioner, Dr. Shah quickly realized the revolving door scenario with his patients, who would come back for the same or worsening issues despite prescription medications. Dissatisfied by this, he decided to find out if there was anything else that could be done, and soon found himself in the wonderful world of whole food plant-based nutrition and naturopathy. He has helped people naturally and holistically with chronic conditions such as obesity, heart disease, and diabetes. Dr. Shah does many talks and events, and he has recently started up his own nutritional therapy service, The Green Doctor, to help inspire and empower people to great health and well-being and a new lease of life. I'm going to share his website, that is www.thegreendoctor.uk. And right now, he's here with us live. So I'm going to request you all to take a look at his website, post his session, and post we finish our Healing Our Earth facilitators schedules today. A wholehearty welcome, my dear lovely friends. It's time for us to welcome Dr. Mahesh Shah. A global namaste to you, Dr. Mahesh.
Namaste to everyone. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. I'm really, really excited to share lots of great tips and information, and hopefully open people's eyes and open your world to the wonders of the gut microbiome. Got lots and lots of information to share. So without further ado, if it's okay, I shall share my screen so you can see my slides. We can get started. Is that okay?
Okay, I can't see the screen yet.
I will just get that up for you. Now, can you see that?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes,
excellent.
Please. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So yeah, thank you once again for the wonderful introduction. So I'm going to share some information on nutrition, lifestyle, and the gut microbiome. So hopefully you will get an understanding of what the gut microbiome is and how important it really is. So you've already wonderfully introduced me. So I am vegan myself. I've been vegan for about 5 years after being a lifelong vegetarian. I'm a general practitioner and, of course, a nutritional therapist at The Green Doctor. And I'm also UK director for a worldwide non-profit organization called WFPB.org, which I'll share a little bit more about a bit later in the presentation. Just a quick disclaimer, just to mention that all the information I do share, although it is backed by scientific research, please ensure that you always discuss any sort of changes to your lifestyle and health with your medical practitioner. So, about 2,500 years ago, Hippocrates said, all disease begins in the gut. And it's interesting how we seem to be coming full circle, back to the wisdom of our ancients, with increasing scientific research showing us that indeed the gut has a key role to play in our health and disease. And this is changing and inspiring a new way of approaching health and well-being. So let's take a little bit of a deeper look into this. So this is a picture of our gut. So the gut starts up here at the mouth and ends down at the anus. And in an adult can be as long as 30 feet. From one end to the other live trillions of microorganisms, such as bacteria, viruses, fungi. And with their genes, they form what is termed the gut microbiome. And so far, we mostly know about the bacteria in the gut. As we go down the gut, the number and species of bacteria generally tend to increase, with the large bowel right over here, if you can see my cursor, being the largest reservoir and with most diverse bacteria. Once thought to be just there due to the environment of the gut, we are now beginning to understand that these bugs have a fundamentally vital role to play in our health. So, healthy levels of beneficial bacteria seem to be essential for many activities in the body, including digestion and absorption, detoxification, so for example, aiding with getting rid of excess cholesterol and heavy metals from the body, immune system function, heart health, nerve and hormone balance, and our mental well-being. In addition to the vitamins that we consume through foods, beneficial bacteria can also help us to produce lots of vitamins, such as B vitamins, which are important for so many things in the body, and vitamin K, which is important for things like blood clotting and bone health. There's also something called short-chain fatty acids that good bacteria help us to produce. And I'll mention those in a bit more detail a bit later. On the other hand, if we harbor less diverse and more harmful bacteria, this can cause an imbalance in these activities, causing inflammation and irritation in your gut and more widely across the whole body, which can lead to disease. This imbalance in bacteria is medically termed dysbiosis. Now, it's important to note that the gut microbiome isn't just magically there and static in nature, but dynamic and is shaped by many things throughout the life of a human being. So let's have a look into this now. So what we know is that there is significant exposure to bacteria during birth. So as you can see, this is the birthing of a baby from the birth canal. The birth canal also has a dynamic microbiome throughout pregnancy, and changes in the last part of the pregnancy allow for the canal's preparation for the baby. So as the baby passes through the birth canal and swallows beneficial bacteria, such as species of lactobacillus and bifidobacterium, thus begins the seeding of the gut microbiome. This is important as it starts the process of training the immune system of the gut, essentially teaching it what is friendly and what isn't, and thus being able to respond appropriately. But why do we have an immune system in the gut? Well, think of it like this. Our mouth, and hence our gut, is in contact with the outside world, especially when we put something in our mouth. So the gut has to be ready for less friendly bugs and other substances coming down. And in fact, the gut contains 70 to 80% of the immune system of the body. So the defense system of the gut also includes its lining. So what you can see here with these pink cells is this is the lining of your gut. And above that, in this white space, is where food and other substances would be coming down the gut. And down at the bottom, you can see the bloodstream here in red with the blood cells going through the blood vessel. So the cells of this lining, as you can see on this left side, are tightly packed together by what is called tight junctions. And this acts as a barrier between the things traveling down the gut up here and the bloodstream down here. and it opens and closes from time to time to regulate the movement of different kinds of molecules and water from the gut and into the blood. It also contains a layer of mucus up above the cells here, which allow for beneficial bacteria to stick to it. And these bacteria can then also contribute further to gut barrier defense and function. However, if we move to the right side of this picture and the right side of the cells, if the barrier is damaged and the tight junctions loosen, the cells start to part and can't control what they're letting through and what stays out. And this can lead to what is popularly known as leaky gut. You may or may not have come across that term. This can allow bacteria, viruses, and undigested food to leak through into the bloodstream. And this can activate the immune system, causing inflammation in the gut and across the body. Additionally, bacterial toxins known as endotoxins can also leak through and have the same effect. A leaky gut has been associated with allergies and asthma, inflammatory bowel disease, autism, obesity, diabetes, and autoimmune conditions such as celiac disease and rheumatoid arthritis. Other symptoms one may experience with a leaky gut can include abdominal pains and bloating, diarrhea, fatigue, memory issues, muscle and joint aches, and rashes. Now, a natural delivery of a baby may not always be possible, and in certain circumstances, such as emergencies, a cesarean section may be necessary. In these situations, the birth canal is bypassed and the baby is exposed to different bacteria of the skin and hospital environment. And this can actually disrupt the immune building process of the gut and predispose to health problems, as examples on the previous slide. But following birth, the next determinant of gut microbiome building is whether the infant is breastfed or not. Fascinatingly, breast milk contains beneficial bacteria which are sampled from the mother's gut and transferred into the breast milk and then to the baby. It's also important to point out that the bacteria are living organisms. So just like us, the bacteria are living. And so they need food and fuel too to survive and thrive. And this comes in the form of something called prebiotics. And it just so happens to be that breast milk actually provides these prebiotics. And we'll discuss prebiotics in a bit more detail shortly. Now, it's important to appreciate and empathize with mothers who haven't been able to birth naturally or breastfeed, or maybe both. And although their children may not have the optimal beginning to their gut, there are many other factors throughout life that will determine the health and status of the gut. So these include food and nutrition, lifestyle, and exposure to things like antibiotics. So this was a study that looked at children from rural Africa in a country in West Africa called Burkina Faso, and children from Italy, aged between about 1 and 6. And what the researchers wanted to do was to analyze the diets and the gut bacteria of each group. So what they wanted to do is find out, does our diet affect the kinds of bacteria that we have in our gut? So how did they do this? Well, they got some poo samples from both sets of children, and they sent them for analysis and looked at what bacteria were present. And what they found was that the children from Burkina Faso had more diversity and beneficial bacteria. And when looking at the dietary practices of each group, they found that the Burkina Faso children had a high fiber, plant-based diet, as opposed to the Italian diet, which was richer in animal fats and proteins and lower in fiber-rich foods. So this seems to suggest that fiber-rich diets are associated with a healthier gut microbiome. What could it be about fiber that makes this so? Well, more and more research is being done showing the benefit that fiber can have on the microbiome and how lower fiber diets can negatively impact our gut health, as shown by this study on the slide right now. So what could it be about fiber that seems to make it so important for gut health? Well, remember we mentioned prebiotics just a couple of slides ago. Well, bacteria, as we said, are living and also need fuel to thrive, and they use the prebiotics to do this. And it just so happens to be that these prebiotics come from fiber, from fiber-rich foods. And once these fibers are processed, the bacteria produce short-chain fatty acids. These short-chain fatty acids then help to maintain the gut lining and protect against inflammation in the gut, but also all around the body. Now, plants, as well as containing loads of fiber, also contain their own unique nutrients called phytonutrients. And one category of these phytonutrients are polyphenols. Polyphenols are found in lots of different plant foods, such as fruits and vegetables, seeds, teas, cocoa, and they have lots and lots of different functions in the body, such as being antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-allergy, anti-cancer, antibacterial, and they also help to further increase beneficial bacteria in the gut and the production of short-chain fatty acids. And a similar thing is seen with plant-based fats as well. So in plant-based diets are generally lower in fat, which allows beneficial bacteria to thrive. But they also have the right kinds of fats and the right balance of fats as well to further help the bacteria thrive. Whereas animal products are higher in saturated fats. So saturated fats are found predominantly in meat, eggs, and dairy. And these have been shown in studies to reduce the beneficial bacteria in your gut and also increase the more unfavorable and harmful ones. And the same sort of thing can be seen with protein, whereby plant sources of protein increase the beneficial bacteria and short-chain fatty acid production, whereas animal-based protein actually reduces the beneficial bacteria and short-chain fatty acid production. This then leads to increased inflammation, and this can also then increase the risk of diseases such as colon cancer or bowel cancer. Now, there's other dietary factors as well, such as alcohol, sweeteners and refined sugar, and pesticides, which can all have a detrimental effect on the gut microbiome. So let's have a look at a few examples now of associations between gut health and inflammation and disease. So studies indicate that those who are overweight or obese tend to have a less diverse and less beneficial microbiome, leading to a reduction in those all-important short-chain fatty acids and an increase in extraction of energy from food. And so this can then lead to weight gain. Carrying this extra weight is associated with something called insulin resistance. Insulin is a hormone produced by the body in order to help control sugar levels. And in a state of insulin resistance caused by the buildup of saturated fat in your cells, and remember, saturated fat is mainly from meat, eggs, and dairy. As a result of that, this causes insulin resistance, which means we struggle to control our sugar levels, which can then lead to diabetes. Additionally, insulin resistance will also contribute to high blood pressure and heart disease as a result of the inflammation insulin resistance causes in our blood vessels. And being overweight and obese also causes general inflammation in the body and can also predispose one to certain cancers, such as hormone-based cancers like ovarian cancer or breast cancer. Let's have a look at a link between your gut microbiome and heart disease. So here's a picture. If we look at the top left-hand corner, you can see red meat. And you can also see seafood, eggs, and dairy in the form of cheese. Now, red meat contains a lot of something called carnitine. Carnitine is an amino acid, and amino acids are the building blocks of proteins. Now, we can make a lot of these amino acids in our own body, and one of the ones that we can make is carnitine. And there's another substance that you can see in seafoods, eggs, and dairy called choline, which is important for many functions in the body. When we eat these animal products, we actually change the kind of bacteria that are living in our gut. And when these different kinds of bacteria come into contact with meat-based carnitine and animal product-based choline, these products are turned into something called TMA by the gut bacteria. This substance called TMA is then absorbed into the bloodstream, is taken to the liver, and is converted into something called TMAO. TMAO can then cause damage and inflammation in your blood vessels and can cause narrowing and furring up of your blood vessels, known as atherosclerosis, which can then increase the risks of things like heart attacks, stroke, and death. Now, we said that carnitine is something our body can make. However, choline is something that we can't make. So what do we do if choline is found in things like eggs, seafoods, and dairy? Well, just as wonderful as nature is, we can find it in plant foods. So things like beans and lentils and cruciferous vegetables such as broccoli, Brussels sprouts, kale, radish, these all contain choline. And there's an interesting study where researchers wanted to see whether choline from plant-based sources actually also, whether that can cause a rise in TMAO levels as well. And what they found is that when you get choline from plant-based sources, there's actually no rise in TMAO levels in your body. And in fact, because of the fibers and the plant nutrients of cruciferous vegetables, this actually contributes to a healthy gut and gut microbiome. And additionally, cruciferous vegetables contain very important compounds called isothiocyanates, which can help with detoxification in the body and can also increase one's antioxidant levels and help protect against cancer in the body as well. Now, another interesting thing to look at is saturated fat and those endotoxins we spoke about. Endotoxins being the products of bacteria. So saturated fats, as we said, is predominantly found in animal products such as meat, eggs, and dairy. And animal products have a high amount of bacteria in them. When heating animal products, such as pasteurizing, many of these bacteria are damaged and killed. And when they're damaged and killed, they release their toxins called endotoxins. However, endotoxins survive the heat process. They also survive our stomach acid and our digestive enzymes. And the endotoxins are then absorbed into the bloodstream with the saturated fat from the animal products. And these endotoxins can then lead to inflammation across the whole body. So let's have a look at a few things to do with lifestyle and the gut microbiome. So the gut microbiome, so the gut actually is home to many, many different nerves. So many, in fact, that the gut is commonly called the second brain. It helps with a number of different functions, as mentioned earlier, including effects on our mood, stress, and anxiety levels. So serotonin is one of those nerve molecules that has an important role to play in mood, and the gut bacteria help to produce around 90% of it. So we think about serotonin, the feel-good hormone, being produced by the brain, but actually a lot of it, 90% of it, is actually produced by our gut and the gut brain, you could say. So spanning from the brain right down to the gut is the vagus nerve, which effectively acts as a communication channel between the gut and the brain. And this is known as the microbiome gut-brain axis. The vagus nerve itself is part of the parasympathetic nervous system, which when activated allows for rest, relaxation, regeneration, and good digestion. So it's really important to make sure that we're in a relaxed state when we're eating. Now, in the past, when our ancestors were living closer to nature, they would have been faced by predatory animals. And that's certainly not a time when you want to be so relaxed, but you want to be on the go. So the body goes into fight or flight, adrenaline mode. And when in this mode, shunts blood and oxygen to the parts of the body that really matter, such as the muscles, and away from parts that aren't necessary for survival, such as the gut, immune, and reproductive systems. In more prolonged cases of stress, the body will also produce cortisol. Once out of danger, the body can then start to gradually relax again. However, in this day and age, we always seem to be chased by that saber-toothed tiger of work and life stress. And so we are always in a low-grade fight or flight, leading to chronic cortisol production and reduced functioning of gut and other symptoms. This can lead to a reduction in stomach acid levels, which won't just affect digestion, but acid also acts as a defense mechanism, killing off harmful bugs coming down the gut. So with reduced stomach acid, this could increase the risk of unfriendly bugs taking hold of our gut environment. Chronic stress can reduce an antibody in our gut called IgA, which is also involved in protecting our gut and can also reduce the protective mucus that we had mentioned earlier that lines the top of the cells in the gut. Stress can also have a direct impact on the integrity of our gut lining. So if you look at this picture, you can see with stress, at A, you get the production of cortisol, which can then contribute to a leaky gut at B, which can lead to endotoxins passing through the gut at C, setting off the immune system at D, and causing inflammation in the gut and the rest of the body at E, including in brain cells at F, which can contribute and lead to mental health problems such as depression and anxiety. Now, moving is an important aspect of our health, and studies are showing the benefit that exercise can have on our gut microbiome too. However, overexertion may negatively impact on gut health by reducing IgA antibody levels and potentially making the gut more leaky. Now, antibiotics is also something very, very important to discuss. Antibiotics can be life-saving in cases of serious infection. However, over the years, we have seen a massive overuse of them, which can lead to issues such as antibiotic resistance. They can also affect the balance of beneficial bacteria we have and lead to the overgrowth of less hospitable bacteria. Additionally, many antibiotics are given to livestock in order to reduce the spread of infection and encourage growth of the animals. So by consuming animal products, one may be exposed to antibiotics this way as well. Doctor, what am I going to do? My diet isn't great and I'm stressed and I don't get to exercise like I want to. Is there hope for my gut? Can I change things? Yes, there is always a way that things can be improved. And it's always best to work with a naturopathic practitioner, very much like myself as a naturopathic nutritional therapist who has the appropriate knowledge and experience in helping, guiding, and looking after you on this journey. So, what can we do? Well, here's a general overview of how we can help the gut. It's something called the 5R protocol. So let's go through these. The first R is to remove. We want to remove the things that are inflaming our gut and causing an imbalance in the gut microbiome. So these could be certain types of foods. So that could be things like sugar and alcohol and preservatives and animal products. And also with working with a naturopathic practitioner, removing unfriendly bacteria from the gut. The next R is replace. So replace the things that support our digestive and defense systems of the gut. So make sure that we support the production of things like stomach acid and digestive juices. We want to re-inoculate. That means we want to bring back good bacteria into the gut. So that could be in the form of probiotics, either as supplements or naturally as foods, such as kimchi, sauerkraut, kombucha, and also provide the prebiotics which actually help these bacteria to survive and thrive in the gut. The fourth R being repair. So we want to repair that leaky gut. And there's so many different nutrients and things that can actually help with repairing the gut. And the fifth R is probably the most important R, and that's rebalance. How can we maintain our wonderful gut health and bacterial balance in the long term? Well, maybe we can take a page out of the blue zones. So who are the blue zones? The blue zones are populations around the world that are the longest and healthiest living. And how are they so? Well, they're scattered around the world. So there's 5 of them. There's Loma Linda, California. There's Nicoya, Costa Rica. There's Sardinia, Italy, Ikaria, Greece, and Okinawa, Japan. And what you see in this chart is you see 3 of them. And where they intersect in the middle is where we really want to be focusing. So what we see is that they have a very holistic approach to life. What you see here is that they have a sense of family and social engagement. So they have a sense of togetherness and purpose. They don't smoke. They are constantly moderately physically active. They all consume beans and lentils, which is really interesting. And very importantly, in the center, they all have a plant-based diet. Now, the plant-based diet that's followed by these groups is a whole food plant-based diet, so containing natural whole foods. And the diet is about 95 to 96% plant-based. But I want to focus down on Loma Linda, California, where we have a religious group called the Seventh-day Adventists. Now, what researchers wanted to do is look at the diet of the Seventh-day Adventists and look at the rate of disease in the population. Now, the Adventists are an interesting group from the blue zones because they are the only group that actually has a subpopulation who are 100% plant-based or vegan. So what the researchers did is that they split the population into different food groups. Those who are non-vegetarian at the top, those who are semi-vegetarian who ate less animal products than the non-vegetarians, those who are pescatarians who didn't eat red or white meat but ate fish and dairy and eggs, the lacto-ovo-vegetarians who didn't eat meat or fish but ate dairy and eggs as animal products, and of course the vegans who are 100% plant-based and had no animal products in their diet. So what did they find? Well, let's have a look at each of these columns. So as you can see in the first column on the left, those are the diet groups that were being studied. The first thing they looked at was BMI. BMI is a rough indicator of how healthy your weight is compared to your height. Now, a healthy BMI is considered as being between 18, 19 to about 25. 25 to 30 is considered overweight, and over 30 is considered obese. So what you can see on average is that the non-vegetarians had a BMI of 28.26, the semi-vegetarians 27, the pescatarians 25.75, the vegetarians 25.5, and the vegans just over 23. So as you can see, as the diet became more and more and more plant-based, the BMI was healthier and healthier and healthier. But notice something interesting. Remember how we said that the cutoff for a healthy BMI is 25? Well, you can see that it was only the vegan group on average that reached a healthy BMI. Even the vegetarian group was just slightly over the healthy range for a BMI. Now let's go over to diabetes. So they wanted to look at the rate of diabetes in each of these groups. So let's take the non-vegetarians, and let's take this number 1 as 100 diabetics in the non-vegetarian group. So what you can see is for every 100 diabetics in the non-vegetarian group, there were 72 semi-vegetarians with diabetes, 49 pescatarians with diabetes, 39 vegetarians with diabetes, and only 22 vegans with diabetes. So again, the rate of diabetes going down and down and down, with the least number of diabetics in the vegan subpopulation. And you can see the same with high blood pressure, with the numbers going down and down and down, with the vegan group being the group with the least rate of high blood pressure and then therefore subsequent heart disease. So a wonderful, organic, rainbow-colored, whole food plant-based diet comprised of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, which are beans and lentils, nuts and seeds, herbs and spices, rich in fiber and phytonutrients, will help to ensure a healthy gut and healthy body, whilst being mindful about vitamin B12 and vitamin D, which is generally the case for everybody anyway. And coming back to that picture we had a few slides ago, but this is slightly different. A whole food plant-based diet will also help with our mental well-being by encouraging beneficial bacteria and increasing short-chain fatty acid production, and so helping maintain a healthy gut, which you can see labeled here on the diagram at A, which protects against the leakage of endotoxins and inflammation at B. The vagus nerve at C communicates with the gut to exert antidepressive and anti-anxiety effects. And D refers to the use of probiotics, prebiotics, and other therapies to help with gut and mental health. And there are lots of studies to show the impact of a healthy plant-based diet and how that can help with improvements in depression and anxiety, and how you can see restricting animal products can also help to improve our health and well-being in general. And also this study, which looked very interestingly at the workplace study done by Geico, where they introduced half of the study group of workers were introduced to a vegan diet and instructions on how to live with a vegan diet, whereas the other half of the group weren't. And then when they looked at the levels of depression and anxiety in each group, they found that there was a significant improvement in depression and anxiety in the group that was following the vegan diet. So this was really, really interesting. And there are, as you can see, many studies to support this. And of course, it's important to also be aware of the effects of things like meditation on our immune system, on our gut microbiome and gut health. And this study is one example that shows the importance of meditation and how it can help maintain a healthy gut. Now, we spoke about the vagus nerve and how the vagus nerve is very important for helping us to rest, regenerate, and help with good digestion. Things like singing, humming can be really, really helpful. And in fact, there's a pranayama exercise called Ujjayi pranayama, which can really, really be beneficial for activating the vagus nerve, helping you feel relaxed, helping you to regenerate, and helping with good digestion as well. And of course, as well as what we've already said, as much as we can, where possible, we should encourage mothers to birth naturally and to breastfeed where possible as well, to be mindful of our alcohol intake, refined foods and pesticides, make sure we get healthy amounts of exercise, and only use antibiotics if entirely necessary to do so. So here is something to maybe help you get kick-started, a really wonderful website called plantbasedcookingshow.com, which gives you all your favorite foods made from healthy plant-based ingredients containing no animal products, not even containing sugar, not even containing pressed oils. And as you can see from this picture I've taken, you can see some wonderful desserts there on the home page, which I'm sure is making your mouth water. Very importantly, also for those who enjoy cooking Indian food and Asian food, there is a wonderful Indian organization called Sharan, and their website is sharan-india.org. And if you go to their recipes section, they will give you tons of recipes and tutorials on how to cook wonderful whole food plant-based Indian and Asian meals. So wonderful whole food plant-based versions of meals that would normally contain dairy and refined products such as sugar, ghee, and oil. So this is a wonderful, wonderful resource that you can use, and their recipes are free for you to look at. So really enjoy this. And there's a wonderful phone app called The Daily Dozen, Dr. Greger's Daily Dozen, which you can find out more about by searching for The Daily Dozen on his website called nutritionfacts.org. And this basically helps you to track the amount of plant foods that you're taking in on a day-to-day basis. And it keeps a wonderful graph of your day-to-day progress, so you know where to improve as each day goes. And this is my nutritional therapy service, the Green Doctor. I provide a lot of different services, such as help with problems with your gut or any other symptoms or chronic diseases that you may have that you may not be getting any results with down the conventional route of medicine. My website is thegreendoctor.uk. My email address is there as well, and there's my direct number there as well. And I'm happy for people to WhatsApp message me as well. We can have a chat on the phone, talk about how nutritional therapy can help you, and then we can always go ahead with one-to-one focused consultations to help you back to good health and happiness. And I also mentioned I'm UK director for a wonderful organization called WFPB.org, whose description is here. But essentially, it's bringing the wonders of a whole food plant-based diet for human health and also for planetary health, how important a whole food plant-based diet is for the prevention and reversal of planetary destruction, which we're seeing all across the world in all of our countries, wherever we are. And just to plug in at the end, my social media again, my personal Facebook being Mesh Shah, Mesh being my nickname, what I'm fondly known as, the Green Doctor Ltd being my Facebook page for my nutritional therapy service, and _the Green Doctor _ my Instagram page. That is all. I know that's been a lot of information, but I hope that's been good. I'm happy to take any questions if there's time, and I'm happy if there's not. I'm more than happy for people to email me, WhatsApp me with any questions they may have.
Wow.
Over to you.
Wow, this was, I must say, Dr. Mahesh Shah, you've taken us, in our entire system, talking and speaking about everything. As they always say that the root cause of every disease lies in the gut. And
Absolutely.
you started from there, and then you went on to, how do you actually go ahead and be the best version of yourself? Now, this was completely phenomenal. And I want to tell all my viewers that Dr. Mahesh Shah is also known as the Green Doctor and the Gut Doctor, because he believes in, treating yourself or treating one, completely removing the root cause of the problem so that it doesn't occur again in the system. Now, this was completely phenomenal. Every single word you spoke was great and fabulous as a knowledge perspective.
Thank you.
The great, doctorate that you have in naturopathy. I'm going to ask you one question, Dr. Mahesh.
Yes.
Please tell us, you did mention, towards the end, you also spoke about meditation. All right, we're talking of mental illness these days, especially at this point of time when, we're all talking of keeping the mind healthy. Does the plant-based diet also help in keeping the mind healthy? Because after all, the cells always, become what food they intake. So how is it connected?
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely. I mean, I touched that on my slides, but I appreciate there was so much information and so little time that I had to speed through. But yeah, absolutely. A plant-based diet will help. So as we said, a plant-based diet contains many fibers and all those wonderful plant nutrients or phytonutrients, which essentially help to produce many, many beneficial substances such as those short-chain fatty acids, which can actually help with maintaining a healthy gut lining and can help with maintaining healthy gut bacteria, which can then help to produce these chemicals in your gut, such as serotonin, which makes you feel good. And serotonin is important for people to feel good, for their mood to be good as well. And it does this in different ways. So the bacteria and the nerves in the gut will produce chemicals that can be communicated with the brain, which can then help to produce more serotonin, make you feel good. And as we said, there was a link between gut inflammation and brain inflammation, and how this brain inflammation is being linked to things like depression, stress, and anxiety. So absolutely, a plant-based diet is going to help with gut health, and it's also going to help with our mental health and well-being. But of course, it's important to take in all the lifestyle pillars, including things like sleep, stress, exercise, perspective, togetherness, family, that sort of thing, belonging. All of these lifestyle pillars are vitally important for healthy mind, healthy body, and a healthy relationship with life in general.
Sure. Dr. Maisha, we always say taking one step at a time. It's going to be difficult, especially for people who, you spoke of all the variations with, people who have, diet with beef, without beef, and so on, vegetarian and vegan. How do people really give it a start? To start with, I mean, it all starts with mentally preparing yourself. But otherwise, how does the body also be prepared? Is there any way out where you can start one step at a time, or you go slowly and gradually give yourself a week's time or a month's time to, go from these kind of foods to a different set of fruits altogether, the plant-based diet? Is there some time that you give, or you just abruptly decide, I decide to be a vegan from now on? Is that how it goes?
Everybody's different. Everybody's going to be different, and this all depends on many things. It depends physically on what your diet has been like throughout your life up to the point where you're at, but it also depends on many other factors, right? So it also depends on where you are from a sort of mentally as well. Mentally, how prepared are you? Mentally, how attached are you to your practices? Emotionally, where you are as well. So every individual is going to be different. How they approach it, the speed to which people can make changes is going to be different as well. But the wonderful thing is that there are so many things available now to help empower us with being able to make these changes. Of course, you have support networks around you with family and friends and other people who have already gone down this path. You've got the support of professionals like myself to take you step by step through sort of a guiding process to help make these changes as well. And when you've been living a particular way and when you've been eating a particular way, remember we are harboring different kinds of bacteria in the gut as a result of that. And it's interesting to note that the gut bacteria are also being linked to our food cravings, to the kinds of foods we prefer. So when we get these cravings or urges for food, we think, oh, I want that. It could actually be the bacteria that are communicating with our brain to say, get more of this. We need more of this. So slowly over time, and it depends on each person, with a step-by-step approach, having the right information in place so that you can make changes
All right, son, what happened?
in an educated way is really, really important, so that you can it can be sustainable, and so it can be sustainable and it can be prolonged over time.
Wonderful. Thank you. Varsha has a question and she says, since kids are used to, having milk at bedtime, is it okay for young kids to also become vegan? Is it safe enough for them because they're used to having milk at bedtime? Would you like to say for that?
Absolutely. So firstly, I'd just like to say that the American and the British Dietetic Association say that a vegan diet is safe and healthy for all age groups, including pregnancy and lactation. So we've got, obviously, big organizations saying that, plant-based diets are healthy for everyone, including children. Yes, I understand, children are, we may be used to drinking milk or giving milk last thing at night. There are lots of other milks that can be used, wonderful milks around, such as soya milk or animal milk or oat milk, lots of other different ones. And I think we've also got to have a fundamental shift in our understanding of our relationship to things like dairy and dairy milk, and understanding, well, what have we been told about the importance of dairy in our diet, but what it actually does to us. So, I mean, one of the things we've been told is that dairy contains a lot of calcium and it's good for our bones. But you're not just taking in one thing when you're taking in milk. You're not just taking in calcium. You're taking in animal proteins. You're taking in animal fats as well. And we know from scientific research that animal proteins from dairy are linked to cancers now as well, such as bowel cancer, prostate cancer, breast cancer. And we mentioned how saturated fat can cause things like gut microbiome imbalance. It can inflame your blood vessels and cause insulin resistance, which can lead to diabetes. But we don't really get told this. We get told that milk is good for good for your bones because it contains calcium. But actually, if you think about what milk is, every mammal makes milk, and it's there to feed the baby of that mammal, including humans, right? But we wean the baby off the milk once they're able to start eating solids. Every mammal does that. It's only humans that continue to drink milk into later childhood and adulthood, and even then, it's the milk of another mammal. And every single milk of a mammal is going to be different in their content of things like proteins and fats. And it just so happens to be that human breast milk is the milk that has the right constituents or constitution of these different nutrients for the development of the human being. And in fact, studies have shown that countries in the world where the most animal protein and things like dairy are consumed actually have the most number of fractures, which is interesting because we think, as we say, we've been ingrained to think that calcium from milk is important for strong bones, but the scientific studies are showing otherwise. So I just thought I'd share that bit of information as well. But essentially, yes, it's absolutely fine for children to be vegan and to try an alternative milk at night if necessary.
Right. Thank you very much. And please feel free to connect with Dr. Mahesh Shah, known as the Green Doctor, the Gut Doctor. And he's already shared the details with all of you. And please be connected with us on the Healing Our Earth platform, or you could write to us if you need any further information. My humble thanks to Dr. Mahesh Shah for truly taking us, and traveling with us, with the internal system, the way the plant-based diet would affect our body and our system. So absolutely, truly a wonderful session that we had with you, a lovely presentation. We're truly thankful to you, Dr. Mahesh Shah, for being here with us on behalf of the entire crew of Healing Our Earth. We are truly humbled by your presence. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with all of us across the world.
Thank you. Namaste. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Well, to all our lovely souls, yes, we have our last session for this evening, but I just like to say that, something really interesting coming our way. And we do have a special session coming weekend, which is the 3rd and the 4th, which is the coming Saturday and Sunday from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. British Summer Time. And I'm going to request you all to kindly join us for the workshop. And of course, I'd also like to share some more information with all of you. Well, my dear lovely souls from across the world, this is our 26th Healing Our Earth event. And the mission is to bring love, unity, peace, harmony, comfort, and information at your doorstep wherever you are on this earth. Our special thanks to all our contributors. And we have a very amazing session by RG Enric Diaz right after this. So our website is www.healingourearth.com. And today's session is broadcast live. You can even watch it and share it with all your loved ones from 12 in the noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. And this was broadcast live. Also, we have it on Healing Our Earth Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Simran Ahuja official Facebook page, Sunrise Radio UK Facebook, Hindu Matters in Britain Facebook, Hindu Forum of Europe Facebook, Diwali in London Facebook, Enrich TV Facebook, Sarita Sabrawal official Facebook, Mental Health_Connect Facebook, Inspiring Indian Women Facebook, and other partner channels as well. We like to request you all to kindly sign up for our regular mail shots of weekly events. Kindly do visit our website, www.healingourearth.com. If you wish to get involved in the free global community channel, then do contact us via the WhatsApp number, which is mentioned on the website already. My dear lovely souls, Healing Our Earth is an e-community channel, an initiative by our producer and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, and his team, who produces various global free sessions online on topics which really matter to the community, and who welcome persons of all nationalities, all faiths, and those of none to present, facilitate, and join in the production and the promotion effort. All the team members and facilitators, contributors are providing their services as volunteers, absolutely free of charge. And I'm going to request all of you that we have on the 4th of October, as I said, yes, we're going to also have the workshop. So this is on motivational and inspirational sessions. On the 11th of October, it's COVID-19 community impact. Navratri in October, please join us for the grand celebration, including Dussehra, Sharad Purnima, and Diwali in November. So kindly do plug and keep on plugging at www.healingourearth.com at all times. My humble thanks to all of you, and we are truly delighted to welcome our facilitator right now, and that is RG Enric Diaz. The vegan Filipino cooking demonstration is what we're going to take a look at right now. Born and raised in Bacoor, Cavite, Philippines, RG Enric Diaz grew up helping a mother cook traditional Filipino food. At 15 years old, RG and her family migrated to San Francisco Bay Area. Years later, she took a nutrition class in college that eventually led her to going vegan. Being away from the Philippines and being vegan, RG has longed for the food of her homeland. With the help of her mother, She has veganized her favorite Filipino classics. RG formed the website Aztec Vegan to show the world that Filipino food can be vegan, healthy, and delicious without losing its soul. She shares her vegan discoveries and recipes on aztecvegan.com and her online cooking show, Aztec Vegan Cooking, on YouTube. May we please welcome RG Enrique Diaz. A global namaste to you.
Hello. Thank you so much for that introduction, Simran. Namaste. Thank you so much to the team of Healing Our Earth for inviting me. It's such a great pleasure and honor that I am part of the lineup. It's especially after that wonderful talk. I learned so much from Dr. Mahesh Shah, and it's very informative, as the other people would say, and very excellent. I learned so much, and I have been vegan for a long time now, at least 15 years. So I think this is such a great program, and I'd like to thank the organizers, the team, and Simran for hosting this. You're doing such an excellent job. So thank you once again. Namaste, everyone. Thank you as well for joining. I hope that you are just as excited as I am learning about the cuisine of Filipino cuisine, but in a vegan version. So I will just want to give you a little bit of just a brief heads up on what will happen so that you know what to expect. So I'm going to just give a brief introduction of what we're about to do today. Then I'm going to just switch the camera so you can see the stove and what we'll cook. And then I will go back to to the front facing camera, especially in case if you have any questions. So for
Wonderful.
Yes, thank you. Astig Vegan, that's me. Astig means, it's a Tagalog, it's a dialect of the Philippines, and it means something that's gutsy or tough, and it's a slang or fun term for being that sort of kick-ass expression. And I thought of the expression of using that because I thought of something fun but also gutsy when describing veganizing Filipino food. So I'm not sure if some of you are aware that Filipino cuisine is not the most plant-based friendly cuisine. Unfortunately, it always has a lot of animal products, whether it was pork or beef or even shrimp, fish sauce, fish. So it always has some kind of animal product. And but I'm here to show you, and just like what you have mentioned before, that my motto or mantra or mission is to show the world that Filipino food can be vegan, healthy, and delicious without losing its soul. And so without losing its soul, that means without losing its traditional essence, this comforting flavor that we Filipinos love so much. And it's because it's not just the dish that we grew up in, it's also the flavors and textures. And I wanted to share with you that it can be replicated without using animal products. And I learned so much from Dr. Mahesh Shah, and I'm going to just basically let you know that the dish is a almost vegan Filipino dish. So it's a traditional dish that the main star is a legume. So it's mung beans, and it's high in fiber and phytochemicals from the green. So I can't wait to share it with you. It's called, it's in English, it's mung bean stew with coconut milk. In Tagalog or in Filipino, we call it ginataang munggo gisado. And it has sort of a Spanish name because we have a lot of Spanish influences, but it's basically mung bean stew in coconut milk. And it's very important for me that it can be plant-based and totally vegan, not just for the health, because for me, it reminds me of home. I am now here in the US, and I was, like you said, was born and raised in the Philippines. And it's surprising because we're 7,000 islands. It's surprising that even though I've been vegan for at least 15 years, I still have so much to learn about Filipino cuisine. And it's just a recent revelation to me that I can add coconut milk in this dish. So it's something that really excites me. I want to share my passion with you. So I hope you try this at home. It's very simple. So I'm going to switch the camera now here. Okay. So if you can just bear with me here. This is fine. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm going to turn this on. So a lot of people think that Filipino cuisine may not be as plant-based friendly, but this is almost fully plant-based with thanks to the use of our ingredients here. We have mung beans right here. I already pre-cooked it. This was about a cup and a half, and I cooked it in. I covered it in water and cooked until they're soft. And I also have here, while we're waiting for the pot to warm up, so I have garlic and ginger and eggplants. I cut them thinly because this is going to be a faster demo, but you can cut them thicker at home if you have more time. What I was doing for the interest of time, I was to be more efficient in the kitchen while I was cutting the veggies, I was already softening the mung beans. So you can do that as well. Or you can even soak them the night before to help soften the beans. And then I have onions here. And for the exact measurement, it's on my website, astigvegan.com, ASTIG vegan.com. And the measurements are there. But for now, it will be fine to just, cook along or at least watch how it unfolds. And this is bitter melon. We Filipinos have sort of a love-hate relationship with bitter melon. Either you love it or you hate it type of thing. Growing up, because they were, very earthy, I did not like it as a kid. But now I really have an appreciation for it. It kind of reminds me a little bit of arugula in that sense, the earthiness. Okay. Also have fried tofu here. This is my choice of protein, but you can go with tempeh as well, which is an Indonesian soybean cake. You can fry, which is what I did, fry ahead of time, or you can leave them on, fresh, like you don't have to fry them when you're going to put it in a pot. So the same side, my pot is hot now. I'm gonna put cooking oil here, just enough to cover the base of the pot. All right. Then I'm gonna add my garlic and ginger. And onions. Okay, and this is just cook until they have softened and become slightly translucent. If you would like, so Filipinos, we usually like to start our stews with garlic, onions, and tomatoes. But for some people, they don't cook with garlic and onions. You can definitely skip those if you like. And then I'm going to add a little bit of salt. There. And I added a little bit of salt, like 2 pinches, so that the natural juices of the of what I have put in, they will come out faster. So it's not to make them saltier. It's just enough to bring out the natural juices. As you salt throughout your cooking, you're actually going to end up with less sodium than having to put a lot toward the end, because you're going to sort of have to compensate for that flavor. So when you put a little bit every now and then, you're just releasing the juices of your ingredients instead of making them salty. All right, and then I'm just gonna keep mixing. So this is the dish I chose because I had a feeling that it's gonna be really, a great dish for this presentation as a sort of a proof that Filipino cuisine has something hearty, comforting, healthy, that can be almost vegan. So traditionally, it usually has fried fish. It would have tiny bits of fried pork. Let's see what else. Sometimes it will have shrimp, but they're usually like the side ingredients. They're not the star. So I wanted to share something that is sort of a little bit in between that can easily transition to a vegan dish without, throwing off some people. And like what Dr. Mahesh Shah said before, this is a great way to transition. If you're getting to know yourself more, your individual journey, and see, maybe you can try this dish, have fun with it, and see if you want to keep incorporating more and more, or it's just a great way to have fun and get to learn more about yourself and how to eat healthier, how to be more compassionate to yourself and to everyone around us and everything around us. All right. So, and for me, as you might wonder, well, if Filipino cuisine is, always has a lot of meat, what made you want to not eat them anymore? I was actually the biggest meat eater in the family, but a nutrition class in college that was just as actually it's not as informative as what we had earlier, but it was still enough for me to develop mindfulness with my consumption. So the more I consume mindfully, the more I lean toward eating less and less meat. And just what Dr. Shah was saying, with changing your mood and your attitude and your mental health, I actually felt lighter and felt happier. It really changed my mood. I didn't want to go back. And from there, I was thinking, now that I'm no longer in the Philippines, how am I going to still have the food of my childhood that reminds me of who I am, and have plant-based dishes? That's when I started veganizing with the help of my mom. I learned that it is possible. And since then, I have become even more passionate about Filipino food. Ironically, because before I added the eggplants now. Before I was just, eating the Filipino dishes that I love. I wasn't thinking anything more than that. It's delicious. Fine, that's it. That's the end of it. But now that I'm vegan, I want to veganize them. Then I have to trace back the science of it, or at least know the background context and even historical information of how this dish came about. And that made me really focused and appreciative of Filipino cuisine, and endeared me to the cuisine, and therefore made me even prouder to be Filipino now that I'm vegan. So it's very ironic, but somehow that has been my journey, and it has come full circle when I packed my bags last year and left to live in the Philippines to study Filipino food further. My passion grew from there, and more people also became interested, which is what led me to in front of you, because as it turns out, I'm not the only one who feel strongly about plant-based dishes and plant-based dishes of other cuisines such as Filipino cuisine. So it's such a great privilege to be here. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit of salt again. Now this is just so that the eggplants will become softer. At least, you know, softer faster because we're salting them. Okay. So it's really easy, right? It's just sauteing the tomatoes. And as I was in the Philippines for that 1 year, I realized that the vegan lifestyle, I'm barely scratching the surface of what is there to explore. A lot of people think that a vegan diet means it's restrictive, it's limiting, depriving, but it was the other way around for me. It liberated me to thinking, oh my gosh, there's so much more outside of what's conventional, outside of what is usually served in front of me. There are so many other ingredients and I still have to use, and I still have to have fun with in the kitchen. And even in Filipino cuisine, there's so much more that I did not know about. So when I went to the Philippines, this dish, I did not grow up eating this version. It was just last year that I discovered a way of infusing with ginger and with bitter melon and with coconut milk. Before, it was more plain. The one that I was used to eating growing up did not have coconut milk, did not have bitter melon, and did not have ginger. And boy, I felt like I was missing out all these years, because now that I learned about this version, this is more of a version from the south of the Philippines. When my husband and I traveled to different places in the Philippines and learned about not just different dialects, but different dishes. This is more of a south, southern area in the Philippines. This is more how they eat this dish. So I now wanted to share this with you in hopes that you can try this at home as well. Okay, so, but it's very versatile. It's very forgiving. You can use all kinds of veggies if you'd like. All right. What I did here, why eggplants first? Because it has the most firm texture out of all my veggies. That's another great benefit of plant-based cooking. It cooks faster because unlike, with animal protein, it takes a while to tenderize it. This one is almost done. So I'm gonna add my tofu now. This one is a traditional touch. This dish traditionally has tofu anyway, bits of tofu. Okay. And then I'm gonna add my mung beans. You can cook it in a pot, you can cook it in a pressure cooker if you like. I boiled mine, steamed mine for 45 minutes, but you can use a pressure cooker and cook this in 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. Okay. Did I see okay? Let me double check. Oh yeah, that's fine. All right. Now mixing it. See how hearty that is. And you can add other, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying, wow, it looks nice now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. And you can add other kinds of veggies as well. You can, now here in the US, it's fall and it's the season of pumpkins and squash and gourd. So you can add squash in here if you like. If you do, then you want to add that before the eggplant, because like I said, you want to start with the ingredient that has the firmest texture, and then as it softens, you add the one that is, the next less firm. Toward your last ingredient should be the softest one, so that by the end of the cooking, they all have relatively uniform texture, not too mushy or not too firm. Right. Okay, I'm gonna add my bitter melon. This is for some people maybe optional. If you want to just lessen the earthiness, you can add salt. When you're preparing, you can just add salt, let the moisture leak out, and then you rinse again. Although you may be losing a little bit of the nutrients. So I just want to give you a heads up on that. Okay. Looking very hearty. Okay. All right, now we'll add coconut milk. All right, so in the Philippines, there are a lot of fresh coconuts. That's one thing I deeply, dearly miss now that I am back here. Freshly pressed coconut milk. So now I have to use canned, but if you also where you live have to use canned, cannot find fresh ones, then you can try, I don't know if you can see, it's called Savoy. I like this brand. It has less preservatives than the other brands. So I'm adding 2 cans, so about approximately 40 ounces. Mix it around. If you are going to use freshly pressed, then you want to add a second extract first so that they don't form curds. All right, the second extract, yeah, and then the first extract last. We're almost done here. I'm gonna raise the heat so that, and as I am doing that, I want to just really bring a little bit closer to you this. There. So just a recap, I did garlic, onions, ginger, and then a little bit of salt. I added eggplants, mung beans, bitter melon, coconut milk, or coconut cream. Cream is thicker. Okay, and then I'm going to add, and then I raise the heat. This is, we Filipinos, we love to eat this. Our choice of starch with our food is rice. So we eat this with rice. But whatever your preferred starch, you can eat this with. And you can also make this spicy if you'd like. You can add chili pepper. Actually, I have chili pepper in the backyard. I should have grabbed those. And if you want more dishes, if you're like RG, actually, you know what? I know that dish already. Can I see your other dishes? Yes, they're all on the website, so you're more than welcome to check out other hearty, healthy dishes there as well. Okay. Now I am going to add. Have you guys heard of this?
Yeah. Right.
You have you tried this?
No, I would like to try it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's called moringa.
Oh my God, it's the best for health. They always say to have moringa powder for the system. Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah. I am lucky enough to see this yesterday at the farmer's market. So yeah, if you can find it where you live, yeah, feel free to grab moringa. They also have moringa. They also sell the grocery stores moringa powder. That's good for smoothies and stuff. So if you want to have that supplement, then it's in powder form, and you can find those at the grocery stores and supermarkets. If not, if you can find them fresh at the farmer's market or grocery stores, then feel free to use the fresh ones first. Okay, I rinsed it because the thing is, it can be very it has a lot of dirt, so you want to rinse it like 2 to 3 times. Sure. But so let's say you can't find it. Like, what else are you going to use? You can use any kinds of leafy greens, really. You can use kale, spinach. What else? What else do you think is a leafy green?
Fenugreek, maybe fenugreek as well. And yeah.
Yes. This is a great way to really just have fun and explore the different combinations. But the formula is basically you want to add a little bit of greens in here. And you can add different kinds of spices as well that go with beans, legumes, and coconut milk. Make it your own. You know, a lot of my followers on Instagram, whenever they, I repost whatever they make, and you know what they make is basically they have come up with their own creation, their own spin. Is really fun to see because they sometimes will add jackfruit and all kinds of other additions and alterations, and it's become personal in that sense because you know food should be personal anyway, and it should be enjoyable. I think that's one thing that is a key to also being sustaining this kind of lifestyle. Is if you make it personal, you enjoy it, you have fun along the way. If you're not doing it out of joy, it's not going to last long. But, okay, we are almost done. So I'm going to keep mixing this. And I'm going to, of course, season with salt again because this is such a simple dish that I'm only going to season with salt. So it's very quarantine friendly in case you run out of pantry items. Then you can just season with simple salt, or you can step it up and add all kinds of spices. What spices would you add in here?
I would want to know now, since we've used coconut milk here, wouldn't it taste a little sweet overall?
Yes. So it's coconut cream. So it shouldn't taste too sweet because it has it's not sweetened with sugar or anything like that. So it should still be fine.
Right.
Don't get the ones that are from the carton though. The ones from the carton are sweet.
All right.
You're gonna have like an awkward taste of, am I drinking a smoothie or am I eating a stew? So yeah, you would just like to go with either canned or freshly pressed coconut milk.
Yeah, fresh is always better.
Yeah, so avoid the carton ones, they're sweeter. All right, and let's see. I am going to grab my spoon here. Okay, last but not least, I am going to add, this is optional, but I love adding this. Wow. This is tomatoes.
Tomatoes, yay.
Yeah, and they're fresh from my backyard, so I'm so excited to use this. I have been, during quarantine, just growing my own, veggies from tomatoes to basil and mint, and I'm so excited. So I would like to put this toward the end. In fact, it's the last ingredient. Traditionally, you with Filipino cuisine, you saute with garlic and onions. But you know what? I'm a fan of chunky texture in this dish, so I'm gonna put that last. And it infuses a nice tanginess. It cuts through the creaminess of coconut milk. Not to mention, it adds a nice pop of color.
Yes, so true. Really tempting, Archie and Rick. It's really tempting. My.
And you know what? It's also very economical because it's not too expensive getting all of these ingredients. And if you can see, my pot is overflowing now. It's almost it's up to the brim, so it can feed a lot of family members, or if you're or if it's just for a few people or just yourself, then you can do batch cooking and then just store the rest. But as you can see, it's it yields to many servings. In fact, I'm gonna get closer so at least you can see. because
Wow.
we're pretty much, and then, you know, what I would probably add some more is we'll probably add chili flakes or red chili just to make
Yeah.
this even more
Because,
flavorful.
because in India, people like a little spicy. I have a sweet tooth, but otherwise people like it a little spicy. So I think the chili flakes would be nice.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. So it's interesting because in the Philippines, it depends on the island that you're in. Some if we go there and visit there, some parts they love and you know they live for spicy foods. And then in my where I was, you know, my hometown, we're like a hint of pepper or like what is this spicy food, you know, and we're just we grab a glass of water. So it's very interesting how you cannot just define, you know, in the Philippines whether we love spicy foods or not. It still depends on the region, but in this case you can totally customize and it will still very, I think it will still be very traditional. All right. Yeah, so for me, I will add chili flakes. So if you're into spicy as well, feel free to add that either in the beginning or towards the end. All right. And the amount, of course, is also up to you. Okay. And so now I'm putting that to a slight gentle boil because, you know, everything is pretty much cooked and I don't want to make the tomatoes mushy. That's why I added them last. I still want to have a little bit of a bite with that. I'm going to taste it now. Let's see.
I want to see your face. How delicious is it? Yes.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
It's let's try it again. Wow. No, it's a great balance of the earthiness of the moringa, because moringa has a little bit of earthy flavor to it, but not too much. And it has a creaminess from the coconut milk, and the nice sort of slight tang from the tomatoes. I think it's just the perfect amount of salt. Let me see if I can add, hold on, I'll add chili pepper. Might as well, this is a little bit impromptu, but I think here I have it in front of me anyway. It's not too much, but it's in front of me, so I'll add it.
Right.
Okay. And we are done. So I'm just going to mix it and probably, I wish you can have some.
Yeah, I wish I could, trust me. And I loved it. I loved it, you know, without the chili pepper because I enjoy that, you know, I just loved watching it. It's so nice, especially the tomatoes are farm fresh. Wow.
Yeah. Have you tried mung beans dishes before with mung beans?
The beans, yes, I have tried. Yeah, I've tried them. Go to the Gulf countries. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice and kind of nutty, and it's really nice. It's really, I really enjoy it. Okay, I'm gonna turn it off. So this is serving here, and that's pretty much it. So isn't that really simple and easily forgiving?
Simple, delicious, extremely healthy, and food for the soul. With
I wish you can smell it and taste it.
But I can see it. I can see it all in your face, and I can actually sense it. So I'm really thankful to Healing Our Earth platform for you know, me learning so many different recipes, and I'm also going to try and move towards, you know, being a vegan. It's a tough choice, but yeah, I've made my mind now. Yeah, going one step further.
I have faith in you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask you, so this is what you made for us is usually had with rice, or if you're probably not fond of rice, you can just have it, you know, as a meal, as a complete meal all by itself, because it has everything. Sure. That's absolutely lovely. We truly enjoyed this, and the Filipino food and the flavor that you added just to make it simply vegan plant-based. So I'm going to ask RG Enrique Diaz to please pass on a message to all our lovely viewers who are watching us and watching you from across the world. Some tips you like to give on, because you've also, become a vegan now,
Yeah.
but it's taken you some time. So some tips on how to really go about, trying and taking one step at a time. So what is the best thing to do to take one step at a time, according to you?
I would suggest to start with your favorite dish, and or even your favorite flavor, and use the free resources around you, just like what we have our wonderful event right now with all these wonderful lineup, wonderful speakers. Use that to your advantage to further empower yourself. So for example, for you, if you would like to get more take advantage of the free resources online. I think now more than ever, we are now empowered. We are very much, we have so much access now to information. And of course, you want to make sure those are reputable information, but you can definitely count on Healing Our Earth for really, good, insightful, excellent information from the speakers. So start with your favorite dish, and also use all the kinds of information, free information such as this one, to your advantage. If you want, you can use, if you have do you have Netflix? You can use subscribe to Netflix. If you want to watch documentaries, you can go on acheiving.com and also on YouTube. I'm there. I have a cooking show there. So if you want to get to cooking, then you can have fun with that and start with, these wonderful plant-based dishes. But also, I think, just like what Dr. Mahesh Shah has touched upon, is just know yourself and be kind to yourself. So to make it more sustainable, don't be too hard on yourself. Take it, really get to know where you're at, what you've been used to, and do simple swaps. Don't overwhelm yourself, and be part of a really empowering community such as this one, so that you have sort of a great circle or support group, so that you don't feel alone. So I hope that has answered. And if you have more questions, like if you, let's say later on, you're like, oh, well, what about this situation? Or what about in your experience about this one? I'm on social media, maybe a little too much. So I'm on Instagram and Facebook under Acheiving Vegan, and you can totally get in touch with me. I would love to hear from you guys, and say,
Sure.
if you want to just say hello, I'm there too. So yeah, we're in this together.
Wonderful. So watch out for her recipes, RG Enrique Diaz recipes on acheiving.com. And, let's all come together and learn. As she said, these are the platforms where we can just go one step ahead, because everyone is just ready to serve. Everyone is ready to really help others. And that is what is extremely special about Healing Our Earth. So I'm going to take this opportunity with this lovely message of encouragement, and you've been an inspiration to all of us. RG Enrique Diaz, I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking you on behalf of Healing Our Earth platform and the entire crew for being here with us and sharing with us the wondrous vegan Filipino cooking and demonstrating and actually cooking everything in front of us and eating it too, because we couldn't taste it, but you were the one who tasted it as well. So thank you very much for being here with us. Lots of love to you.
Thank you as well. It's such a great honor. Namaste.
Thank you so much. Namaste. To all our lovely viewers, please stay with us. Sundays are extremely special. As we always say, Sunday is a fun day. For me, Sunday is Healing Our Earth Day. So I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking my brilliant crew of Healing Our Earth. And I'm going to see you for the forthcoming Sunday. As I already mentioned, coming Saturday and Sunday, we also have a beautiful Garba workshop for which you need to enroll yourself. And all the details are given on our website, www.healingourearth.com. It's from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. British Summer Time. I'd love to take this opportunity, my dear lovely friends, to thank our technical director, Nishit Kotak. Our humble thanks to the media team, Kesh Mojaria, Anita Nomula, and Varsha Mistry.
Thank you very much to our hosts, that's Varsha Mistry and myself, Simran Ahuja. Our backup team is Sarita Menon, Dr. Lalit Soda, Dr. Milind Shah, Prash Kotecha, Malesh Kota, Jayashree Chaudhary, Bhavi Ram, Dr. Sheila Dobi, Renu Gidumal, Dr. Nora S. Vyas, and Rajesh Kumar Singh. Our facilitator team, thank you very much to Clyde Masmela, Dina Ahin, Dr. Hani Kalaria, Red Star Menon, Jemini Patel, Hasmita Solanki, and Naveen R. Soni. A humble thanks to our channel partners, Sunrise Radio UK, Hindu Forum of Europe, Mental Health _Connect, Hindu Matters in Britain, Enrich TV, Diwali in London, Simran Ahuja Official, Sarita Sabrawal Official, and Inspiring Indian Women. Special thanks to Strategic Web Success and www.indus.co.uk. It's time for all of us to say you a goodbye, only to say you the forthcoming Saturday and Sunday for the workshop and Sunday for Healing Our Earth session. So this is something extremely close to all of us. I want to request you all to please share it with all your loved ones and do send it on WhatsApp to them. You never know, it might be of help to someone. We are all here to serve you, to make this earth a better place to live in. Towards the end, a Gayatri mantra before we sign off. Please join me for the Gayatri mantra. Om Bhurбhuvaः Swaha Tatsarviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Towards brightness, feeling the light within us. We would love to thank each and every one of you for being here with us on Healing Our Earth platform.